for him.
I think here's what happened.
Not a whipping boy.
I think there was inquiries made about him last year, and they said no. Sean got to actually watch his live tape performance this year, and so this year he's saying yes. But there's no interest because guess what? 31 other teams got to see the live tape.
You guys think this is a complete smokescreen, that there is no interest for Jarrett Stidham?
That's exactly what it is, DMac. The Broncos are desperately trying to create a market for him. It's not just Diana Rossini. I've seen about 5 or 6 different reporters out there that are all talking about this deal right now. When one comes out and then another, then you got to ask yourself why. Who and why is putting it out there? If you are a buyer in a trade situation, you never would want a reporter to know that you're trying to buy a player.
Fine. I'll go with you. Why is Sean Payton putting this out there if I'm rolling with you?
He's trying to trade Jarrett Stidham.
Why?
He's done with Jarrett Stidham.
Okay. And now what? And for what reason is he done with the backup quarterback?
Because he thinks Ellinger could be every bit as good as what you got last year with Stidham.
Okay, he's a free agent.
Or maybe they just don't want to pay their backup quarterback $6 million.
Okay, that makes sense too. I like both of those things.
He stinks.
Okay, could be that as well. Could be that as well.
What am I going to do with my Stiddy hat?
You got a Stiddy hat.
I got a Stiddy hat.
You got the Stiddy hat. And by your theory, you now know Sean Payton doesn't like him.
I guess so.
Although you could just go around and start championing Stidham. And then that way, by wearing the hat, just be the champion, be a Stidham champion.
Yeah, that hat's not going anywhere. It's too good. It's high quality.
I got another trade that is percolating too that just has me a little giddy. Adrian Dater, our guy, put it out there that he's here and Val Nichushkin could be on the trading block.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh. And the Kadri stuff is and O'Reilly. Both those names are circulating, in the buzz. And it was interesting to see Dater put it out there that Nichushkin could be part of some sort of future trade soon. Trade deadline's Friday.
Which, by the way, and I heard, what's the ball guy from Nebraska?
Brett Kane.
Yeah, Brett Kane, yeah. Say today in his 6 o'clock show that if you look at there's some sort of analytic out there when Nichushkin's on the ice, they're like a 75% win percentage, and when he's off the ice, they're like 500 team.
Yeah, whatever with that. That's an old stat.
Yeah.
That was the whole Val is really important to this team stat. Right. That doesn't mean anything now because he's, about as 6'7" as you can possibly get. He's about as mid as you can get right now. I mean, he's a 200-foot player. So
we got other mids.
He's good up and down the ice.
You don't want to admit it.
But
Gabe Landeskog's mid.
Gabe had a nice goal last night.
He's mid.
And Gabe, 23 points in his past 29 games. Last 11 games, 2 goals, 9 assists, and his plus 13. And the team is 35, 4, and 7 with Gabe, 6, 6, and 2 without him. So Gabe's doing good. Gabe's no problem
because he's a leader. His biggest value is leadership.
Yeah.
And then what he adds on the ice is all ice cream.
It's mid on ice.
If you were around the team in the locker room, at the games, at the practices, at that sort of stuff, it's easy to pick up. If you're not there, it's probably a little bit more difficult. But if you're there, it's no problem seeing what he means to the team and how much respect he has and blah, 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 blah. I don't think it's even it's a point barely worth talking about because his value is kind of unquestionable. So there you go with Gabe. No problems there. Here's what's cool. Nate McKinnon and whatever blues he was having about the Olympics, done. Like Nate McKinnon.
Hey, we got one cool-looking power play last night.
It was very cool, and it looked slightly different.
I know. They went all the way across the middle. They don't go across the middle. You got to go around the horn. We went through the middle.
They had Nate rotating with Natchez, and Nate was actually behind the goal when the goal was scored by Natchez. It's not huge. It's not like a humongous difference, but it's a little it feels like in basketball, keep moving. Just keep moving all over the court.
Keep moving, fire the puck.
Yeah. So, and Kale had a sick goal, and then you just watch this team, and you're like, oh, my God. Like, they own Southern California. They destroy the Kings and the Ducks, and they have done so for many years. And all the guys are going golfing or something at some foo-foo-shishi course today, and Moser actually took the day off so he could go golfing, day off from the radio thing. And, hey, good for all of them, man, because Friday night is going to be a banger. It's at Dallas. It's a 6 o'clock start here, and the Nuggets are in action against the Knicks. It's a hell of a double dipperoo. And you have not faced the Dallas Stars. You're not going to believe this. Since October 11th. You haven't faced the Stars since October 11th. And that was a 5-4 shootout loss where Bednar famously said, if we never see them again, I'm fine with it. I don't ever care if I see him again, which some people took as like,
you're scared of them.
It wasn't like that, though, but some people took it like that. They've won.
They're playing well right now.
They've won 10 in a row and are annoyingly like 6 points behind the Avs. So that is going to be a hell of a game on Friday night. Hell of a game. And then you have the Knicks coming to town where Aaron Gordon is returning, supposedly.
Well, I heard Vic this morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the word out?
Maybe Peyton tomorrow, and maybe like we talked about yesterday. Now, I wonder if Vic actually knows something, or if he was listening to our show, which we said maybe you bring those guys, one guy back one night, one guy the next, and then save them both for Monday night in Oklahoma City.
Well, I forget who was also putting it out there, but it was, let me see here if I save this the right way. This, that, the other thing. Lou Dort apologized.
Lou Dort
apologized.
Wow.
How about that? We can get into that in a little bit. Anyways, and we have Coach coming up with us here in about 14 minutes. So
you're jacked today.
I know.
Jacked
he came out
up.
the gates, didn't he?
God dang.
He came out the gates
up.
because he found a whipping boy in Stidham. He's going to get rid of Steady.
Let's go.
He's found his new
get you an
quarterback.
Arkansas shirt.
He's got his new Justin Fields.
I'm going to get him an Arkansas shirt.
His name is Taysom.
Taysom. And it's a.
I'm going to pull a scout on this guy.
You're just going to go Tay?
Like I'm just annoyed.
Taysom Green.
I'm just annoyed that we're obsessing over a sixth rounder.
If they draft Taylon Green, he will become Taysom Green.
But I'm not going to play this game with the 6th rounder. Like this guy's going to change our life. So I'm not going to call him the right name.
When was Taysom Green drafted?
Taysom Hill.
Taysom Hill.
He had to been probably top 2.
I'm fired up. You can't get me down. You're not going to rain on my little DMac parade here.
Yeah, you are.
Let's go.
Here's a no-dumb question to contemplate.
Yeah.
Who's the first kind of Joker guy you remember in the NFL? You think about it.
All right, let me think about it. We got to go back a little bit because there was some like George Blanda was a kicker. You're not counting like somebody like him. Yeah. So we're not counting him. Like the first kind of Joker guy kind of could do it all. Like,
I got one.
Blanda might be that.
I got one.
Blanda might be the original.
His name's Cordell Stewart.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
All right, we got Coach
before
Adelman.
him too, though.
We got Coach Adelman coming up. It's PhD here on 92.5. What's happening? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if the workouts and love life and just sleep in general just got you down, it may be low T. It's not that unusual as you get a little bit older. The low T starts the T starts disappearing. And if low T is the issue, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has the answer. They can likely help with whatever resolution you want to make sure that your life is better and you're breathing easier. And this year, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With the low T treatments combined with the body composition programs, most men see real improvements. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Low T, that causes issues. Let's get it over with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
David Adelman will join us in 7 minutes. This Lou Dort comment, really interesting. So we'll dig into the Nuggets here. As we should dig into that, Vitalant. They're partnering with the Nuggets.
Yep, they got a blood donation going on. They're going to keep track in March. Listen, blood donations are important. Obviously, when you have national emergencies, local emergencies, whatever, people come out of the woodwork, but blood donations are needed year-round. They're teaming up with the Nuggets during March right now. You can schedule your donation at Vitalant. That's VITALANT.org/Denver Nuggets. You do that and you get picked and whatever. You can win an autographed Nuggets jersey. It's real simple to do. I did it a couple days ago. I'll be out there on Saturday morning at 8:15, I think my appointment is. Go to Vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets for more information to schedule your blood donation today.
Nikola Jokic on Lou Dort.
Obviously, it was a chippy game. What was your perspective on the foul Dort committed?
It is what it is. I'm not going to comment. It's unnecessary move and unnecessary reaction. There is no such a thing. I think they're not supposed to be those things in a basketball floor. So it was just unnecessary move and unnecessary reaction by me.
Lou Dort was asked about it. Joker said it was an unnecessary action and a necessary reaction.
Right.
Okay? Referees more or less agreed. Flagrant 2 for Dort, out of the game. Matching for Williams and Joker.
Right.
But, that's because they were death gripping and staring at each other. Like the expression on Joker's face was
they were lapel hanging.
Can you imagine just being face to face with that? Like, no, thank you. Lou Dort, quote, "That's a physical game and there's limits to it. And I went over the limit."
Good for him.
Good for him.
Isn't that all you want in life? Like we could sit here and continue to make him a villain and be mad at him. And, maybe we'll do that just because it's fun as a fan base to have somebody to be mad at. But, somebody steps up. They say, hey, my bad. What are you supposed to do? Move on.
I'd like to now hear their coach, the snarky SOB, come out and say something himself after what some of the comments he was using.
Remind me what he said.
Oh, basically deserved it and what it is. He didn't do anything. He flopped it.
Well, I guess this means he's being very snarky. Anytime somebody trips going down the court, they should get a flagrant 2. So he didn't say, my player was in the wrong. That's not who we are. He said, if anybody trips going down the court, I guess that's a flagrant 2. To be specific.
Snarky.
Very snarky. Yeah, and minimizing what Dort did, which isn't what Dort just did.
No. He admitted he stepped over the line. They play Oklahoma City on Monday. The schedule: Lakers, Knicks, Oklahoma City, Houston, San Antonio. Let's go. Yeah.
I mean, come on, let's go.
Yeah, Lakers, Knicks back-to-back, and you've got Houston, San Antonio back-to-back.
Come on now. I mean, it's exhausting and whatever, but this is really good stuff.
Yeah.
Does this change the tone and tenor, what Dort said?
No.
To the physical. Well, Andy wanted, I think, lead pipes and chains and brass knuckles and, like all that sort of stuff, like some sort of retaliation.
Nunchucks. Don't forget nunchucks.
Where would we be without our Andy Lindahl nunchucks? Does this change that sort of tone, or does Andy still have a point? Somebody's got to answer for what happened.
It was more than that, though. It was the whole game. It was SGA being a baby, SGA throwing the ball. There was action the whole game. So I don't think it changes. Like maybe in terms of Nikola Jokic's personal venom towards Lou Dort, but the overall tenor of the game remains the same, doesn't it?
Well, listen, a heck of a 7-game series last year in the playoffs, and I think both teams know that both teams are threats, and so you're going to get a playoff game. It's a playoff style game. Again, you get to play them on the fourth night of 3 and 4 coming up, right?
I mean, you do have them one more time in Oklahoma City before the end of the season.
No, this will be the last time in Oklahoma City.
I'm sorry. You're right. My bad. Ball Arena, you got them last game of the season. My bad. Yes, one more time after
And
this.
they probably are going to be sitting everybody and everything else by then.
Fair point. That's actually probably good news for the Nuggets. You're probably right about that. Yeah, who knows? I don't even know what their schedule. Maybe they won't even travel those guys out here. Who knows?
Yeah.
All right, so do we need to, does somebody need to cheap shot SGA or not?
No, but you got to come with the mindset. It's got to be a very physical game.
What's the difference between very physical and a cheap shot?
Somebody comes around a high pick and roll, you step out in the hedge, you put a knee in their thigh.
Okay.
That's very physical.
That's very physical.
Okay, and that's not a cheap shot.
Borderline cheap shot.
No, the elbow up in the face is the cheap shot.
That's what Valanciunas did to Bones Highland.
Probably cheap shot.
Okay, just to be clear.
Yeah.
All right, just making sure we're consistent here. Okay, so not that.
Cheap shots don't know color jersey colors.
You wouldn't have Valanciunas just hold that ball up high around
No, because
SGA?
then you're talking about getting out and getting flagrant 1 or 2 and getting kicked out of a game and all that stuff. But you just step out quick and hard on a guy coming around the screen. He's not ready for you to hedge like that, and you jump stop late to hedge, and you jump stop right in their path, and you catch a knee right in the thigh.
Okay, so what Dort has said doesn't change anything.
No, it's a playoff. It's 2 playoff teams.
Okay.
Dude,
But you respect that Dort did say what he said.
I do respect that as a competitor, that he would come out there and he'd recognize that.
Would you expect that Dort would go up to Jokic at some point
I would
pregame
be surprised if he's out there with Joker's out there, that he doesn't come and say something to him.
Right. Which happens in the NBA all the time.
Yeah, a lot more than you realize.
Right. Or it doesn't happen, and you kind of know where you stand. Right?
I know one time I got my ass kicked. I went to the guy after the game and said, "Hey, man, good job. What's on the floor?" And he was like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, you got 3 straight jabs right into my face, and I didn't even get to swing.
I saw a great video with Reggie Miller. He's talking about Kobe Bryant.
That's why you got to swing first.
And Reggie Miller said, if you're up 12 with 22 seconds to go, you hold on to the ball. That's that. But Kobe wanted to take a shot like MJ would. And I started giving him the business, and I had in my head, if he took one step towards me, we were going to go. And Kobe took the shot. Reggie gave him crap. Kobe took a step for him. And it was Reggie that threw Kobe over a table. And then he said, a few hours later, ring, 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 it's Kobe. Oh, man, what are we doing? Like it seems amazing that you can be in the heat of battle like that, and then you just give it a couple seconds and you say, hey, we're boys, and what are we doing? And, that sort of thing. Common? Or do you just hate each other?
No, I don't think they hate each other now because they play against each other.
They don't hate each other.
They played against each other locally and internationally since they were all 14, 15 years old. They're all boys. Everybody in the league now are buddy.
Yep.
So if Dort does go up to Jokic and whatever, then that's...
It wouldn't surprise me.
Okay.
And I think Dorton...
I bet he does. If he went as far as saying something publicly, I actually think he will dap him up, give him a pat on the butt, something, just a quick acknowledgement, and you move on.
See, and he probably was just trying to mess a guy up, and that's okay, and didn't realize, oh, God, that was the bad leg, too, and now everybody's going to take it a step even further. I was just trying to mess him up and make him fall down, and now they're saying I went after a leg that had kept him out for 16 games in 6 weeks. Ooh, that does look dirty now, right?
Now, I'm not saying the Jokic brothers and Morris brothers are going to have dinner anytime soon, but it does make me wonder about, like Andy's talking about beating everybody up and all this revenge. Like, okay, I mean, I sort of get it, but aren't we looking out for each other too, to a certain degree? Like, what's the code amongst the players themselves?
Listen, I don't know anymore. First time we saw Magic and Isaiah kiss at half court, the whole NBA at that time was shocked because we hate each other. I mean, I signed the biggest contract I ever made when I signed to go as a free agent to Detroit. And I mean, I literally went from $180,000 a year to $450,000, which now, boy, I mean,
that'd be nice.
To me, that was the greatest salary that you could ever have. But I mean, in today's money, there's no one playing that makes $450,000, right?
Right.
But I was hesitant because you know why? I was in Atlanta for 6 seasons, and we hated Boston and Detroit. Those were always the teams that one of those two teams always would knock us out of the playoffs. So we hated them. And so my agent said, hey, Detroit really wants you. And I'm like, oh, man, I don't know. And he goes, oh, they're offering you a 3-year deal starting at $450,000. I went, okay, let's go. I tripled my salary, right? And you're like, okay, let's go. Let's do this thing.
What do you think about the possible return of Peyton Watson Thursday and Aaron Gordon on Friday?
Well, I think they're going to manage this, and I don't think both guys will come back with minute restrictions. And so the best of both worlds, do you just let them both play in one game, kind of can play similar positions, or do you try to spread the wealth that you can get 2 quality players back each? I mean, Nate talked about it yesterday. You had no forwards. Remember, Spencer Jones didn't play against Utah, too. You had Joker and guards, Val and guards. That's why they started Joker and Val together. I mean, you had 0 size. Now you had 2 guys on the bench.
All right.
You didn't have any forwards that could play. That played in that game, okay?
Because Duron Holmes is on the team.
Yeah. I thought they might start him, to be honest with you. I thought
too.
he was athletic enough that you might look at him.
I did too.
Listen, coaches, Tyler, tell you this. Coach gets be in the bonnet on something you do or don't do that they don't like. It didn't go both ways, what they like or what they don't like. I mean, I've seen guys play, and you're like, how's this guy playing?
I think that was me with Mike Shanahan.
So
why did he keep playing me?
So you're the good bee.
Why was I his guy? I kept telling him, everywhere you take me, I get you fired. Why you keep giving me jobs, buddy?
Yeah. So you were the good bee in that bonnet.
That's right.
But there's other coaches where I know I'm playing as well as these guys, and I can't get in. and no matter what, and then when you did, like I one of the guys, I did something big at the end of a game. I was a 12th guy or 11th guy, whatever. Boom, boom, boom. Tipped in a shot or did something. We won the game. And the quote for the coach, well, that's why we have him on our team. That was the nicest thing he said to me while I was there. That's why we got him.
Yeah.
Well, then why don't you play me? Maybe I could do this. Give me 15 minutes.
Once you get that label, man, it is so stinking impossible to get rid of it. It is so hard. I mean, you got to get an injury in front of you. You got to get a hell of an opportunity. Or you know what you got to do sometimes? Sometimes a coach has got to do something stupid, and you call them out in a good way, and you prove you're right. And when they realize, oh, man, you know what you're talking about, that can turn the tide.
Well, we talked about like Russell Wilson. It may not have ever worked, but I sure would have liked to see Russell Wilson go back at Sean Payton that first year Sean was here.
Like, what if he said what he said on Bussin' with the Boys?
Exactly.
What if he said that to Sean face to face?
Yeah. Get my name out of your mouth, man. You want to say I'm not doing something right, say it, but don't disrespect me.
Yeah.
We actually have some breaking Nuggets news that's just happened in the past couple of minutes. David Roddy, former Colorado State's men's basketball star, signing with the team on a two-way deal. He's expected to sign from the Raptors 905, the G League, 6'5", fourth-year pro, first rounder in 2022. So the Nuggets adding another body to see what's up. So we got KJ Simpson from CU, and we get David Roddy from CSU. Look at that. So
and he's a big physical dude that can shoot threes.
He's a big physical dude. I mean, this is G League numbers, but 14.4, 7-1, 4.1 assists, 6'5", and he's got some good.
Yeah, he's a Spencer Jones size guy, but he's physical.
Okay. I mean, this is literally exactly what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
All right, well, some geniuses here. Absolute
you
genius.
Like we know what we're talking
like
about.
We say it, and say it here, it comes out
so
there.
Even Numchuck in the afternoons might have a little common sense.
Numchuck and Nate and Numchuck.
Nate and the Numchuck.
Nate and the Numchuck. I mean, would be a Nate and the Numchuck sort of idea, right?
Yeah. Can I say something? That would be a great name for that show.
Nate and the Numchuck.
Nate and the Numchuck. Because you could go so many ways, right? I mean, remember Andy used to always call people Chuck, right? How you doing, Chuck? He used to always say, hey, Chuck, what are you doing, Chuck? Right? And he's kind of a numbie half the time, so.
Nate and the Numchuck.
Nate and the Numchuck.
It's Ska Friday with Nate and the Numchuck.
Pretty good.
That's actually pretty good.
All right, so how about this little news?
Interesting.
Nate's going to love this guy. He's a Mountain West Player of the Year.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Nate.
Oh,
Nate,
yeah.
Somewhere Nate Kreckman is just having a little Nate-gasm. Nate-gasm?
Nate's going to know all the details.
Oh, he'll know all the details. I cannot wait until the boys show up, and we're gonna hear more about David Roddy than anybody would ever know. More than David Roddy would know.
I guarantee you, Nate's called a handful or two of his games, hasn't he?
There's no doubt about it. Zero doubt about that. I mean, he's the Mountain West Player of the Year. Nate probably has his picture on the ceiling.
You know, Nate is really talented at that, by the way. You ever
Does a good
listen to him
job.
call basketball games?
play-by-play?
I've worked
He is
with him.
really talented.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, he when Cos had COVID, he came and did a couple of games I did with him.
I'm sure he was great.
Yeah, he is, really is. Really is. Does a really good job.
So the Nuggets here, it does make me wonder about Spencer Jones. I wonder if Spencer's shoulder is a little bit more banged up than that's interesting. But I didn't really picture Spencer as like a banger anyways, you know. I think
He's
of
got
him.
the size to banger.
Yeah, but he just hangs out corner threes. And,
Corner three, and he hustles out to loose balls and dives on the floor.
Yeah.
He's that guy, but I don't know if he's going to blast into a guy.
Yeah, and listen, man, it's a two-way contract. I don't know where it's going. But in this big physical time at the end of the year, you may need a guy to just, bang around a little bit. You don't really care about scoring or whatever. Just play a little defense, be tough.
You escaped Utah, and everybody was, oh my gosh, whatever. And you did it with no forwards. Now all of a sudden you've added another piece that could have maybe played in that game and helped you.
Well, I'm wondering if this news is delaying the coach just a little bit. This is literally just coming out in the past couple minutes. So let's take a break, and hopefully we'll catch up with David Adelman when it's available. We'll ask him about adding CSU star David Roddy. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, we are waiting for David Adelman to join us. Got plenty of questions for him, so we'll get to that in a little bit. Is Jarrett Stidham about to be traded? We'll dig into that after 1 o'clock. Vic Lombardi's out at Nuggets practice, so some feedback from him. And Jeff Legwold scheduled to be on the show around 1:20 or so. So we are ripping here, locked and loaded. Great game by the Avalanche last night, winning 5-1, and it's
only got 26 shots on goal.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think they isn't that right, Dan? I think they got 26 shots on goal, and but scored 5 times.
These past 2 games, they have looked like the scary Avalanche.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. And we'll get into that in just a little bit. But we are joined by the head coach of the Denver Nuggets. It's David Adelman, presented by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Coach, let's just start with roster. In terms of potential returning players in Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon, and what we're just reading, just happening, the addition of David Roddy, CSU star, as a two-way player. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we needed help at the wings, obviously, with all these guys out, all players. You got Aaron, you got Peyton, you got Spencer. Cam was out. Those are all our sized wings. We value David Roddy for a while. He brings something different to us, and in the short term, especially, we need help in that area. And I think I'm wearing down guards, sliding them down to power forward positions. Some unfair circumstances for guys in these games. They played hard. Guys have given great effort, but at some point, size does matter in our league. As far as Peyton and Aaron, they went through. Aaron went through practice. Peyton went through the skill stuff. Both guys are still questionable as far as this week or next week. Obviously, we'd love to have them, but we have to be patient with that and make sure they're right when they come back. Because these games are so high level, you can't work your way back into this thing, at any point of the season, but especially late in the year. So, unfortunate not to have them. Couple that with Spence and Cam, but who we have is enough, and we'll prepare to win each and every game. But David does bring us something different that we don't have right now.
Hey, David, when you look, and we'll just go with Aaron Gordon, because now you brought him back from the injury and then got hurt again. He is where he is now. Do you look at it as responsibility as a coach? I know trainers can go and Steve Short and his guys can say, well, but he's hitting all the markers he needs to hit. But do you look at it and think, okay, there's times I have to protect a player from himself, even though he's like saying, hey, I'm good, I can go, that you feel responsibility that sometimes you have to protect the player?
Yeah, I think so. And I think you got to go by the eye test, and you got to go by your relationship with the player. If you feel like that conversation's an honest one, that's the best way to do it, if they can tell you exactly where they're at and how they feel during a game. And then there's also the eye test. You got to trust yourself. And you balance that with the fact that you're trying to win games. It's delicate. And, when Aaron came back, I think people forget, just even when he was on the minute restriction, just having him out there with Jamal allowed us to really survive the schedule during that time. It's a balance. Aaron obviously is a winning player. When he plays, we tend to win games. But, yeah, we got to be careful with it. And that's why we're taking this thing really, day by day and trying to make the best decision possible, not just for Aaron, but for Peyton, Spencer. Cam's a little bit different. I think it's a short-term thing. But all those guys, it's just it's a responsibility of me, the staff, and then, like I said, the player, of honesty, having an honest conversation of what's best for them.
Hey, Coach, you came out after the Oklahoma City game and said that Lou Dort's hit was cheap. Lou Dort did actually apologize. He said it was an unnecessary contact that he shouldn't have done. Does that end things, or do you think there's still going to be carryover?
It's cool that you said that. I just think it happened. It already happened. So I don't think we really care either way. What happened. The carryover will be a competitive game. We play them, next week. But yeah, responsibility after the fact is whatever it is. Wasn't a big fan of what happened. I still am not a big fan. I don't think anybody in the room next to me, the locker room, is a fan. So, but it's a competitive game. Two really, really good teams with history. In the same division, playing 4 times a year last year. 7-game series, all that stuff. So, yeah, I don't really have any emotion either way. I just know what happened, saw what happened, and we'll move on from there.
So what's the difference between being tough and physical and being cheap?
Watch the clip.
Well said. Well said, Coach. On that note, Utah decided, and Vic Lombardi was talking about it, and Vic put it out there, so I'll just ask for Vic. For every move, there's a counter move. So if the move is to front Joker with small guys who are clutching and grabbing the back of his knee, which is a weird way to play defense, but okay, what is the counter move to that?
Yeah, we put him in catch and shoot. The few times he got a clean catch, it was putting the cross match 5 as the screener. But the next layer of that, though, is once he catches it, 3 people are going to guard him. I thought he made the right play multiple times. Certain guys had tough shooting nights. We got really good looks. And then the other part of that is other players, and we showed clips today, they just have to be aggressive. If they front him, there's a guy behind him, there's a third guy shrinking. That means that 2 other people are open. You have to drive and kick and find the open man. And I thought we did. When we really struggle is when we stared at it. You can't post up a guy and stare at him when it's not available. So I think it's important for us to play the game and let it happen naturally. Like if we move it side to side, it's tough to front him from one side to the other. And if you get to 3 sides in the NBA, at some point he's going to break contact and find the ball. I thought where we struggled again is when we were so, insistent on getting him the ball on the first side. It's not going to happen. The set defense is all over there. So it's something we have to work on. And again, like I said, be confident in yourself. Attack to make a play for a teammate. Use Nikola as what it is, which is a decoy sometimes because there's so many people surrounding him. And I think Jamal, Jamal's a great player, but I thought.
Yep. Coach, you still there? Swear to God, I didn't.
What'd you do? You hung up on David Adelman.
Oh, no, it was a great answer.
Yeah.
I didn't touch anything.
We were about to get some serious info.
I know. He's still sort of there. Dan, should I put it on hold? What should I do here? Coach me up there, Danner. Oh, and he drops. All right, hopefully he calls back. Darn it.
Well, I think what he's going to say, and as good as Jamal was, there was opportunities he had to penetrate and kick, and that he didn't. So, listen, okay. I think it's everything he said that was saying that we kind of talked about the day after the game, right?
All right, I think he's back. Coach, sorry about that. Sorry to interrupt. That was a fascinating answer. I don't know if you can continue your thought or not, or if we should just move on to something else.
Oh, no, I just was saying it's my job to get the ball in space, but I do think the aggression of other players is the best way to counterattack that stuff. And it's always been like that. I think back to the Shaq years, you'd front him and they would do a great job of exploring the weak side, and other guys, would make open shots. The great teams are the ones where everybody's confident. And I think that's what our guys have to understand is when you play with the best player and they've decided to put their whole team on him, other people have to be aggressive to score.
Yeah. Listen, I always said when I high school, but if I had a good post player, they'd start playing front. Dude, I'm sending somebody in the wing. Somebody's got to flash right to the free throw line. You might get a high-low. The other low guy may come up. You might have a drop pass to the other wing diving, or shoot a 3. In the NBA, it's going to be a 3 in that corner. But it comes from somebody making an aggressive move. As you said, if they're pinning 3 on 2 guys or even 1 guy, there's a couple guys open if they will move a little bit.
Yeah, and I think to your point, I think it was the second play of the game. Jonas, that's why I started Jonas. He flashed right to the free throw line, got an easy basket, had space to attack the rim. So it really is about when I, as a former player, now a coach, like when I see a great player being taken out of the game, then I should get thirsty. I should be thirsty to attack the ball.
Right.
And attack to drive to kick. Take advantage of those situations as best you can. And then it's up to me to figure out how to give him the ball in space. And a lot of that is catch and shoot actions where he's out on the floor. He has more space to make a decision. So it's something that we have to continue to work on. And like I said, we'll see it tomorrow.
All right, last one before we let you go, and we appreciate your time. Cam Johnson, when you hear one of your players who obviously is really down, as he was the other night, what's your reaction, and how do you handle that situation?
Yeah, I mean, it's that communication between me and Cam is personal, obviously. We talked, and, all these guys have ups and downs. And somebody asked me, I think it might have been Utah, Scott, it might have been you, I forget, but asked me a question about how you deal with players and their confidence.
Right.
And I really do think it is individual to each man. Some guys, they want to talk it out, and they want to talk through things. These are human beings playing a game, but, this is their life. And other guys, honestly, you give them space. They figure it out themselves. So it's, Cam, he's banged up. And, the shooting hasn't been great as of late. And, you try to remind people of our best stretch of this season was when I would take Cam out and put him in with the second unit. And there was no Jamal, and Nicola was hurt. And Cam absolutely carried that second unit. And it was our best second unit performance of the whole season. So, going through a tough time is not the whole story. He's given us much this year. And I firmly believe as we get healthier and people get back to their normal roles, what we had way back in October, I think it'll flow better for him. And I think, I'm playing the guy at the 4 right now. That's not what he is. He's a small forward. And sometimes, you have to sacrifice to put your best players in the court, but sometimes you don't put them in the best situation because it's just out of pure, we just need you on the court. So I expect, things to get better for Cam, fully support him, hope he shoots it every time he's open. To me, it's be more aggressive, not less, because we trust Cam, obviously.
And, David, I give you a third option from my era, which I don't think is the option anymore, but that third option as far as communication with the players down is, hey, you dumb SOB, pull your head out of what.
Okay.
That was kind of how
– that's how you were coached?
That was kind of how Hubie and Fratello coached me.
Gotcha.
I tell you, I don't know if I can go there, but I would definitely. I definitely went there a lot as a high school coach, and it cost me a lot. So I've tried to learn as I've gotten older.
Hey, have you watched Stranger Things?
Yes.
Okay, I'm in season 2. My family's in season 3. Season 3's legit.
Yeah, no, it's. The ending was wild, but yeah, I enjoyed it. I tell you, the show that I actually really liked as recently was the Game of Thrones spinoff.
Seven Kingdoms.
Yeah. I love Dunk and Egg.
I love how dialed you are. How dialed you are on all these shows. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
It's only. I'm a binge watch person, so if we're on the road, it's like one night I'll watch 4 in a row, then I won't watch the show for 3 weeks because we're so busy. But I did enjoy that. It was only 6 episodes, so I kind of flew through.
And they weren't super long episodes either.
No, and the ending was still Game of Thrones, so it was. Yeah, I enjoyed that. It was cool.
Right, Dunk and Egg riding off into the sunset.
Yeah.
We'll see where their trails take them. Coach, we'll see where your trails. Hey, we have unbelievable NBA action with you guys, and we're looking forward to it. And it starts tomorrow night. 7 playoff teams in a row, and here we go, Lakers. So we wish you the best, and we'll talk to you next week.
I appreciate it. Yep. Have a good day.
Thanks, Coach.
All
Is Joker dunk?
No. Joker's like the mountain. Dunk would be
Garrett Bowles.
Yeah, Garrett Bowles, a protector.
Yeah, but he's also the hero.
Dunk is more Aaron Gordon to me.
Yeah, Dunk is like the reluctant hero, though. Well, I guess Joker's a reluctant hero, I suppose.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but he's also an underdog. Was Joker an underdog? I don't know.
41st pick.
God, maybe he was Dunk in the beginning. He ain't Dunk now.
Now he might be the mountain.
But maybe that's what happens to Dunk. Maybe Dunk becomes king.
The castle fell down on the mountain.
Cam Johnson, we got to yay Cam. We got to kind of get behind him.
He kind of said that.
Okay. Not real thrilled.
Stop asking for private conversations, DMac.
Not real thrilled with Lou Dort, no matter what he says.
I specifically asked him, does that end it? And
apparently not.
Definitely did not want to say that ends it.
Apparently not. The reports about P. Watt and Aaron Gordon coming back on Thursday and Friday seem to be a bit premature, unless, we're not getting the whole truth there, which you never know, which is fine if that's the case. And knowing size matters, and we got to be a little bit more physical.
Listen, they've and Julian Strother, and I've said this on the broadcast, his big next step or so, and he's gotten better this year than last year, is being able to play that physical position. But he is a little bit like Cam. He's a light guy, and they're playing him on the bottom of a zone, and that's usually for 3s and 4s.
Vic was hanging out at the practice. He was talking to people afterwards. He'll get with us. We'll get into the Jarrett Stidham possible trade with Jeff Legwold. We got a ton to go. Hang in there. It's PhD on 92.5. Just want to let all you golfers know the Colorado Golf Expo, it's better than ever, and we will be there this Friday, March 6th through Sunday the 8th. It's at the National Western Center. We're broadcasting from noon to 3 on Friday. It's loaded with gear, tech, simulators, a full indoor driving range, and exciting
and
free parking.
And you don't have to pay $25 or more for downtown parking.
Now, I don't know what the weather is supposed to be in Utah on Thursday, but I do think we're getting a little bit of snow on Friday, maybe. At least that's what Steve Jobs is telling me. But
snow or snow?
I don't know. No, it can't be snow. We can't be getting any more snow.
March used to be the wettest month in the year, though.
Text golf right now to 303-504-0925, and you can win a chance to win a 4-pack to the Colorado Golf Expo. That's 303-504-0925. We getting Vic here, Dan, or what are we doing? We waiting? All right. So in terms of the Nuggets practice, Vic went down there. That was cool hearing what David Adelman had to say. If you missed that, like and subscribe to YouTube. You can watch, obviously, on Twitch, and you can just check that out. The Safeway Twitch stream, order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. We will have that conversation on our YouTube page as well, so plenty of ways to check it out. Your overall takeaways from that conversation?
I think he's a focused dude. I think he truly does care about relationships and conversations. I think he and Cam have probably had a real serious one.
Mm-hmm.
More than a coach-player conversation, more of a
not a call out.
Yeah, more of like
how you doing?
A dad-son type almost conversation, which I think, just looking at personalities, and every personality is different. We've already said it. Tyler and I, you just beat the snot out of us, and we go, okay, thank you, sir. Maybe we have another. But not everybody, especially today's era of pro athletes.
Vic Lombardi from the Nuggets practice. We did ask your question, Vic, what counter moves on the small guys, and he more or less said we need to move. And he went into bigger detail. What's your takeaway from what you saw today?
I totally agree with his answer, by the way. Stop watching. Stop.
Yep.
I think we all find ourselves just watching, right? Oh my God, look at what they're doing to the big fella. Especially if you're on the court.
And by the way, Vic, that's the answer of clutch time too.
Yeah.
That's the answer of clutch time also.
I listen, man, it's incumbent on the other players to do something about it. If your teammate's getting hacked, if your teammate's getting run down, and it's not always on him, because if he does something, he'll get kicked out of a game, and then there you have it. You got to do something. So those other players got to look themselves in the mirror and do something about it. I've always said that. I've always felt that. And it can't be us that believe it. They looked at film today, according to Coach Adelman, and said, here's a situation where, someone go to the hole. Someone goes, you see a little guy going after him like that. Go set a pick on the little guy. Make the little guy know who you are. I mean, I don't know about you, Scott. You call the game. You're so much better at keeping your composure. I lose my mind when I watch that stuff. I lose my mind because I'm that guy who does that when I play. I know about it because I'm the guy sending those. I do that. I know exactly what that is, and I know how to shut it down too. And they got to shut it down because it's getting a little out of hand. Good news is, I'm glad it's happening now as opposed to the playoffs because now you have some time to prepare for it.
Well, like I said, I think a lot of this is clutch time too. They've been so concentrated on Joker and Murray. I was thinking while you were talking, you gave me a clutch time Joker stat line of 1 bucket, 4 free throws, and 4 assists. You probably put the team away easy.
Think about this. Think about how the narrative would change. I had this conversation with Troy Rank while we were watching practice today. If Cam Johnson knocks down that corner 3 in OKC and you win that game, think about the confidence level. You go into OKC, You match the physicality, you match the moment, right? Everybody's, you're not physical enough. But you got physical. You beat them at their place. He hits a 3. Everything works. You probably go into that Minnesota game with a different feel, a different emotion. I know I would. And maybe you win that game. It changes things. Just little circumstances, little nuanced plays. The play was perfect. It was 3-on-2, guy wide open, just happened to miss the shot. But it's amazing how a moment like that can affect a narrative moving forward.
David Roddy and we had Adelman, we need to be more physical. And that's what we get. I've been putting too much pressure on my guards. Size matters. Okay, cool. And I don't know if you need David Roddy for the playoffs. Most likely no. But we're matching physicalness with this addition, aren't we?
Well, I mean, I don't know how much he's going to play. I mean, these additions made late in the season, I think those are Band-Aid approaches to when you need a little help here and there. I don't think he'll be in the rotation come playoff time unless you need a little something. Scott, you've seen this before. Where even the year that the Denver Nuggets won a championship, they added Reggie Jackson in the buyout market. Reggie Jackson did not play in the playoffs. He played the following year. Played a lot.
Too much.
But in that playoff run, he didn't play because they didn't need him to play. Because
he played like in one game in Miami early, like a first half, like might have been a little foul trouble. Yeah. And remember, what was the big kid they got from L.A. that year also? Who's
the center
starting in the league right now? Thomas Bryant.
Thomas Bryant.
Nice man.
Who's starting this year somewhere at the end of the season. He didn't play a second.
No. So these additions that you make in the buyout, everybody makes such a big deal out of this, like it's the end all. Whatever. It's a Scotch tape thing. It's a Band-Aid. You just get to the playoffs at your rotation.
It's a break in case of emergency. Break the glass in case of emergency that you hope the emergency doesn't arise. And if everybody stays healthy, then there's no emergency.
According to Numchuck Andy Lindahl, it's somebody to jump off the bench and start throwing fists.
Yeah.
When it's time to go.
What do you want it to look like next time they play Oklahoma City? What should it look like?
Well, Monday night in Oklahoma City, it's going to be on. I'm going to tell you right now.
What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Well, I'll give you a little substance because today each of the players and Coach Adelman was asked, they were told, hey, Lou Dort basically apologized. What do you think? And they're like, they wanted no part of that. They didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to hear it. They don't care. What do I think is going to happen? I think the Nuggets are going to be very physical. I think they're going to match whatever physicality OKC brings. I wouldn't be surprised if there were techs in that game. I wouldn't be surprised if there were ejections out. That's going to be a playoff game. I wish I were there for that one, Scotty. I'm going to tell you right now, we got that game on altitude Monday night. That will be the game of the season. I cannot wait for Nuggets OKC.
Okay, now you get me fired up, buddy. Let's go.
You gotta look at Dempsey on the set and be like, cut me, Dempsey, cut me. I want it. It's spit into a bucket.
Am I wrong here, or am I underplaying this, or overplaying this, I should say?
I said the same thing. I said, listen, Lakers are going to be that way too tomorrow night, and the Knicks are going to be a physical game. But OKC and David even talked about you've already played them 13 times in less than a calendar year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, here we go.
We just had Adelman on, Vic, and he wasn't into the accepting apology business. I asked him what's the difference between.
Listen, you better hope Vic's got sweatpants on right now.
He goes, what's the difference between tough and dirty? And his comment was, look at the tape.
Yeah.
So that's not a guy who's accepted apologies.
Yeah. He brought up a very interesting point that there's nobody in the league guarded like Joker is. Nobody's being guarded like that. And he's right. I mean, I can't think of another player that has seen that kind of physicality down low, up high. But the only way out of that, and I asked him, how do you get out of that? How do you coach your way out of that? You could send all the tape you want to the league office. That doesn't help. You can cry to the refs. That doesn't help. Joker gets into those modes where he's trying to his histrionics, he's trying to show. That doesn't help. The only way to help him is to have your teammates help. Whatever it takes.
Okay.
Your teammates got to help.
Okay.
The only time, I don't even know if I told Vic this story, that I ever had a coach grab my jersey. We were playing Chicago, and Jordan is killing everybody and talking trash and just doing whatever he can. Next thing I know, Fratello runs down there, grabs me by I still got a sweatshirt on and my jersey. I got like 5 chest hairs is all I had.
Yeah.
Grabbed about 3 of those, lifted me off the bench, and didn't say no names. He goes, I want him on his ass.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, that little guy in Utah, Scott, that little Harkless guy, he's like my size.
Yeah.
That was taking out Joker's knees, right, the entire time.
Yeah.
He has to play offense too at some point, right? Whoever's guarding him, what are you doing? What you just saw what he did to your guy. What are you doing now? Are you just going to guard him normally, or are you going to do something? Because that would be my counter. I don't know. Listen, I don't know how the leagues run this year. I don't know how they operate in those settings. But if my guy's getting beat up, my MVP is getting beat up by this little guy, well, he's going to feel it himself on the other end.
Vic, how do
My
they
mode of transportation.
How do they handle this in the Tennyson area where you grew up? You know, that Tennyson district. Is it brass knuckles? Is it I don't know,
No,
club?
the Tennyson district is now very elite. Now we just go have a wine, a good Pinot at a local pub and
Hey,
bar.
hey, and I got to ask you a question. You're doing your HVAC commercial today, and said,
Sure.
and they didn't send any guys with a soul patch. They ain't the soul patch comes to my house. You ain't in. Tell me your history of why you're anti soul patch.
Soul patch is fine for certain guys, but Moser can't make his mind up on the soul patch. He'll have it one day and then he won't the next. I could tell
Is
his
it good,
inner
though?
mind. His brain is just like, I don't know if I want this or not. You got to make a decision. Do you want to be that guy or not? He just can't make his mind. Now, Hastings, you're that guy. I could see it. You're that guy.
He's committed.
Moser
Yeah.
doesn't know who he is.
Yeah.
Is it a decent soul patch?
Oh, Mosier's?
Yeah.
It's splotchy. Sometimes you can't even tell it's there.
Yeah,
it's
it's
sort of
weird.
like fake. You know.
When
That's
he's
what it
not
is.
when he's not snotting out boogers live on the air, it's dripping into his soul patch, which is repulsive.
Hey,
All right,
did you guys happen to ask? Did you ask Coach about the availability of Aaron Gordon
We did.
and Peyton Watson?
He
Okay, yeah, because
said-
Watson didn't.
Well,
I
he
didn't even see him.
the reports were Watson on Thursday, AG on Friday, and Coach said maybe next week.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. It didn't sound proper. Watson wasn't even practicing today, and
Okay.
AG did a lot of stuff afterwards. So
Okay.
that sucks. You want to play the Lakers because if the Lakers win tomorrow night, guys, guess what? Nuggets are suddenly the 6th seed.
Well, here we go, Vic. Here we go, and we're ready to rock and roll. Love it. Thanks, pal. We appreciate it.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, Vic Lombardi out at Nuggets practice. Quick break. Jeff Legwold on will the Broncos trade Jarrett Stidham next. Hey, it is DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Sex, intimacy, and love are essential to a fulfilling relationship, and ED can take a serious toll, stealing enjoyment, weakening intimacy, placing stress on your partners. Yes, Scott?
I was just saying, sometimes even music doesn't help.
Sometimes music does not help. I mean, that's when things are at a low. I mean, you put the Barry White on, and that's not doing nothing.
If Barry White had stopped helping,
I mean, if the sweetest taboo and all you're doing is boo,
I want to love you and love you forever.
and that's not happening,
Or if Teddy comes in the room and turns off the lights,
if Pendergast ain't working for you, nothing's going to work for you.
you know who you need to go see?
Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The phone
You guys
number
are
is
cute.
720-440-7900. They'll get you going. That initial visit's only $99 and a Barry White CD. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. Wouldn't that be cool, though, if you got for $99?
That would be a great promo.
Just get a little Barry White CD. Wouldn't that be great?
like you made. Like
You know what
they
I'm
made
saying?
For him, yeah.
Maybe a candle, too. A T and a PSA test if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. Find out what we're talking about. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. So Diana Rossini puts it out there that several teams have called about Jarrett Stidham. Tyler instantly comes in and goes, yeah, that's what Sean Payton is making her say. What do you think the truth is with that report, Jeff? What do you think the reality is?
Well, I mean, I know it gets boring to say, but they will listen to anything about anybody this time of year. And look, they convinced Ellinger like 3 times not to sign to an active roster.
That's true.
During the season last year, and they like Sam Ellinger as a player. So if they can get value for Jarrett Stidham, who they like, why wouldn't they take it? They think they have the backstop already, around. So I think that's, if they can get value for him, I think they believe they have their number 2 in-house already.
Do you think there is interest in Jarrett Stidham from other teams around the league?
Yeah, I mean, I would tell you, when I talk to GMs about Stidham, I always hear that if there were a 33rd team, he'd be a starter. So I think teams that are, in that mode of not liking who they have in the building, or they need a bridge to a younger guy, are going to be interested in Jarrett Stidham. He's well thought of in the league. He's considered a really good person to have in your building, and he's really good with young quarterbacks, as he's already proven here. So, yeah, I think there's value around the league with him. I don't think anybody thinks of him as a long-term solution at quarterback, but definitely people think they could start him and win games in whatever their situation is.
Jeff, yesterday was great news for Broncos fans that want a running back. Kenneth Walker does not get franchise tagged by the Seahawks. Travis Etienne is available. 2 of those guys are out there. Seems pretty simple. If you want him, you got him. All you got to do is pay him. So do they want him? Are they going to buy him?
Well, I mean, Tyler, I know you want Kenneth, or I know you've been very public about saying that's the move, but if you're going to split carries, I don't get big money at running back in free agency. That's my only consideration there. And they want R.J. Harvey to touch the ball plenty. So that makes me think that big money at running back is not where they're going to put their resources. But, they could prove me wrong or whatever. I think personally a mid-level expenditure for a guy like Gainwell is a good fit too.
Boring.
Boring is,
Oof.
but they were boring and they won. I mean, winning free agency is not the long-standing plan to win a lot of games. It's, if you think it's going to push you over the top, and if you thought Kenneth Walker would push him over the top, that's when you dive in for big money. I will say he's missed some games over the last couple of years. He didn't miss this past season, but he has had some ankle issues that would trouble me if I was writing big checks.
Where are they at with, in your opinion, an inside linebacker?
Well, I mean, they'd like to keep their guys for at least one more season. Singleton is obviously a big-time 30-something coming off cancer surgery, but he did lead the team in tackles. He only missed 1 game, and they like him in the building, all of those things. So I think they will try to re-sign him, but I think Alex knows in free agency this is probably his last sort of financial bite at the apple, and that you want to make it as good as possible. So I think that will be a money decision for him, and if they're close, I think they'd like to bring him back. And they talked to a ton of them at the combine, and there's a good class of athletic inside linebackers that they could choose from in any round from 1 to 4 and get a player who is good enough to come in and start as a rookie.
Does Trey Greenlaw want to be here?
I think he wants to be here. I think that's, they got to weigh the money and the injury history. He missed 7 games because they only played in 8 last year and started 7, and that's not what they want for the level of contract that they paid, and they knew that was a consideration coming in, and I think they're just going to have to weigh that. Yeah, the defensive staff likes him, and they want him in the defense, but he's got to be on the field for that to be a full-blown success story.
What is Singleton's market price?
I don't have a good sense of that. I've asked around to people. I think in a short-term deal, a 2-year deal, he could do okay. Most of it would be guaranteed. He'd get most of it up front. But, I think it'll be higher than the public thinks, especially for teams that need a plug-and-play guy immediately.
What ballpark me? I really don't know.
I don't have a good sense either. I mean,
okay.
$6 million. I mean, I don't know. But I've asked guys, and they'd be, I get a whole lot of, well, we'd have to see when we talk to them, type of thing. I do know they want him back here, and I think he'd like to be here. I know he'd like to coach when it's all said and done, so that may be a consideration of where he signs and all of that. But I think the market will be a little better than we think publicly, just because of his age, but his production is pretty well documented, and he's a safe kind of bet in free agency on a short deal.
Jeff, give us 3 guys you'd like to see them go after in free agency, and I know it's early, but 3 guys that have your interest in the draft.
Well, I mean, in free agency, I like Gainwell as a player. I talked to several running back coaches about him. I think it's an interesting fit. If I were them, I'd take a swing at Cade Otton, and an under sort of the radar tight end in free agency that I really like, because he caught 50-some passes with maybe the most inaccurate quarterback in the league is Okonkwo from the Titans. Young, fast, and does his best work in the middle of the field, which is a fit for the Peyton offense. It's just you're not getting much of that two-way tight end. And, after what I saw at the Combine, just name an inside linebacker, and I'm intrigued by a lot of those guys who ran at the Combine, and just take your list of the, top inside linebackers, and I think they'd have a safe bet,
Jacob Rodriguez.
He's, that's a productive player, and he does one thing they're in search of this offseason. He gets the ball out. He forces turnovers.
Okay. C.J. Allen.
Oh, great. He'd be a walk-in starter for this team.
Well, you like that? Ask him about your running back.
Oh, what do you think of Mike Washington Jr.?
Well, I mean, everybody noticed him at the Combine, but all year he's played like that. That's your big, fast guy. If you like, that's one of the fastest 40s ever for a guy 220 or over. Like in the DK Metcalf area. But he played much better. Everybody acted like he did well at the Combine, so he's a riser. But no, you talk to personnel people. I think that's a fit too. That's sort of Dobbins with speed in my mind, but definitely a look.
What about because you talk about Gainwell. Well, he's kind of an RJ Harvey, smaller, smaller-ish. And then, but Washington's over 6'1".
So, yeah, almost 6'2", 225.
Do you think you need some? Yeah.
No, you'd like to have some differences between the two backs. It's just in free agency, I like Gainwell, but no, I think they need some physicality in the run game, because the metrics show the plays were blocked. It's other than Dobbins, the other running backs had like a negative metric for the area of the field that was blocked in the run game. So, yeah, they need some physicality.
The tight end market doesn't, in the draft, doesn't seem super deep, but there are a couple of guys who obviously have everybody's attention, right? And that's Sadiq and Stowers right now. What are your thoughts on those two dudes, and could that be a fit? Although you'd certainly have to take probably for both of them, you'd have to shoot at them in the first round.
Yeah, and Sadiq, you're going to have to go get. I think.
Yeah.
I think Stour is a joker. You know, I know we get overused that word since he first uttered it here, but that's a former quarterback. So there are ball skills there that other guys don't have. And, you know, if you want to make a category of ridiculous workouts in Indy, he's certainly on it. So, but no, he showed in SEC play that's a legit offensive weapon all around the field, and he went up against the quickest linebackers and the best safeties in the draft and consistently got open. So I think whoever takes him, that's a pretty safe pick for. And I like the former quarterback element. I think that gives him a athleticism and a view of the field a lot of players don't have in the passing game.
Well, they translated it. Vandy had a great year, you know, and he was a big part of it. We were giving Scott, Jeff, a hard time because they had Taylon Green and Mike Washington, and they lost every game 41-35. And we have another Arkansas guy here too. Like, it is interesting when these guys, Jeff, are just incredible talent on terrible teams. And it's fun. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just we do it the same thing in the NFL. I don't know a single fan I've spoken to who wouldn't say that the Bengals have their dream offense and they don't appear in the playoffs ever. So I mean, it's just one of those things. It's getting that talent in a group that works, and you can't tip the scale so far one way that you can't handle the other side.
All right, Jeff, good stuff. I'm excited for Monday, and we get rolling and all the gossip and all the stuff, and we'll see with Stiddy. We'll see with Stiddy if they get a deal done with him. That'll be fascinating.
By the way, back in the day, Darren McFadden, 6'1", 220.
You know who else came out that year?
Ran a 3.33.
Who was his running mate?
Went to Dallas.
Felix Jones.
Yeah, Felix Jones.
Jeff, I know that you knew that. I was testing the Arkansas guy.
Who else?
The next was it the same year? Was it all three of them? I know who it is, but was it the same year?
They were freshmen all the same year.
Peyton.
Yeah. I went down to a game and watched those three.
God, they had all three of those guys at the same time?
Can you believe that? I mean, that is
nuts.
Jeff, what did that team do that year?
They were good. They went to a bowl. They were good.
Yeah. I mean, they were good, but it was the SEC, so
right.
Alabama was still Alabama.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. It's getting exciting, no doubt about it. We'll check in with you next week.
You bet. See you, folks.
Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW Local 68. Start with the job, end with the career. For the record, and I understand Jeff because he's a smart guy, no doubt about it. But if their free agent shot at running back is Kenneth Gainwell, I might step in front of a bus. Enough with the little tiny guys that are like mid-level salary dudes. Seriously. Kenneth Gainwell, 5'9", 200. Really? Seriously? Is that where we're going?
No. I'm with you.
Tyler, you with me on that one?
Sure.
Okay.
Give me Mike Washington, though, and then you can do what you want to do.
See, you're kind of.
He's coming around on his own guy? That's what you're saying?
You're coming around on your own guy.
Dude, that was halftime turnoffs this year when I watched first half and go, really?
Yeah,
I can't watch my teams I cheer for live.
That seems like a terrible way to be a fan.
I know, it's horrible. No, because I get too emotional.
Because it drives you nuts.
Seems like
I get way too emotional.
No, I don't blame you because you lost 10 games in a row. You were 2-10. Like, you should have been so much better.
Oh, yeah.
Not a little better, much better.
Should have probably been 8-4, something like that.
I mean, something like that. Look at and you guys did put up points offensively. You did. Watching the Arkansas defense must have been painful. It must
drive
have
you
been
crazy.
Brutal.
You'd go down and score, and you boom, 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 boom. You
right?
get right in the game time, and then all of a sudden, 2 plays, 80 yards, and they take the lead.
Your own line must have been pretty decent, too. Must have been all right.
But you had a mobile quarterback.
You did, Taylon Green. Oh, my God. And this Stowers guy, that's a great point by Jeff, too. He is an ex-quarterback as well. He has a lot of the same sort of skills that Green has. But he just converted to a tight end and made it happen. But he was a quarterback.
Which I asked you that question first hour. Your first kind of utility guy.
Can I just...
Who was it? I was going to throw the name out, Jim Jensen.
Oh, my God. Jim Jensen, Dolphins.
Who was before even Slash.
Yeah, way back.
Who was a quarterback in college, became a wide receiver, but then 2 touchdown passes in the league and everything else too.
Can I just throw out a novel concept for the Denver Broncos and even for this show? Let's stop chasing a joker and just draft players that are good at what they do. Like, let's stop chasing these utility knives, guys that are kind of good at everything, and let's just get dudes that are good at what they do.
All right. Would you trade Cortland Sutton for A.J. Brown? Because that was out there today.
Ew.
That was out there today.
Ew. Tough one.
You want some time to think about that one?
I got, there's no other way to acquire him other than giving up Cortland?
I don't know, but that was a trade that was proposed. This
you probably
for
have
that
to give
guy.
Cortland like a second round, though.
It was actually the proposal was Cortland in a first round.
Oh.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me see exactly who put that out there. So
yeah, that seems
initially
like,
you say
like
no.
an
Huh?
awfully lot right there. I mean, I think there's ways
yeah.
to acquire A.J. Brown and pair him up with Cortland Sutton.
Jeremy Fowler from ESPN pitched, like they're just pitching trades. A.J. Brown for Cortland Sutton. Graziano from ESPN added the cost for Brown is at least your first round pick. So I guess that wasn't put together. So at least your first round pick. And another sort of suggestion was A.J. Brown for Cortland Sutton.
All right, now that's like straight up. You're just saying a straight up swap.
Well, that's what Jeremy Fowler's throwing out there, yeah.
I guess, I'd probably do it. I mean, you're getting better, right? Is A.J. Brown better than Cortland Sutton?
He is, but Cortland Sutton's a captain. He's a great dude, and he's well-loved. Like, everything that A.J. Brown isn't,
you're right.
Cortland Sutton is.
Yeah, you're right. You are right.
And vice versa, probably.
Well, I mean, A.J. Brown's faster. Cortland Sutton's bigger. I mean, you get more. A.J. Brown's a more dynamic player than Cortland Sutton, but Sutton ain't bad, and Sutton is obvious great in the locker room and with his teammates and the leadership and all that sort of stuff too. Whereas that is suspect with A.J. Brown. Nothing's ever perfect, right? Like,
it is a fair point. Like, if you're going to bring a guy on like A.J. Brown, it's not just the locker room that matters. I do think the locker room can absorb big personalities, can keep them in check, but it's a little bit more personal than that. It's always more personal than that.
So would you do it?
It's who's in the room. It's who are the other wide receivers. And I do think having Cortland Sutton around with A.J. Brown would be important.
Okay.
Mims in the first round for A.J.?
Oh, I would do that in a heartbeat. First rounder. Golly,
it's 30.
I don't know, man.
It's 30th.
But like when I brought up C.J. Allen's name, Leggy was like, "Oh, just he starts day one. There you go, the end." Like there are guys at 30 who are plug and play starters at certain positions. So, you're giving up one of those guys too. So how are you in everything else that you're doing? Where else are you as a team? But this is where this gets a lot of fun, man. This is where it's all very interesting, and then there's a lot of wheeling and dealing. No dumb questions.
And you know how much of all that stuff ever happens?
Well, some of it happens. Come on now. You're
looking for this right here.
McDuffie just got traded. One of the best corners in the league just got traded today.
I'm talking here. You're looking for this right here, and here's what you usually get.
All right, but
a snap's a snap.
A snap's a snap. Oh, we got a snap
he's
today.
got 45 of them going.
Well, we got McDuffie who was traded for a first rounder today, and the Chiefs are now at 29 right in front of the Broncos, who also need a running back. I mean, all right, maybe it's not this, but it's like that, something. All right, no dumb questions coming up next.
Guys, don't waste your precious time looking for a four-leaf clover or a pot of gold. There's no need to leave your finances to luck when Trajan Wealth is here to help. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Make sure you have the right strategy and team on your side. Give Trajan Wealth a call today. When you imagine your retirement, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisor advisors come in. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet all of your goals. So call them today at 303-900-1189. The simple truth is that there is more to your retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle through this next stage of life. Trajan Wealth can build a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and your circumstances. Visit TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, we have some breaking NFL news. Man, clearing for cap space is something else, man. It is a trip. No dumb questions.
Hold on.
Snap, snap, snap. I'm telling you. When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today, 303-900-1189. The Patriots are releasing Stefon Diggs.
Okay.
No dumb question.
Hell no.
Okay. Scott?
Awful good receiver. Sure can't seem to find a home the last 3-4 years, has he?
Well,
Hell no, huh?
I wonder if they're getting ahead of some court news.
Are
they getting
is that
ahead?
coming around the bend?
Well, he went to court right after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Are they getting ahead of some suspension?
Oh, God. Are they? I mean, they're saving $16 million. But you could be right. Like, I'm reading New England's decision to part ways with Diggs, partly a financial one, set to make $6 million next Friday. Instead of dragging things out, Patriots just said we're moving on. It saves $16 million in cap space. 32 years age, 1 year into a 3-year, $63.5 million contract. Golly, man. Diggs led the Patriots with 85 catches for 1,013 yards, 4 touchdowns. He caught another 14 passes and 110 yards in the 3 playoff games. Made it to the Super Bowl with them, obviously. I don't know what the court stuff is. Do you know what it is?
I mean, I know what he went to court for.
Right.
He went to court for the personal chef deal. It was a female that said that he assaulted her, and I mean, I don't know all the details of it, but a female chef said that he assaulted her.
All right. You're right. Forget it. I'm out.
And he's been accused of it, I think, about 4 or 5 different times.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Remember when
Quite well said.
When I can't remember his name now. The vice president a few years ago said he won't be alone in a room with another lady, other than his wife, and everybody just crushed him.
Yeah.
And then the Me Too thing came up, and it was like, well, maybe he was pretty smart about that, right? Why would you hire a female chef? And it's just you and her in the house? I mean, not that she wasn't the best cook, but come on, man.
All right. Good point. Fair point. Moving on. Do you have an update with the daughter situation and the I didn't know we
no updates. No updates.
No updates there.
Yeah.
All right.
I had a no dumb question.
Go for
I'll
it.
send a little bit to you. Did you guys realize, or did you guys know previously that peppers have male and female?
I didn't understand that.
What?
What didn't you understand?
No, I saw. Well, I saw what you put in the group chat. I just didn't quite get it. Like,
did you know that peppers?
How is that possible?
I have no idea.
Okay.
What does that mean? Do they have to procreate?
What do you mean by that? What does that mean?
Well, it says right here that if you get a pepper that's got 3 bumps on the bottom when you look at the bottom, as opposed to 4 bumps.
Yeah.
4 bumps is female. 3 bumps is male. 4 bumps taste better. Male peppers have thicker walls, fewer seeds, less water.
What does that mean, though?
Well, they hold up better under the heat.
No, but like, what is a male or female?
Female peppers are sweeter and more tender.
Hold on. A no dumb question. Are you insinuating that peppers have genitalia?
Oh, it's just they have male and female. I don't know how they do that.
What does that mean?
Well, that's been a big question in the country the last couple of years.
Well, Scott, you brought it up, so give us an answer.
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean?
If you have 3 humps, you're a male, and if you have 4, you're a female.
Why?
What's the purpose?
Well,
what are you talking about?
Why does it exist?
I don't know. Would that be horticulture? What husbandry? What would the
husbandry?
What would be the study of peppers? Science? What science would that fall under?
I don't know the science. I'm just trying. If there's male and female, there has to be a reason why there's a male and female.
Tyler is right about that.
That's what they say.
Okay.
Maybe it has to do with fertilization of the vine. One little stem gets together with another little stem, and all of a sudden you've got all sorts of little baby.
Is that what's going on?
I don't know how that works.
When the lights go out in my refrigerator, is something happening that I'm not aware of? Is that true?
I think once you've
are our vegetables coming to life?
It's kind of like your career. Once you've been taken off the vine, that's all you get. That's all you have right there. This has to do something within the soil and fertilization. It has to.
Okay. Male peppers, people say the reality, it's a myth.
Oh,
Thank you, Dan.
Sorry, Scott.
Dan is debunking. This is the debunker Dan here.
Oh, it says there's bisexual
Well,
flowers.
the planet. They do self-pollinate.
Bisexual flowers.
So why don't they just say the
I feel like any conversation like this is just going to get us in trouble.
I think all animals are bisexual, by the way.
How about they just say the three?
Like every dog I've ever had is definitely bisexual.
No, that's because you got his sack off.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. And
Does that make him bisexual? Because he's attracted to both sides.
Thank you.
And on that note, the big question of the day and more science on the way here on PhD.
Hey, if you are out there struggling with hair loss, bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, you don't have to deal with it any longer. Just call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration and ask about their Advanced FUE. It's a simple one-day solution that's guaranteed to reverse your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best, and you're going to walk away knowing that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life, lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair starts regrowing the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out the before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Trades. Jarrett Stidham for something. Val Nichushkin for something. What trade has you intrigued? These are rumored trades in the past, really 6 hours that have popped up. What has your interest, guys?
Go ahead, Scott.
For the Avs.
Yes, sir. We can start there.
I'm not excited about trading Nichushkin because I think his ghosts are behind him, but they're still mentionable, right? I mean, he's still thinking about him. Brett Kane also said something interesting. You know, can you bring guys back that have a history, a loving history with a franchise, and can lightning strike twice in the ball?
You're talking about Kadri and O'Reilly.
Yeah. It's tough. It can be done. You know who got it done, and I know it wasn't a player.
Kadri.
Sort of. I mean, it wasn't a player situation, but Gary Kubiak literally got the band back together. I mean, the whole coaching staff, people that he tried things with before, it didn't work out, and we won a Super Bowl, right? So every now and then it can work. I would default towards thinking, it's tough to catch lightning in the bottle twice.
Well,
so again, you wouldn't bring back Kadri or O'Reilly?
If you brought Kadri back, though, and again, it's been pointed out, he's your third-line center that might be able to give you some spark on the power play.
Correct.
Why is that a big gamble?
I don't think it's any gamble. I'm all for it.
$8.6 million, I think they said, under their cap.
I read something very interesting about O'Reilly. He does not have like a no-trade clause in his contract. And the story goes that his family really likes living in Nashville, which also I get.
Yeah.
You know, that's a cool place to live. But the team ain't going anywhere, and he can't stop a trade if they want to make it happen, which I found interesting that he'd be hesitant about coming back here. It wasn't all sweet when O'Reilly went away. You know,
remember when he left?
Going away was way different.
Remember when he left, his dad kind of got involved, and he was getting interviewed on quotes all the time.
It was saucy. It was saucy.
But I'm trying to think when they got rid of him, when they moved him, was that Joe Sakic taking over?
Oh, no. Quick story. Joe and his middle son, Chase, and my older son, Connor, who's 26 today, by the way. My son's birthday, 26 today. Crazy.
I just had one on Saturday, 38.
It's bananas. Anyways, Joe's kid played for Littleton. My kid played for Arapahoe. And there was talk about it. And this is the only reason I remember it. Because I actually went up to Joe and I go, listen, my kid wants an O'Reilly sweater. Should I get him one or not? I'm literally having this. I'm about to drop it like $150 here. Joe, help me out. And he goes, "You're okay." And I'm like, "Okay." And I was okay until the next year, and then they traded him. But I was okay then, so he gave me a little bit of a tip. Thank you, Joe.
So the saying is,
so Joe was part of that. Yes.
All that say Joe was here.
Yes, he was.
Well, I thought the big contention, and I loved O'Reilly.
O'Reilly's playing well, by the way, leading scorer for Nashville this year.
And O'Reilly, when he was here, was basically, and I think a lot of people felt this way, they liked him better than Duchesne. And the problem was he paid more than Duchesne was. And they couldn't work out both those guys. And Duchesne was gone the year after that, wasn't he?
I forget how that timeline went. All I remember is they lost to Minnesota with O'Reilly, and they had 4 one-goal leads in the playoffs in a Game 7. They gave up 4 one-goal leads.
Kenner's rookie year.
And I'll never, ever forget it. It was long after the game was over, and O'Reilly was in like his locker stall with his head down in full uniform, and it was one of the more like painful sports moments that I'd ever seen in my life. And that guy was blood and guts. He is first guy on the ice, last guy off the ice.
Yeah.
That is Ryan O'Reilly. That's who he's always been, one of my favorite guys of all time. So but I'm a huge Naz Kadri fan as well.
Yeah.
Huge fan of him as well. And it is ironic that they basically moved on from Kadri because they gave a new deal to Nichushkin. It was like, we can't keep them both. And I understood it at the time. It made perfect sense to me at the time. I am not a Val Nichushkin guy. I would be thrilled if they could trade him. He'd be fine if he stayed. It's not like a bad thing.
Right.
But I'm just not a big fan of his. What can I tell you? So if they traded him, boy, oh boy, would I find that pretty cool. And I think they need to add something anyways. Val has, he's still a 200-foot player, and he's He's good at that, but his scoring's been way down. His production's been way down. And his importance to the team, I don't think, is what it once was.
Well, they've had to learn to play without him.
Well, they added a bunch of pieces. You added Nichushkin, you add Brock Nelson. Parker Kelly has like 15 goals. Like, huh? How the hell does Parker Kelly have all these goals? You've got other pieces to the puzzle, so you're not relying on Nichushkin. He's not on the first power play unit. He kills penalties. He's on the second unit. He's not really scoring goals. I'm a little bummed that Artturi Lehkonen is week to week, right?
It's. I don't think I'd lose any sleep over losing Val, but sometimes when players like that go quiet, aren't you just waiting for him to explode? Like it's been so good for so long, and it's like he can't have forgotten that. It doesn't just go away.
I know what you're saying, but if you just
and then the fear is that you get rid of him, and it's like boom, it's back.
Well, I just wouldn't care about that because you got to see who is contributing to the Avs now, and it's awesome. It's all their big guns. Like, their best players are playing their best right now, and it's really freaking cool to watch. And now that Taves and Landeskog are back, that just, like, the important, in my opinion, the importance of Val just isn't what it used to be because there's other ways that you're replacing his type of production, and it's working really well. So I don't think it would disrupt the locker room, and bringing a guy like Kadri or O'Reilly or somebody else in, to me, would be that final piece of the puzzle. And if you got to give something up, fine. Now, they might not have to give up Val. You may be able to obtain Kadri or O'Reilly just with draft picks or other things. That won't necessarily happen, but it was interesting to read when Dater put it out that Val may be part of trade talks. And when I heard that, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. I'm excited about that.
Listen, they signed Brock Nelson right in the offseason or the trade or however they got him.
It cost him a first-round pick.
And everybody's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? He's been pretty good.
It's been fantastic.
Yeah.
He's got like 30 goals.
He had 2 assists last night, I think.
He's been great.
Yeah. So, but the point I'm saying is Ryan O'Reilly's about the same age. He's 35. So, and he plays center. Same thing. You put him in that third-line center. Have you gotten better?
You have. Now, that's not to rip on Jack Drury or Parker Kelly, but Kelly can play either way, and I'm not losing any sleep about Jack Drury not getting as much ice time. It's not a big deal to me. So, yes, I do think you're getting better, in my opinion. Yes, is the answer to your question. Don't forget, Logan O'Connor. Logan O'Connor is close to getting back.
Right.
Kivy Rance is out right now. He'll hopefully be healthy as well for the playoff run. Like, you've got enough pieces there to be fine. And nothing against Bartikov or Gavin Brindley or whatever, but just like in basketball, once you get to the playoffs, those fourth-line guys, it's like, like 3 minutes a game, something like that, if that. It's just the way it goes. So I'm excited for the Avs to make a deal.
Listen, I was sad when he was gone.
Which one?
Ryan O'Reilly. I was a major, big-time fan of his. Yeah. I loved Ryan O'Reilly. His dad got a little loud in the paper when he said, be quiet. Now, that's back, I think, when you still had the two papers competing. So it was like, who can get Ryan O'Reilly's dad to say, the organization doesn't respect my kid, blah, blah, blah.
Stuff like that.
But, dang, he's a player, man. God, I've liked him.
And he still is. It's ironic that, well, it's not ironic. It makes sense. He's got a family. He's got kids, wife, and they like Nashville.
He won a Stanley Cup in Nashville, didn't he?
Oh, man.
I think you did.
You're not talking to Alex Ryan-Emmy here. My knowledge of like who was where, when, I don't know. Because he went to Buffalo, and then he was with Nashville, and, I lose track sometimes of those guys. You could be right. I don't know. Not sure. I know what he is now. And Calgary's going nowhere. And, he wants to come back to Colorado. But there's all sorts of other financial concerns there as well. But moving Val to me would be cool. The Stidham one.
Steady.
Now, Jeff,
moving out of Denver City.
Leggy didn't quite go with your conspiracy theory. Like, he didn't. He said that the Broncos will pick up the phone if anybody calls them, and it's not ridiculous that people are calling about Stiddy. Doesn't mean that
called him the 33rd starter in the league.
Correct.
That one also is, if you look at all the tweets that are coming out, that is the line. They're all talking about it. Jarrett Stidham is considered a starting quarterback in the NFL. Who's saying that?
Well, he said he talked to GMs and coaches.
Who's saying that? The team that's trying to trade for him, are they telling the Denver Broncos he's a starter so we can spend more money?
Well, we had Legwold on, and unless you don't believe him, he said he's talked to a number of GMs and coaches who think he's a starter.
I am giving my own opinion without saying I don't believe Jeff Legwold. I am giving my own opinion.
You are not calling Jeff Legwold a liar.
I am not calling him a liar.
I got you.
My opinion is that it would not make sense if the New England Patriots were interested in trading for Jarrett Stidham for them to call Diana Russini and say, hey, will you put out a tweet?
They ain't doing that.
Will you put out a tweet and say that Jarrett Stidham is a starting quarterback?
We want competition. No, that's the Broncos selling that.
So you're also calling him a liar?
No, I'm not. He said he's talking.
Hold on. Is that what you just said to me?
No, you don't listen well. You get something stuck in your head, you don't listen well.
You don't speak well.
I'm agreeing with I'm agreeing with you that I think the Broncos have tried to up the market.
Yeah.
But I do believe that Legwold, because he has connections, has talked to other coaches and GMs who said, listen, we think he's a starting caliber type of a backup.
I don't doubt that Jeff has had those conversations. It just in terms of when I see information getting floated out there in the public sphere, I could read through it in 2 seconds. I could read through the motivation in 2 seconds.
Both things could clearly be true. This is not a stretch. Darren Muji, who was the assistant to George Paton, is now the GM with the Jets. It's not crazy to think he's on the phone and they have a relationship and they've talked about Jarrett Stidham.
And the offer was a seventh in 2 years, and they want to try to get a sixth this year.
But in fairness to Tyler, it's also not ridiculous if Sean Payton knows that Muji has talked to Payton, that he calls Diana Russini and says, oh, man, there's really interest in Jarrett Stidham. Right. I mean, that's not crazy either. Like, that can be true at the same time.
I think they're both true.
Yeah, they probably are. So there probably is a little interest in Stidham, even if it's just Muji talking to Payton, guys that work together. And it's not crazy at all to think that Sean Payton likes a great story, not a good story, when he, rings up Diana Russini at 3:00 in the morning or whatever that was.
Hey, we all want our house to sell for more.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Everybody who sold a house wants at least 2 bidders.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Who really wants the house.
No doubt about it. So, yeah. There's probably a little bit of all that in there. Would you like to see that happen?
I'm really ambivalent to it. The value that you're going to get back for Jarrett Stidham is going to be so low that to me, it's not like you're getting anything significant out of it. If you told me you got a 5th rounder for Jarrett Stidham, I'd be like, high fives. Let's go around the room. Way to go, boys.
That sounds great to me.
Phenomenal. But if you tell me we traded Jarrett Stidham for a 7th rounder, I guess my gut reaction is I'm ambivalent to it. You didn't get any better. You got rid of a player.
You got rid of $6 million off your cap.
Why do you think the Broncos kept Sam Ehlinger around?
They like him.
Yeah.
I don't like if your question is, did they keep him around because they think he's better than Jarrett Stidham? I'm not going to go that far. I mean, I think they like him. They're interested in him. But I'm not going to go as far as saying, yeah, they thought he was better than Stidham, or else they would have made him number 2.
Does Davis Webb have as much love for a Stidham as Sean Payton?
I think he got along really well. My impression is that all those guys were really super tight. And Stiddy, by the way, was an incredibly likable dude. Like, good luck finding somebody who didn't like Jarrett Stidham. Yeah, well, what can I tell you?
I was a likable guy, too, but you probably weren't going to win an NBA championship with me as starting forward.
Oh, I got you. Nobody's suggesting him being the starter either. I'm just saying they carried 3 quarterbacks for the past 2 years. If you can get any value from Stidham, let him go. I don't think it's that special. Ehlinger, to me, is, he's a smaller dude. Like, they like him, and he's one of these guys you run into, and you cannot believe he's a professional athlete. But, okay, cool. Good for him. To me, that means you'd be looking for another quarterback, too. You would look for a 3rd quarterback. I mean, you've rolled with 3 quarterbacks for 2 years.
Did you roll with 3 quarterbacks because you didn't have 100% confidence in your backup?
I don't know. I really don't have an answer to that question, Tyler. I don't know why you did what you did with your quarterbacks, but I'm just telling you, you did what you did. I don't know why they did it.
They did make interesting decisions 2 years in a row with their quarterbacks, didn't they? I don't know what that means. I think what it means is that Sean really valued the game day availability of that 3rd guy. Because with the new rules, you can carry him. I think it starts and ends there.
Dan, how recent are these updates that you're sending me here, brother?
Just about a half an hour
think
ago.
about this. You keep that 3rd guy, Tyler, because you got a quarterback who has an ankle that's going to go out any time for you.
Oh, there you go. You knew it was predisposed.
Predisposed.
Well, that's the real
That's why
conspiracy.
you keep three.
That's the real conspiracy theory.
You keep 3 quarterbacks because you know you got a starting quarterback with a predisposed bad
soft,
ankle.
milky,
Got to get off the almond milk.
Brittle
Get
ankles.
off the almond milk and get on the vitamin D.
All right, Dan, what are you seeing here from Dater? I'm having a hard time just parsing through what
So
you
about
sent
half
me.
an hour ago, Dater said, update, after talking with a couple people, I don't think Val Nichushkin will be traded, but teams have asked about him. More recent update, Nichushkin very well could be traded, I'm now told. The next 48 hours are going to be something.
Which one is it, Dater?
And the final tweet is, could Nichushkin be dealt to Calgary for Nazem Kadri? Hold on to your hats, folks. This could be real.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right.
Ooh, that doesn't. I don't love that.
I
don't love that.
I
Why
love that.
Why?
Oh my God!
No,
do I love that?
No, I do not love that
I
at
would
all.
be such a huge fan of that. It's ridiculous.
No.
What's funny about that is the debate was who to keep,
I
Nichushkin
know.
or Kadri, after they won the cup,
I know,
and they picked Val.
And they
I
chose
know.
Val, and everybody was mad when Val started getting in trouble. But nobody was mad when Val was being a beast. Nobody was mad then. They were only mad when Val got in trouble.
Well, there's a time, Darren, you called him one of the top 10 players in the league.
Because he was. He ain't now. Nobody's saying that about Val now, by the way. Hey, man, pro sports, pain in the ass.
He's not
production.
a pain. I mean, is he still a pain in the ass? Are we accusing him of still being a pain in the ass?
No.
I'm
not saying that.
So then let's take the pain in the ass and let's make that weighted out, and it's pretty equal.
Now let's talk about the production. Ooh.
I mean,
not much of a pain in the ass. Not much,
listen,
but not much production
hold on,
either.
let me back up for a second. I say that because we don't have any reason to think he's pain in the ass right now. But I fully acknowledge at the same time, there's deep-rooted history that is ingrained.
The past.
Yes.
There was a past.
I fully acknowledge that.
Significant past. I would love this deal. And by the way, they look to be a little bit better on the power play. They've made a couple little changes. Last night, it resulted in a goal, which was pretty cool. Kadri was part of their power play that was so successful on their cup run. Okay? He's one of them guys. He's one of them tough dudes. Even though he's a smaller dude, he's just one of them dudes. Val really isn't. He used to be, kind of, but Kadri is.
Ryan O'Reilly is.
Ryan O'Reilly definitely is. Oh, that would be great. That would be great. It'd be great. It'd be great. It'd be great. And there's only one goal here for the Colorado Avalanche, and that's to win the Stanley
Scott, you
Cup.
like it?
I don't hate it. I don't know if I'll jump up and down, but yeah, Nazem's probably coming at the end of his contract too, isn't he?
I'm not. He's
coming at the end of his career.
I mean, there's like with the Calgary deal, there would have to be like a buyout of some sort. I think he's 4 years up there, something like that. So there's still some time left on his deal. You'd have to sort of come to terms with that. There'd be money there. I mean, it'd be something. I think O'Reilly's just. I think he's a little bit more available in terms of that. We'll dig into it. We'll follow it as it goes. Let's football go. Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go to the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. You're going to love these guys. Phil Long Ford has been my dealership that I deal with for a very long time because relationships matter to me. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. I bought 5 cars from them. When you go to Phil Long Ford, it's one-stop shopping. You don't have to drive all over the state. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. And remember, they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
All right, thank you to Mountain High Appliance. You guys are the best, Brad and the crew. MountainHighAppliance.com. All sorts of stuff.
Snappy, snap, snap.
Snappy, snap. Let's go, Dan Bud Squints Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, let's get a little more info here on DMac's guy and Scott's guy, I guess. Talon Green, the quarterback out of Arkansas, 6'6", 224. He started his career at Boise, 3 years at Boise State, 2 at Arkansas. In 2025, he threw for 2,700 passing yards, 19 touchdowns, 11 picks. His rushing yards last season, Scott, 139 carries, 777 rushing yards, 8 rushing touchdowns. Here is Chase Daniel on...
Who's on ESPN right now, by the way?
On ESPN right now.
Literally on ESPN. Go ahead.
On what an impressive combine Talon Green had.
I really don't think you guys know what type of combine performance this is from Talon Green. Quarterback out of Arkansas, 6'6". 40-yard dash at 6'6", a 4.36, second all-time among anybody else in the combine's history at quarterback. He vertical jumped almost 44. It's the most ever. A broad jump of 11 feet 2 inches? Are you kidding? Look, I get it. He might play quarterback. He might be receiver. He might be tight end. Can you imagine what this dude can do with an NFL spread it out RPO style offense? Dude, this, I'm telling you right now, this is going to get him drafted a lot higher than a lot of people think. And if you don't believe in him, man, something's coming for you, because I'm telling you right now, this performance is special.
DMac, you think he's a great fit for the Broncos? Why?
Because he can do all sorts of different things for you. The Broncos carry 3 quarterbacks, so you can have a standard sort of backup like Sam Ehlinger or, whoever, somebody like that. What I love about this guy is we're talking about small pieces to the puzzle to win a championship. And the things that this guy could possibly do, and a joker sort of role, like Sean Payton used with Taysom Hill, to me are comparable. And it's not just on offense, which I think it would be incredible, but I think on special teams, when you look at the value of blocking kicks and how much kicking is going on these days, and you think that Frank Frum had one of the most impactful plays of the year last year, and we're going to roll up a guy with a 44-inch vert who's 6'6" to possibly even have a role doing that, I just think it's being creative. And athletically, this guy could do some really unusually special things. So, yeah, I'm not talking about him replacing Bo, but I'm talking about doing some creative things offensively and maybe even on special teams that you're not going to get anywhere else.
Hey, I'm not against what I want to call it, Taysom Hogg. I'm going to pull the Scott on this. I'll just go with Taysom Hogg.
Okay.
I'm not against Taysom here. He seems like a tremendous athlete, and you, in all likelihood, are looking for a new backup quarterback. I mean, the rumor mill is you're trying to trade Jarrett Stidham. So that's cool. All I'm saying from here on out, I don't want to hear any more emphasis personally on jack of all trades guys. Are you good at playing quarterback or not? I don't need a tight end. I don't need a kind of tight end or a kind of quarterback. I'm over it. I'd like just give me dudes that are good at the position they're supposed to play.
By the way,
could you use a 6'6" wide receiver with a 4.3 speed?
Well, is that what you want to do with him?
You could, maybe.
Okay.
Is that crazy?
Okay, fine. Fine. Cool.
I mean, and I'm also in love with this Eli Stowers kid as well, who was an ex-quarterback who was already converted to a tight end, but has quarterbacking in his blood and in his past. I'm a big fan of him too. And he's got a 45-inch vertical.
But he's going to be drafted as a tight end.
There's no doubt about it. But again, he's somebody that has experience. Like if we're doing something quirky or different, we've got some options. So I just like having a lot of options. I like getting the most talent you possibly can and then figuring it out. Because the one thing the Broncos didn't have was a dynamic offense. So how do we get more dynamic? I'm also not going to be cheap on a running back. And I want to draft Mike Washington, too, because he's got size. We don't have any size in our running back room. And he averages 6 yards a carry for a dog crap Arkansas team where he was a star. I got no offense against R.J. Harvey, but we didn't like that pick in the first place. So I'm not going to just say, oh, my God, we got to change everything because of R.J. Harvey. Nah, he can be part of the puzzle. But I think he was overdrafted. I think most people thought that as well.
Do you guys remember Terrell Pryor?
Of course. That's another quarterback, receiver, sort
kind of a good comp
Ohio
there?
State sort of guy.
Could he be the next Terrell Pryor?
Was Pryor that fast? I mean, I
Oh,
know
he was lightning quick. I don't know if he was that fast, but he was very, very fast.
I just feel like Pryor was just kind of a disappointment period and never could really find a fit anywhere in the NFL. Am I wrong on that?
I mean, he had some decent years at wide receiver.
He did. He had some very productive years. And I remember with the Raiders. Who else did he play for?
I think Washington.
He had some really solid years out there with the Raiders.
All right. Well, cool. Well, there you go. Good comp then.
He was smaller.
But
he
again,
6'6".
He was pretty big.
What are you drafting him for?
I'm drafting him as a talent, and we'll figure it out.
All right.
That's what I'm doing. I'm not going to put things in just little boxes. I'm going to have a big, huge athlete box.
We need some boxes.
Well, fine. We've
been chasing the athletes.
But we do have the rest of the draft. I'm talking about one pick. I'm talking about like a 4th or 5th rounder. You know, your Savion Jones, Q Robinson. Like, Q Robinson had a couple of nice plays. Savion Jones had like a couple of nice plays. But like, they're developmental guys at that draft position. What do you got to lose? The Broncos do have like 8-9 picks, by the way, and maybe another one if they get Stidham. There's all sorts of ways you can get more fundamental pieces in. Am I nuts? Am I crazy here?
No, the only thing with me with Taylor Green is I have a sour because he didn't come up big throwing the football.
Because your defense blew and he's playing from behind, man. It wasn't his fault. Don't blame Taylor.
1911.
I gotcha. You're losing every freaking game. How much did this guy have to save the day for Arkansas last year?
Well, he ran a lot. He did good on that.
All right. Terrell Pryor. Let's see how big he was. 4.38. Okay. All right. There you go. 4.38. That's fast. Terrell Pryor. Come on, baby.
I don't think he was that fast.
That's what it says he ran.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying that was Taysom.
No. Terrell Pryor. Oh, I don't have any size on him. What do you got there, Dan? I'm just looking for height and weight on Terrell Pryor. Not highlights. All right. Anyways, move on. I'll find it.
Yeah,
next
he's
story.
At least 6'5".
Yeah, I think so too. I'm just not finding the official. Go ahead, Dan. Next story.
Guys, the Kansas City Chiefs have traded All-Pro cornerback Trent McDuffie to the Rams in exchange for a package headlined by the number 29 overall pick, so right in front of the Broncos pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. McDuffie is expected to sign a long-term extension with LA. Does this change anything for the Broncos, knowing that the in-division rival Chiefs are now one pick ahead of their pick in the first round?
I don't see how it changes anything. It changes things when you're drafting high. Yeah, because you're worried about them snagging something that was really important to you. What's really important at 30?
The only thing it might change is the Chiefs have interest in a running back as the Broncos. So if there's a competition for Jadarian Price, it might make an impact there. Maybe. But there's a lot of other cool options. So I wouldn't say it's the biggest deal in the world, but the Chiefs are looking for a running back, as are the Broncos. And Price has been mocked to go sort of in that spot.
And McDuffie goes home. He's got family in L.A. LA's in it to win it next year.
It's crazy to see, like, Jalen Ramsey, now McDuffie. Corners and their value are really wild. Like, they're really, really important pieces of the puzzle. But teams do seem okay with moving on for them for those first-round picks. It's happened a bunch of times now. So it's an interesting position for sure.
Well, they got 4 picks, but basically, is McDuffie worth giving up your 29th?
If you see, all right, if you get Jadarian Price and he's the shizzle, would you rather have an impact running back or a shutdown corner?
I'm getting myself some Travis Etienne, so I don't need to worry about that.
Well, you could do that as well. And now they're in a different conversation. I'm sure they have other needs other places too. But you're looking for a starter there at 29 and 30. You are. You're looking for somebody that's going to impact your team immediately.
It's definitely a starter, but it's like put it in the terms of like rotational starter. You know, like position. If you want a true starter, you're talking about positions that you've got multiple players, wide receiver, maybe. So you
inside linebacker.
So maybe you're upgrading from a Troy Franklin or from a Mims or whatever.
Yeah.
Inside linebacker, right?
That'd be another one, yeah.
Positions where there's got to be options.
Right. You're not looking at an offensive tackle. You're not looking at a defensive lineman. That safety guy, he's got 3 names there. What's his face? He's getting some heat now for the Broncos. It's not just Mel Kiper that's into him. God, the kid from Toledo there. I'm forgetting his name. It's like Michael Warren.
Emmanuel Warren.
Emmanuel Lewis Stewart.
Moutier.
Emmanuel Lewis Stewart Moutier. Yeah, him. All right, next story, Dan.
Just saw a podcast with Emmanuel Moutier. Hope he's doing well.
Oh, I hope so too.
He was still playing somewhere, I think, pro ball last year.
A lot of leagues in this world.
All right, guys. CBS ranked their top free agent wide receivers. Let's go through these. Number 1, Alec Pierce from the Colts, Romeo Dobbs, Wan'Dale Robinson, Mike Evans, Jawan Jennings, Rashid Shaheed, and Tyreek Hill rounds out this list. Kind of under the radar, Tyreek. Obviously had a brutal injury to end his season. Any of these free agent wide receivers tickle your guys' fancy for the Broncos?
Colts one.
Just want to do a quick yes, no? Go through the list, yes, no?
Well, who's your favorite? Let me ask that. Like, of all these guys, who would be your ideal free agent pickup for the Broncos?
To me, it's no on all of them. But if I just
what
had
about Alec Pierce?
If I had to make a choice, I'd take Alec Pierce. 6'3", great yards after catch, and I guess we're moving on from Marvin Mims. But again, I'm not really overly anxious about any of them.
See what Mike Evans' agent said? I thought it was kind of interesting.
No, what?
He was asked about interest in playing for the Broncos, and he said, well, they'd have to get rid of Cortland Sutton first.
But
I thought that was interesting and twofold for 2 reasons. I mean, number 1, that tells you realistically where Mike Evans is at in his career.
Yeah.
And number 2, like I guess that thinks they've got a lot of respect for Cortland Sutton.
Okay. All right. I think Mike Evans is, hey man, what a career.
Oh, for sure.
But
not on the list.
No.
If you could get Tyreek Hill for dirt cheap league minimum,
he's talking to he's talking to Stefon Diggs at the food truck outside of the courthouse.
Am I the only one? I mean, that's enough. But am I the only one that saw that injury?
Yeah. Okay, that too. Fine. It's enough. And you sold me on Stefon Diggs. And we need that like we need a hammer to the head. Forget it. Don't need it. They won 14 games with a good locker room and a good culture. Let's keep that in mind, by the way. That Broncos locker room was exceptional last year. Exceptional. Really good vibes, really great team, playing for each other. Like everything you want in a locker room, the Broncos had.
And you played the 3rd easiest schedule, so you do need to improve.
Sure, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But you don't need to destroy or even take a chance on destroying the locker room culture at this point.
I'd take Alec Pierce in a heartbeat.
I would too, I guess, if I had to. But that's like, maybe it's not 30 million. What is it, Ty? It's 26, 27?
It's going to be close.
Something like that.
It's going to be a lot.
I mean, he's the number 1 free agent wide receiver this year.
I think it's interesting the Colts are letting him hit free agency.
Well, they just put that weird transition tag on Daniel Jones. It's so weird. Like, no, that transition tag is hardly ever.
The transition tag with Daniel Jones makes all the sense in the world.
But you put a transition tag and then save you money at only $37 million for your quarterback. But why do people always pay their quarterback and then take away their weapons? I've never understood that.
Well, but are they really paying Daniel Jones?
No, they're not. I mean, that the whole point is they're afraid to pay him because of the injury.
Correct.
So they're like, well, we'll do 1 more year.
Yeah, and the transition tag is like the average of the top 10, and he can negotiate with any team. Like any team can come after Daniel Jones. Any team. They're definitely not. It's definitely a pink balloon, not a red balloon.
How much money does ownership have in Indy?
What do you mean, how much money? What cap space they have?
No, do they have the kind of owner that can sit there and say, listen.
Oh, well, their owner is taking notes on the sideline because it's going down in the Irsay family, so she's trying to get up to speed on things. I mean, it's a little bit of a mess there. They're in a family transition time. It's staying in the Irsay family. I mean, they figured that out. But
are they cash happy?
Have they had cash issues?
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking. I honestly don't know.
Most of these family ownerships actually do have cash issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, like their money is tied up in the football business, not somewhere else. So that's a good question. I don't know if the Ursays were involved in other things aside from the football team. I don't think they were. So they might. I don't know. There's cap space and then there's cash. There's cap space and then there's cash.
When Bears ownership is saying that they have cash issues.
Of course, they're a family business.
Now you're looking at a market like Indy.
Yeah. Well, maybe. And again, the Broncos. It's going to be king, isn't it?
You got 3 of the 4 major professional teams that don't have to worry about cash.
Yeah. And the Rockies are a sleeping giant, by the way. My hot take.
You got your purple spring training glasses on.
Sleeping giant. Is that what we're doing?
3 years. They'll be in the playoffs.
They are saying they're playing great ball right now. I forget who I saw that from, but somebody said they're playing great ball.
I don't want to get too caught up in it. I don't want to oversell anything to you guys. The goal this year is to not lose 100 games, okay? But that would be a 20-game improvement. And yes, the way they are doing things and some of the guys in the pipeline are playing really well. But I don't want to get enthusiastic.
We don't usually like to bring pipeline guys up because we want to save them so we don't have to pay them too soon.
Everything you've said about how the Rockies do things is in a trash can. Because aside from Warren Schaefer, everything is different. Everything.
No.
Except for the owner of the team. But everything they have done in terms of what we've wanted them to do, they have done. They have. They've leaned into analytics. They've got a whole different GM sort of thing going on there. They are doing things wildly different than they used to.
Yep, and that's all instructional and technical and everything else. Let's see when push comes to shove and the money thing gets involved,
we'll
what
see.
they do.
We shall see. But you only need to win about 88 to 92 games to make the playoffs like the Indians or the Guardians.
Now they're going to play a playoff team.
You want to be a playoff team, circle number 88 and go from there. 88 to 92 gets you there. You don't have to win 110. You don't have to win the NL West, which would be nice, but you do not have to win it. The Dodgers will just keep winning it. But so what? You got the right team at the right time. We're in the playoffs. By the way, the Rockies are playing Team USA, Dan. I haven't really kept tabs on it. Team USA wiped out the Giants. It was awesome. It was really cool to watch. I am fired up for Team USA in the WBC, which is coming up here shortly. Should be fun. There you go. There's your Rockies talk. That's it. I won't bother you about it.
You know, I was working with Mike one time, and during the season, so he went down for like 3 days to Rockies training camp. He came back, and they red carpeted him everywhere. I mean, they took care of him. He came back. About the second day, he's just going off. I'm like, dude, you went down there and got purple shaded glasses on.
Dude.
They lost 92 games.
Yeah. You want to believe in a team, go to spring training for 3 days.
Yeah. They take care of you.
You just will come back and your team is the best. And this is why this, that, the other thing. And I've done it a couple times. It is like going to a hypnotist and just being totally you're drinking the purple Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
It's no doubt that works.
I do have a score update.
Oh, okay. What do you got?
USA versus Rockies.
Yes.
They're only down by 1. It's USA has 5. The Rockies have 4.
How about
Let's
that?
Go. Here we go. We're winning the ship this year.
Let's go.
Us versus the world. Or versus USA.
It's PhD on 92.5. tonight. Nothing. I'm definitely going to have to.
You're going to have to go home tonight and spend time with the wife.
Yeah, I'm on the wrong mic. Yeah, tonight I'm definitely going to have to watch Survivor. There's no other excuses. But Survivor's cool this year. It's season 50, and they've brought back like every person on Survivor. I'm like, oh my God, got that bing bong boom.
Like winners.
Oh yeah, bunch of winners. And like guys like Ozzy who didn't win, but like everybody knows who Ozzy is, and it's don't even worry about it.
He
Don't
just
worry
passed
about it.
away, I thought.
No, not that Ozzy. Survivor Ozzy. I mean, they got Colby back there.
Is there more ultimate survivor Ozzy than Ozzy?
Ozzy was a pretty good survivor. That's a fair point. All right, couple of things here if you haven't heard. The Nuggets are signing 2022 first-round pick. Boy, first-round picks in the NBA. David Roddy. I cannot wait for Nate Kreckman to get in here so we can hear all the David Roddy information about the former Mountain West Player of the Year from CSU to go with KJ Simpson from CU. Got a little Colorado basketball going on here with the Denver Nuggets, which is
buddy.
Is kind of cool. Although, all right, impactful, not a big deal. Like, Adelman said we need size matters. That's what he said.
I think he will get. I bet if he's ready, I bet he plays in the next 2 games.
Okay, give me some minutes.
Oh, I don't know.
4 to 6,
8
maybe
8
okay.
if he's and 16 if he's
But what Adelman said is I've been asking the guards, smaller guards, to do too much. So Spencer Jones has been out too. So I guess that indicates to me maybe Spencer's injury is going to go for a little bit still. And it's a 2-way deal. No huge commitment here, but okay. An admission we got to get more physical here over the next 7 games against playoff teams.
Right.
Including a rematch against Oklahoma City, where when asked about the difference between being tough and dirty, David Adelman said, watch the clip.
Watch it. Yeah, there's going to be some fireworks, boys. You asked him that. I asked him. Lou Dort apologized.
Yeah.
Does that end things?
Do you care?
And he's like, well, it still happened, didn't it?
Yeah,
that was more or less his answer. It still happened. You can't take it back.
Yeah, he didn't like, all is forgiven.
Heck no.
Oh, by the way, somebody on the text line, Shantma's the text line, said, is it Numchuck or Nunchuck? Now, when it comes to Andy,
it's numb.
It's numb. When it comes to Bruce Lee, it's none. N-U-N. But with Andy, it's clearly numb, correct?
Yeah, yes. That's why it's the Kreckman and the Kreckman and the Numchuck.
And Numbnuts.
Nate and the Numchuck.
Nate and the Numchuck. There you go. Thank you. Nate and the Numchuck.
Correct. That's the new name of their show.
Yeah.
Nate and the Numchuck.
And you could spell Numchuck K-N-U-M if you wanted to.
You could spell it K-N-U-M-B.
Yeah.
As in dumb. Nate and the Dumchuck would be another thing as well, but we'll just go with Numchuck. All right, so that's the Nugget. Any other thoughts about the Nuggets here today, Scott?
How old do you think that David Roddy is?
25?
He's 24.
Oh, okay. All right.
I was thinking he's been around for like last 7-8 years. I was thinking he'd be like 27, 28, 29, somewhere
young
in there.
dude.
Yeah,
so was he, well, see here, Nate's not here yet, but was he a one-and-done guy? Well, CSU doesn't have one-and-done guys,
he came. His first year in the league was 22-23.
Okay.
The year the Nuggets won it.
Yeah, but if he's 24, how much time did he spend at CSU?
Well,
see, again.
I think he played a couple years. We talked to him. He's a good kid, man. Good interview. Fun to talk to.
He's back.
Yeah, I know.
Exciting. Do you like the name of your show? Nate and the Numchuck.
I don't know where you're getting it. What is the Numchuck?
Because you're talking about being physical with OKC.
I know, from a guy that's never been physical. His idea of being physical is playing tiddlywinks.
There you go.
See, that's a Numchuck.
Taking collateral damage.
You just took
all right. It's okay. I got it.
You just took a Numchuck across the forehead.
I love it.
I'm psyched. Look, did Adelman not tell you a little bit of what I was telling you?
Someone
else has got to go stand up for the guy. It should not all
agree.
be on Jokic. Somebody needs to go. And I know I heard I heard Vic. Maybe it's just we're a bunch of North Denver numbskulls. I don't know.
Nunchucks.
That's Tennyson
Nunchucks.
District. Yeah.
You know what? I do like Tennyson District. I'll give you that. I do like that.
like
I like that a lot better than whatever it's known as.
Were you the Sheridan District? What would you be then?
No, I was near Tennyson.
Were you Tennyson?
Tennyson is a hot, happening new.
Oh, now it's hot.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I think there's a place called Parisi there that's a little sandwich shop. You know what it used to be? A thrift store named Janet Lee's. And when you had beef at school, because we didn't want to get suspended, you would go, I choose you behind Janet Lee, and we'd have to go across the street to Janet Lee to fight because then they couldn't suspend us from school.
We were giving you credit, Andy. We were asked Adelman about it. He admitted
nunchuck.
it. Well, what do you use in North Denver? You don't like nunchuck?
Nunchuck.
We said nunchuck.
Nunchuck.
But we said nunchuck because he was talking about, you said, Andy would just soon then bring brass knuckles, a knife, and some nunchucks to knock people out.
You know what
and
word?
So
we thought the show.
The show sounded good at Nate and the nunchuck.
Okay.
Or nunchuck.
You know what people would use that was a knife? And I was not good at it. It scared me. A butterfly knife. They all, and then they pop it out. I figured I'd take a finger off if I tried that. You familiar with a butterfly knife?
Yeah, I am. It's like, how old were you when you were using butterfly knives?
I never used one. Thus, I told you.
You saw it though?
Yeah.
How old were you when you saw somebody with a butterfly knife?
Just because Vic had that little compound of his with his Italian garden and the Mother Mary and everybody up in there, that neighborhood was not all that great when I got in high school.
Are you more North Denver than Vic?
Probably.
Who wins
He
the
sure
North?
acts more North Denver, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
North
He
Denver.
was the nice
Listen,
Vic was the
everybody
nice
liked
suburb.
Vic. Okay? It was an Italian neighborhood. You think the half-Irish kid that showed up late was the most popular dude?
No. That's why you had the butterfly knives and the nunchucks.
Hey, look, I've taken my share of bloody noses in that place, but now I've given a couple too.
There you go.
It was a rough neighborhood.
So Nate, I don't know if Nate's walked in here. I don't know if you heard that our new name for your show is Nate and the Nunchuck.
Because Andy wants,
I think it sounds good.
It's good.
Well, because Andy wants retribution. By the way, Adelman did not back down from that today. He was not accepting the Lou Dort apology.
I'm glad.
He did not accept it.
You act like a punk. So good luck.
He didn't. And they brought on...
Hey, man, David Roddy. Drop the hammer. I told you. First time you go up, I am going to test that wrist. Hey, you want to know what's bothering you, Joker? That's what's bothering Joker. How's that wrist feel now, huh?
How many games do you think Nate Kreckman called of David Roddy's in the
He called a few.
I would say between 10 and 25.
10 and 25.
That's probably a little on the high end, but I did some Roddy games in my day.
Yeah, I think you did.
I
bet
you could have picked a different number.
You did it. You were doing a bunch of CSU games for a while.
Yeah.
Should you and I just keep going? We'll
I
just
didn't realize David's only been out a few years.
We'll see how many little conversations. Let's see which one DMac wants to join. Scott or Nate's or yours and mine.
Yeah.
No, he's just away. I'm just kidding. I love your hat.
Hey, did you pick? Hey, Andy.
I was actually talking on the air, not talking to Tyler.
Andy.
On the air.
Oh.
Andy.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Did you big time my producer?
No, why? I did Ryan Harrison a little bit, if that's what you're referring to.
Did you big time my producer?
Well, mine's got to work.
Huh?
Mine's got to work.
Did you call my producer and send him on an errand?
No, he hasn't gone yet, but he did agree to go.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, we got to talk about this, man. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's rules of who you can call.
Mine won't even get me half the cuts I ask for. You think he's going to get me a sandwich?
Wait a second. You've asked Dan Tanner to get you a sandwich?
Yeah, I was talking about some peptides like your boy Tyler and hung out a little long.
So now you need Dan to fetch you a sandwich.
Fetch is not the proper word. I told him.
By the way,
I
didn't tattle on you, Andy. I just had you on speakerphone.
By the way,
it's all right. It's all right. This is what I live for.
For the record, Dan goes to Potbelly, which is a short walk.
That's true.
Almost every single day.
Were you going to go there?
Once a week.
Well, he's already done it.
No,
I'd be sending him for the second time this week. That's the problem.
By the way, I like to think of these guys as my coworkers and not my underling.
That's
why I don't use the word fetch.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I asked of a favor.
Yeah. Hey, hold on.
Did you offer? Andy asked a friend and coworker to pick up a sandwich for him.
Did you offer to
buy him a sandwich? Did you already order on the app?
Did you offer to buy him a sandwich?
No, I was going to see if he wanted to go to In-N-Out. I thought I'd get him something there. I told him he could take the truck too, but then I'm worried that I'm going to have bad truck luck too. You know what I mean?
Dude.
He's calling it a lunch errand.
In-N-Out is across the street.
You know what?
Would you be buying his lunch if he goes to In-N-Out? Oh.
You got In-N-Out, you got Chick-fil-A,
Can he get animal style?
Hey, by the way, can we
upcharge?
Can we be serious for 1 second? Just because I do want to get some perspective here. The great Lou Holtz has passed away.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They just announced that.
Hold on. Excuse me, you mispronounced it. It's actually he passed away.
No, there you go. Very good. I was going to ask you what's your memory of Lou Holtz. There's one of them, the list.
Well,
I was actually at Arkansas with Lou.
Really?
So, yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So we'd see Lou. We used to make fun of him a little bit. He'd go in there and lift in the athlete's weight room, and he'd have like 2 10s on each side of the big barbell. He was the quintessential 98-pound weakling.
Hell yeah!
But he's in the weight where the guy, like I watched Steve Cord, who's from Littleton, I think played at Arapahoe. I watched him bench like 505 one time, and there's Lou with like 50 pounds on, and he's like, but I developed a Lou Holtz impersonation.
You do a pretty good one. I thought you did for DMac a while back,
he's
didn't
done
you?
it for 30 years.
Guys, I'll tell you what, they're going to come in here, they're going to play hard. And when they play hard, listen, they suit up just like we do. So if we're not ready to get ourselves in gear, these guys are going to steamroll over us. Listen, I know St. Mary's is not a big name, but I'm telling you what, you've got to be prepared because they got some studs over there.
St. Mary's have a football team?
Phenomenal, Scott.
It didn't matter. That was our big
pretty
take.
good.
A big take at
a great
Arkansas, no
impression.
matter who you played, they were the greatest opponent that was possibly playing you that anybody could have.
No letdowns.
No letdowns.
Yeah.
You know,
he was super sweet. He talked to me all the time. Middle of the season, Scott, how's the season going? You guys having good start to this one.
By the way, and you mentioned Arkansas, like he's most known for the Notre Dame tenure, but my God, that guy coached everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yep.
Did he recruit you at all, Tyler? Did he give you a holler?
No.
Was he still a Notre Dame during your time?
No, I think
He would have been like wrapping up at South Carolina by the time I think Tyler was ready to play college football.
I didn't even
Yeah, he
realize
left
was
Arkansas,
still
went to
coaching,
South
be
Carolina, and then South Carolina to Notre Dame.
Oh, it was Notre
Everybody-
Dame? No,
yeah.
South Carolina was his last job.
Oh, that's right. And he wanted to do that so his son would get the job.
He went Bill and Mary, NC State, Arkansas, Minnesota,
Well, the
Notre
Jets were in there
Dame,
somewhere too.
South Carolina. Yes, he coached. Yes, the guy coached everywhere. Yes.
How many years was he at Arkansas?
7, according to this.
And you know why he left Arkansas? I'll give you a little inside story.
Okay.
When I was down there, when I was there 78 to 82, so I crossed over Lou for a year or two.
Okay.
Lou was a gold god. I mean, they loved him. They beat number 1 Texas in Arkansas one year.
Mm-hmm.
It was just unbelievable. Coors Beer was not in Arkansas when I was down there. In fact, I would drive back to Kansas and I'd get orders. Hey, bring back some Coors and blah blah blah. And so I'd come back.
People just loved the banquet. It was at premium in the South.
And so I would come back and they have cases of Coors Beer in the bag. I felt like a drug dealer, and I'd open up the trunk. Guy'd come back and hand me a 10 or hand me a 20. Here's your blah, 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 blah. Well, Lou got in with a group of guys while he was at Arkansas, head coach. And they were going to be the distributor for Coors Beer in Arkansas when it first came down there.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking probably millions upon millions of dollars being the lone distributor of Coors Beer in Arkansas.
Sure.
And Frank Broyles put a kibosh to it and says, no football coach of mine is going to be associated with alcohol. And so Lou said, fine. And so Lou and Frank went sideways. Now, Frank got jealous of Lou because, I mean, he's the king of football.
Sure.
And Lou started to become the king of football at Arkansas. And so Frank put a kibosh. Lou got PO'd and said, see you later.
That is one of those, like, that's such a kind of, it's almost an innocent story when you start talking about we're trying to limit the amount of money that you can make working in college football. It's kind of, that's like right up there with like, do you remember when the NFL would be like, we will never go to Las Vegas. Sports will never go to Las Vegas. And then everyone's like, cha-ching, cha-ching. We're on our way to Las Vegas.
The NBA was big on that, and they can't wait to get to Vegas now.
Exactly. Yeah. It's, again, there's money to be made in that market. Scott Hastings, everybody. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Tyler
it is
Polumbus, too. He's still back there.
He's
I'm hiding behind the monitor.
We love him.
He doesn't know where to go.
We know him. We love him. He never got recruited by Lou Holtz.
He's a
hey,
big
put that on
6'8"
your
guy.
LinkedIn.
He's about 280 pounds. He's an
Hey, you
athlete.
never know what
He
I'm
plays
gonna
some
do next.
basketball, and this guy can really bring it.
all right. Well, pour one out for Lou. Sad news today there, Andy Lindahl. We have a lot to do on our fine radio show. The Avalanche victorious last night. Nuggets dealing with a couple of nights off, although apparently Lou Dort is taking some responsibility. We'll get into all of that. But, Andy, I want to start with this. I saw a note today on ESPN.com. I was reading some Jeremy Fowler. Jeremy Fowler has always very well-combed hair. Every time that I see him on ESPN.com. As a person that doesn't own a comb, I'm always impressed by how well he combs his hair.
How'd you do what you did today to your hair?
What's that?
It looks combed. Does it not look combed? Looks combed.
It's very short. There's no comb.
That is amazing. Anyway, go ahead.
I took a shower today. That's why I look weird today.
You're clean.
Like, wow, Nate looks fancy today. Yeah, I bathed.
Job interview.
I hope. So, A.J. Brown is
available.
As we know.
He's available. Let's just say it.
Potentially available.
Eagles can say whatever they want to. The dude's available.
I want to read this. This is from Jeremy Fowler's piece. During the Eagles' offensive coordinator search, some candidates got the impression that Brown was part of the plan. That's why some around the league believe Roseman could target a veteran receiver as part of any trade package. Say, if New Orleans can't reach a deal with Chris Olave in New Orleans, or if Denver wants to entertain a Brown-Cortland Sutton swap.
How about that?
How
about the specific name?
Yeah, why'd you bring that up, Jeremy? What have you heard? This, because one of the things, and Andy, like I read this column for NFL Intel every week. It's good. And these guys, like, they...
So this isn't somebody just spitballing.
No.
That for that name to get dropped, that's a little interesting.
The Jeremy Fowler, Dan Graziano, What We're Hearing column every single week. Like,
Graz is a get-up guy. He's very good.
I tell you what, guys, like, if you're a football fan and you like league rumors, gossip, but gossip born out of very connected people having heard things...
Yeah.
These aren't just some schmoes on Twitter. You're going to find some good stuff in here. And the fact that a player was specifically brought up is very telling to me. All right, Andy. So now what I'm trying to figure out here as I look at this, because I'm interested. You've tickled my trading bone, okay? I'm interested.
I've done nothing, by the way. I don't think it was Spring that sent the article.
Andy, you're a classic bone tickler.
Well,
you're always tickling bones. So,
is it like bones?
Yeah. Let's leave it at that. There's a lot of ways we could go with this. All of them lead to poor paths. Remember that choose your own adventure? They all lead with a dragon eating you at the end. So go ahead. Your bone is tickled. Would you like to make this trade?
What is the additional draft compensation you'd have to attach to Cortland Sutton? Because it would be...
Well, I'm not giving you... They either want a first or a second or an established player. Then the highest you're getting out of me is a third.
Is a 3?
Yeah. I'm not giving you a 1 or a 2 if you're taking Cortland Sutton, period.
If you're telling me Cortland Sutton and a 3 for A.J. Brown,
I'd be interested.
I'm doing it. Yeah.
Now, do you worry, though... Cortland is not a diva, which may be why the Eagles are interested, because they don't need any more divas with Jalen Hurts.
Sure.
Are you worried about a diva with Bo Nix?
Of course. Yeah.
Does Bo need a diva in his life?
There's always a volatility to bringing in a player like this. Now, it's not true across the board, but there is a track record of times when you can acquire more pain in the ass kind of players.
Sure.
And
when was the last time the Broncos had a guy like that, though?
A true pain in the ass?
I would say it probably was Brandon Marshall, but I could be
at
wrong.
that position. Yeah, he's the first one that comes to mind. No question. Yeah, and he was a tremendous pain in the ass.
I got a question for you.
He was also a really good player.
Not to the same level publicly, but do you think Emmanuel Sanders had a little of that? He had a quiet diva to him, but because he was not better than Demaryius. But see, I think once Peyton left, be quite honest with you, I think once Peyton left, a little of the diva came out.
Yeah, I think there was some of that.
You weren't going to tell the alpha you wanted the ball as much as you did. Now,
Sure.
every receiver wants the ball. I'm not holding it against him.
Whether it was slugging it out with Cortland Sutton at practice.
That's a great point. I kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, or, a flag for excessive celebration, or, making it be known I want the ball. Now, look, here's where I'll step back for a minute, and I don't want to just be like an old white guy complaining about wide receivers. I understand why they want the ball.
Well, look, okay.
They're awesome.
Hey.
Like they are awesome, and they are of the belief that the football team is better when I get the ball in my hands. Which
I kind of want a little of that, but I think Cortland feels that way. I just don't think he always expresses it.
I don't. Yeah, probably not.
Someone
publicly.
said Jerry Jeudy. Was Jerry Jeudy a little bit of that?
He wasn't good though.
No, I know, but I mean, as far as somebody that wanted to gripe, I do agree the personality fits. But you're right.
It's a part of my qualifier for this.
I think we all just said, "Hey, why don't you shut up?"
Right? Yeah. Just why don't you go dance behind Steve Smith, you weirdo?
Yeah, why don't you go run the neighborhood in your Bronco helmet for Instagram again, pal?
Yeah, it's cool to watch you do drills in the cul-de-sac. We're all really impressed.
You're really getting better.
Yeah, make plays on the field. I'm so bitter against that guy.
I know, because he could have been so good. He showed flashes in camp of what that talent could have been. Too bad it never really.
He got drafted where he got drafted, above the players he got drafted above for a good reason.
Remember, he had like half a good season with Jameis Winston in Cleveland.
He did.
And a pretty good game against Denver.
He did. Oh, he sure did. Yeah, they didn't win, but
That might have been his best game of his career.
That wasn't his fault. It probably was. Now that you
How about that?
I like A.J. Brown here. Again, you're trying to win at this moment. This is the moment you're trying to win. Bo Nix is on his rookie contract. You're gonna, you'll trade some dollars to get A.J. Brown, but to me, that is well worth it. He is a player that has to fix his reputation a little bit. Sean Payton has certainly coached some interesting characters over the years.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Is the guy that got the best out of Michael Thomas?
Yeah, but is he going to sign up for it again?
If it means that it's going to get him over the hump, I think he would.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
I think
just
Sean
wonder.
Payton has been doing this job long enough to know.
Yeah.
You got to deal with a certain amount of fluff.
This dude ain't looking for choir boys all over the place. Let's be honest.
Not
I
at
don't
all.
think he's Andy Reid necessarily by any stretch as far as guys he's willing to take a risk on. But
I don't think he's far below. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Penners might have more to do with that. I think the Penners definitely have
he's a good winning football coach.
A bar more than maybe the coach does.
You don't win without a few of those, okay? So Sean Payton can handle it. This is at most a 1 to 2 year proposition for.
So AJ just finishes his contract. I think that's what's left, and you call it good.
Yeah, unless you get through 1 year and it
maybe
doesn't go.
Maybe you draft the next one and take his spot.
Yeah, well, like let's say for example, okay, let's say next year, hypothetically speaking, looks like 2016.
Okay.
Let me use that season specifically.
Very good.
Broncos go to the Super Bowl and win. In this instance, Denver goes to the AFC Championship game and falls, but we know they were a Super Bowl caliber team. The following season, and I'm not going to pretend as though, putting Trevor Siemian at quarterback wasn't a part of it, but also like the team dealt with injury and underperformance, and it kind of fell off towards the end of the year. And that happens because
and look, knock Trevor all you want. He had good numbers that year.
Exactly. That happens because football, right?
Yep.
We had a season last year. The Chiefs and the Ravens didn't make the playoffs.
Nope.
I don't
now
expect.
They're picking high in the draft makes me sick.
Exactly. I don't expect that to happen again, but that just happens sometimes in pro football. So what if Denver had a season like that? Okay, I can imagine then that's the kind of season where towards the end of the year, the locker room could have its issues. If things aren't going your way, you're dealing with injury and underperformance and frustration and all of that. And then maybe it gets tedious enough that after a year, you'd be like, we don't feel like dealing with this anymore. But if you win and he's happy, you can do 2 years of it. Sure. Sign me up. I like it. You're trying to make the move to get yourself over the top. This is swing big time right now. And I don't think swinging big means spending $14 million a year on a running back. I think swinging big means it is time for bold moves.
All right. To what you just said, to that end,
mm-hmm.
Stefon Diggs was released by the Patriots today.
How old is Diggs now?
I don't know. Look, I'm not a Stefon Diggs guy, frankly.
Is Stefon Diggs one of those guys that's younger than I realize? He's 32.
He's been on a few teams. How old's A.J. Brown, though? Is he nearing 30? He's got to be nearing 30, doesn't he?
I would certainly. Isn't it so funny the way we talk about that? I can't believe he's 30.
I know. Says the guy who's 51.
He's 28.
AJ Brown's 28.
AJ Brown's going into his age
Yeah,
29
I'm definitely
season.
more
He's
interested in
great.
that then.
Yeah, he's great.
When you start talking about 32, which is what you just said Diggs was, 32, right?
That's generally the wide receiver cliff.
That's right, yeah, you got to start wondering, okay, how much more is left?
Yeah.
And look, that guy's got a lot going on. See, to me, Diggs is probably more the Brandon Marshall profile. I always thought Brandon Marshall, the receiver, was a heck of a player. He really was. And frankly, I think he's a fascinating personality. I've done a couple interesting interviews with him, but at the end of the day, as Jay Cutler once famously said, there's always something with this guy.
He's one of the all-time greatest NFL players to never play in a playoff game.
Yeah. Well, and on top of it, remember like every story he had, I broke a TV, slipped on a McDonald's bag.
Really,
was Brian Greasy's dog walking by at that same time too?
And his hand went through an entertainment center.
Yeah. Darn McDonald's bag.
You know how that's always happening.
Oh, I'll tell you. I have yet to break an entertainment center that wasn't the fault of a McDonald's bag.
How many entertainment centers have you gone through in your day? Over under 1.5.
I've owned a few.
You've never broken one?
Well, I've broken one moving it.
That does count. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're talking Broncos offseason with our friend Nick Kosmider coming up here in just a moment. Don't forget tomorrow, Nuggets Ticket Thursday. That means you have a chance to win Nuggets tickets. Tune in all day for keywords on the 20s. But we talk to Nick Kosmider right after this. All right, let's get after it. NFL offseason talk. What are the Broncos going to do? Nick Kosmider of TheAthletic.com, who covers the NFL and the Broncos, is going to tell us exactly every single move that the Broncos will make this offseason, down to correctly identifying the draft pick compensation and giving us contracts and guarantees down to the dollar. Nick, you have all that information prepared, correct?
Yeah, sure. Why don't I just go ahead and give you the schedule while I'm at it, if that would please you.
Okay.
With all the results, if you don't mind.
Yes, I'd also like to know what happens in the season.
Sure.
I'm considering skipping it, so spoilers are okay for me.
Yeah, well, why spread this all out again for your next weeks and months of shows when you can just do it all today?
Let's knock it out today. Okay, we got a long Rocky season coming up.
Hey, it's radio. We don't know if we're gonna be here come the fall. Let's make it happen.
Let's get going.
All right, Nick. Let's start on the very topic that we were just discussing. Okay, AJ Brown as a trade target. The Broncos' name has been brought up because the Broncos' name gets brought up in every single trade scenario humanly possible. In a world in which Denver is thinking about making a big trade for a dynamite number one wide receiver, what could a deal look like hypothetically?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just start by saying I still don't see that as a path for them to take. I mean, they have been, since the end of the season, like on multiple occasions having the opportunity to kind of talk about where they are at wide receiver, have really kind of doubled down on the fact of, liking what they have in that room. And that, of course, doesn't preclude them from, adding around the margins perhaps with a veteran, sort of in the like Josh Reynolds, Trent Sherfield mode that they've done the last couple off seasons. And then, of course, taking another guy in the draft that they have done for the last 3 years, with a guy each year in the fourth round or earlier. Like, that's sort of the way that they've approached the position. And while I wouldn't, you can't take anything off the table, especially as a team is kind of recognizing where it is, its window, its opportunity to compete for a championship. I think that's the part of it. But I just think that when you look at that and you say, like, how are we allocating our resources? I just think, look, everybody talks about them being off the Russell Wilson dead money, right? Because they've had $85 million dead money on the cap the last 2 years, but they're going into this offseason with less money available in terms of salary cap space, at least right now, than they did when they started the player acquisition period last year. So it's not like they're flush with cash. But if they really did identify a guy like AJ Brown and said, you know what, this is the missing piece that we've had, I don't necessarily see it that way, especially with some of the stuff that he had going on last year. But you're obviously talking, you're talking big capital. I think even the deals that we've already seen go down, like David Montgomery, you got a fourth and a seventh and a player that figures into your interior line rotation next year, possibly if you're Detroit. Like, that's a pretty significant deal for a running back who's going to be 29 years old. So you're talking, again, a guy like AJ Brown, first round pick. You saw the Rams give up the 29th overall pick, the spot right before Denver chooses will now belong to the Kansas City Chiefs. So I think that's kind of an interesting subplot of that trade. But that's what you're talking about. You're talking about a first round pick. And again, I just think with where the Broncos are, like that is, if they make a splash, I more see it being as signing a guy in free agency when you look like maybe Alec Pierce, a guy like that, more so than like giving up capital to make a deal.
Do you think that Sean Payton would be apt to, or even psyched to add a personality like A.J. Brown, which again, by all accounts from Dan Graziano and the reporting I've heard, people love him in the building. Like, they don't seem to gripe too much about the personality, but, Nick, he has some odd sideline moments, and it leads to, and I dealt with this with Brandon Marshall when I was just kind of doing the beat and covering the Broncos, where he would do something and we'd have to talk about it for 3 weeks, right? And every national reporter that comes in wants to rehash what happened 2 weeks ago or whatever. Do you think Sean Payton would welcome a personality like that into his locker room if they were interested?
Yeah, I don't think that he would unequivocally, not be willing to do that just because of some of the well-publicized interactions that Brown has had, either, like you said, on the sidelines or within cryptic social media posts, whatever the case might be. I do think the Broncos have set, a few red lines culture-wise that you've kind of heard them talk about a little bit, just in terms of like, the willingness to to go along with the way that they coach you, with the way that you're going to be doing training camp and all those sorts of things. Those are sort of part of the expectation that is set for whoever comes in there. But you also have guys, even in last year's locker room, where you had some different personalities. There were not really on this team any kind of like real feather rufflers. Like it really was a pretty, just, I don't want to say go along to get along, but certainly you didn't have those kind of things. So it would be a little bit different from what that they've built this last 2 years. But over the course of Sean Payton's 15 seasons, I mean, you think about guys like Michael Thomas and even Alvin Kamara to a degree. Like, you've had some of those big personalities, and that's part of your job as a coach to be able to manage it. But again, it has to coalesce with the talent that you think you're getting and sort of the deal as well. I think all that factors in.
Get Nick Kosmider some feather rufflers. The man needs his clicks. TheAthletic.com. That is where you read Nick Kosmider's stuff. Nick, your colleague Diana Rossini today tweets that she is told teams have reached out to the Broncos about backup quarterback Jarrett Stidham. What would a Stiddy trade potentially look like, and what do you make of this report?
Yeah, I think what I would make of it would be that, I think that Jarrett Stidham sort of getting to start in the AFC Championship game last year was like kind of that reminder for him, that taste of like how much he still does want to be a starter in this league. And so if the Broncos really are listening to deals for Jarrett Stidham, or if there are being offers out there, I think it would start with them having gone to him and saying, like, is this something that you want? Like, because they felt really good about him going into that game. For all that happened, I think that part of it was genuine. They felt like if we're going to have to be put in this position, we feel good about the guy, that we have there. And really it came down to one play that kind of went disastrous. And outside of that, it was sort of just like within the realm of that climate and everything else going on, more or less did kind of what they needed him to do as a backup. But what I'm somewhat skeptical on is the real opportunity that he's going to have to be a surefire starter. Now, could he get traded into a team that wants him as part of the mix, which would already be something that he's not going to get next season? Like, he's not going to training camp next year with any chance to start, of course. So a team might offer that for him as like at least be a competition to be, a stopgap, and maybe you go out there and you get your opportunity to prove that you're something more than that. That could be, but I don't necessarily see a team giving up the kind of, capital that says, hey, we're requiring him to be our starting quarterback. So again, I don't see it as anything more than, probably an early day 3 pick, something like that. I don't have necessarily a really good feel for what the return would be. Certainly, I think you would get something back from that. But then again, the question becomes, what are you doing now at quarterback, right? Because, Sam Ehlinger is a free agent. So they themselves would be back in that pool saying, how do we get ourselves a really good, quarterback in here? Because Bo Nix has started all 34 regular season games and 2 of the 3 playoff games. Like, he's been around for 36 of the 37 games that have been that the Broncos have played these last 2 years. But there is no guarantee that kind of health continues. Teams typically need to rely at some point on their backup quarterback. So that ultimately puts you kind of in the same position now that a lot of teams are in.
All right, Nate, float your theory off of him.
Okay, just here's what I wonder, okay?
Because I buy into this, and I'm going to let Nate say it because he came up with it.
Here's what I truly wonder, all right? When you are a game away from the Super Bowl, and Sean Payton is 1 win away from getting back there and potentially having a chance to cement his legacy as the first to ever do it for 2 different franchises to go and win a Super Bowl. And look, 4th and 1, going for it, that was bad. But Nick, let's be real. Why did the Broncos lose? Because of a backwards chest pass by Jarrett Stidham. I think that's probably tough to swallow for some people in that building, and a lot of people that have realized how close they were have had some time to stew on it. I don't know what kind of fit Jarrett Stidham would be here going forward.
I mean, I think I can kind of see where you're coming from on that. When you have the kind of failing that they did, and you already saw a lot of things have changed as a result of that game too, right? Like, you ended up moving on from 3 different coaches, even though, you were in the AFC Championship game, including your longtime offensive coordinator. And that there was no doubt some stuff behind the scenes there that probably stemmed from whether it was like the actual game plan, the work going into that game, that kind of resulted in Joe Lombardi no longer being here. So I could see it. But to me, there's a little bit of like cutting your nose to spite your face in that regard, because, again, like it's easy to say like you don't care about the backup quarterback position because you have a starting guy that you believe in, that is your franchise quarterback. But, until you need that, you really don't know. So I can see it. And look, Jarrett Stidham might not even be like one of the best backup quarterbacks in the league. Like,
right.
We have 5 or 6 games on it now, and there's really nothing that he's done to show that he is, like the next guy that just has been waiting for his chance. And once he gets it, he's going to take off. So I think if you're right, and there's some of it there, I think baked into that decision would also be the fact that, well, we've seen enough, and we think he's kind of replacement level in terms of how backups go. So we'll just go ahead and get another one. We'll even sign the guy that was behind him in Ellinger, and we'll just kind of keep it rolling. But I mean, that'd be kind of a grudge. Who didn't do his job on that play either was Tyler Bidet. Like you have to get out through the traffic there so that he can actually throw you the ball. And that didn't happen on that play either. So yeah, I get it. Like if he just doesn't do that, chances are they win the game. But it's hard for me to say, hey, you're going to pay for that when, there were plenty of mistakes, including from the head coach himself.
Andy, who was the corner on the Raheem Moore play
Yeah, you're right.
That let the
don't
dude blow by him.
You're absolutely right. Tony Carter.
Tony Carter.
Yeah, but we don't remember Tony Carter.
Exactly.
It was as much Tony Carter's fault as it was Raheem Moore.
Tyler Bidet is Tony Carter on that play, but you did backwards chest pass guy, and I whiffed at a ball that I could have easily jumped up and knocked away guy. Those are the guys you remember from those plays.
And honestly, Nick, I would also say this. I mean, again, I think Sam Ellinger probably will hang out until he figures out whether he can be the backup or not, so I don't think you have to worry too much about that.
Yeah, right. You can't make that guy leave.
He was already hanging around last year.
As it was.
Kind of as it was. So, yeah.
He loves it here.
My question would be this. At what point do you just decide Jarrett Stidham is what he is? That's what I think is funny. Look, if the Jets want to give me a pick because you think you're going to turn him into something more than he is, and I think he's a nice guy. I think he's probably the perfect backup. I think he's great for Bo. I think he brings a lot of attributes, but they're not on the field because every time this guy gets a shot to do something on the field, he kind of doesn't.
Well, he's a vibes guy. Like he's a really good vibes guy.
Yeah, but if I can get a pick for vibes guy, I'm taking my pick.
But also, those vibes ain't so good right now.
No, you're right. That's a good point.
That's my argument.
And let's not forget this too. Like with these things, there's always financial components baked into it, right? Like follow the money, and the money would be. You save $6.5 million of cap space if you trade him, in addition to whatever you're going to get as draft capital return or whatever the return is. So, like, that's money that you could go out and you could use if you want to maybe spend a little bit more to upgrade inside linebacker, or if you want to spend at the top of the free agent market for your running back. Like, if you want to sign Travis Etienne to a 3-year contract that's going to pay him $10 million a year, you're going to need like some extra money. Again, they're fine cap space now. Like they're going to mostly be able to do what they need, and they have levers that they can pull in order to kind of situate themselves the way they want to. I still don't think it's going to be some sort of like they're hiring top of the market players at every position of need. It's not going to look like that. But if you're going to make that sort of move, like you're talking about with Stidham, part of it would certainly be baked into the financial piece and what that does for you as well. Because again, if you're going to sign one of these, kind of top tier guys, whether it be at running back or tight end, or even like a Devin Lloyd, if you decide not to move on from one or both of your own free agents at that position, then you're going to kind of need to stretch yourself a little bit financially, and that could all be a part of it.
Hey, Nick, what do you make of the part where the Broncos have never spent on running back? Has it merely just been as a result of the team not having a ton of space, or is that philosophically the way that George Payton views that position?
Yeah, I think it's big philosophically.
Yeah.
I really do. I think especially in free agency, like, and a lot of other positions, like it's like, hey, a guy is good for 2 contracts, and then you make a decision about the third before you kind of have to predict some of that fall off. With running back, that really happens after the first contract is done and you're going into the second contract. So their first chances to be free agents, it's already become a little bit more of a crapshoot. And there's of course exceptions to that and everything else. And there's certain times where I'm sure George Payton, there might have been had this opportunity come along, or had we been in a better spot on our cap, like maybe we would have gone for something like that. But I absolutely think that it's philosophical. Like, they've just look at the way that he's invested the capital already on that running back position. He's drafted 2 in the second round, drafted another guy in the 5th round, and Audric Estime. They've pulled in a lot of undrafted guys to work with. So I really do think that the philosophy there is we're going to continue to search for guys in the draft. We'll add, and again, when you say, like, okay, Kenneth Walker, probably a premium because of winning the Super Bowl MVP, is going to make, like, $15 million, whatever it is that he's going to make next year. And you say, well, yeah, I mean, he's been a little bit more durable than a guy, obviously, like J.K. Dobbins, although Walker has missed 10 games in the last 4 years. But you're going to probably be able to better count on the production. There's the age and stuff, but like at $15 million versus, hey, you bring back J.K. Dobbins for $2.5 million more and get a couple of other, another guy that sort of serves as some insurance against that, maybe draft another guy. Like, that could easily be a plan that sounds just more, responsible almost than going out and spending, $10-12 million on a running back who, let's be honest, typically that free agent guy is not the one that, like, completely changes your trajectory.
That's an interesting answer. We're going to revisit a lot of what Nick said coming up a little bit later in the show, because we got to talk about this running back market. In the meantime, subscribe to The Athletic, guys. Read Nick Kosmider. He has got his post-combine big board for Denver, identifying targets for the Broncos in the first couple of rounds of the draft. Familiarize yourself with the vertical leap of Eli Stowers out of Vanderbilt. Read Nick Kosmider, everybody. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right. As always, just a treasure trove of educated Broncos info right there from Nick Kosmider. Denver golfers.
Is that you?
Sure. It's time for the Colorado Golf Expo. And it's better than ever, Andy. This Friday, March 6th through Sunday the 8th at the National Western Center, loaded with gear, tech, simulators, and a full indoor driving range and free parking.
Free parking!
It's like a Monopoly board. Text GOLF right now to 303-504-0925. Again, the word is GOLF.
Golf, not
G-O
golf.
L-F. They pronounced it GOLF without the L. Golf right now to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win a 4-pack to the Colorado Golf Expo. David Adelman earlier today on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 gave an updated timeline on Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson. What are the chances we live in a world where the Nuggets, we're doing Nuggets now, Nate, where the Nuggets could potentially have a power forward in their lineup? Good tease. All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Keep it here. All right, let's hear from Nuggets head coach David Adelman. He was on PhD earlier today. Not going to try and name all the guys on that show, Andy, since I can't remember. And we want to hear he's on that show. We want to hear from David Adelman right now. So the Nuggets acquired David Roddy, former CSU Ram, former Memphis Grizzly. David Roddy. Denver signs Roddy to a two-way deal.
I like it.
Yeah. Dollars to donuts. I don't think he plays a minute for the Nuggets this year. But, hey, it's a year where everyone's getting hurt. Maybe he will.
Well, let's get the update. I think the update's key. And I think he may play.
Yeah, and then there's an update on Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon. Let's hear it.
Yeah, we needed help at the wings, obviously, with all these guys out. All players. You got Aaron, you got Peyton, you got Spencer. Cam was out. Those are all our sized wings. We value David Roddy for a while. He brings something different to us, and in the short term, especially, we need help in that area. And I think I'm wearing down guards, sliding them down to power forward positions. Some unfair circumstances for guys in these games. They played hard. Guys have given great effort, but at some point, size does matter in our league. As far as Peyton and Aaron, they went through. Aaron went through practice. Peyton went through the skill stuff. Both guys are still questionable as far as this week or next week. Obviously, we'd love to have them, but we have to be patient with that and make sure they're right when they come back. Because these games they're so high level, you can't work your way back into this thing, at any point of the season, but especially late in the year. So, unfortunate not to have them. Couple that with Spence and Cam, but who we have is enough, and we'll prepare to win each and every game. But David does bring us something different that we don't have right now.
So, the report earlier today was Aaron Gordon is targeting Friday for his return against the Knicks, according to Sam Amick. David Adelman definitely did not tip his hand one way or the other on that. It sounds as though Adelman is selling patience above all else.
Yeah, Vic had a report, and Vic called into PhD. He was saying Adelman basically said probably next week is what they're going to go for. So that's why I think David Roddy may factor in. You and I talked about it. They need a body, especially if Spencer Jones is going to be out for a while, which maybe the Roddy signing speaks to Spencer Jones' health, which is a little bit scary with that shoulder. Maybe scary is too strong a word, but not something that you're psyched about, where they need another power forward type body, and Roddy certainly is that. And you and I always talked about it. That guy was built like a football player.
Yeah.
So that
he was a great football player, by the way.
Yeah, you talked about that article they wrote about him years ago. I think he brings a level of physicality that he just doesn't have an option for on the bench, because you kept saying it when we talked about the Utah game.
Yeah. Who
is he supposed to put in there? He's got 4 guards. Yes, we'd like a power forward. He's got 4 guards, period. So I don't think Roddy maybe is a long-term answer for the Nuggets, although it'd be a really cool story if it did. You never know how things are going to work out.
Sure.
Right? But once upon a time, we didn't think Spencer Jones would have an NBA contract, so things always work out the way you don't expect. But that being said, I think this is a signing of necessity right now, if nothing else, to get you through the weekend.
He's also 6'5".
I know it's not ideal, but it's the buyout market.
Right.
Nothing's ideal on the buyout market.
He last was playing for Raptors 905 of the G League, by the way, Andy.
That Raptors 905 sounds like some kind of Twitter handle.
905.
I think he knows Dragon Slayer 69 from Adam Troutman's fame.
Yeah, at Raptors 905 12347 Z6.
Who's just botting you.
Constantly tweeting at Scotty Barnes. It's really uncomfortable.
By the way, you kind of triggered a memory for me from last night.
Okay.
Scotty and I in the Hot Mic podcast has become real big amongst Oklahoma City bots, because we got a Nikola Jokic as a flopper showed up in the chat last night.
Okay.
I'm nothing but a flop, or just a bunch of Nikola Jokic hate accounts, which I didn't think anybody hated Big Honey, but I found them. They're located in OKC.
Yeah, if I would say if they're anywhere, they are there.
That'd be the place.
That would be the place. Lugensdort, Andy, has spoken.
And apologized.
Well,
sure.
Not really.
He did the PR statement apology.
Exactly.
Someone wrote the apology for him, but he put his name to it.
He said, that's a physical game, and there's limits to it, and I went over the limit. That was an unnecessary move by me, something I should not have done.
You know what? I accept your apology. You're still going to find out when you drive the key.
Again, not an apology.
No, not really.
He took responsibility.
Sure.
But he didn't apologize for it.
I apologize for nothing. No one.
I did the thing, and it was too much.
Yeah.
Which he knows it, because the last thing that any basketball player wants is to have their legs cut out from under them. It's a sport that requires a lot of jumping, and these are insane athletes that can jump really, really high. Well, take the legs away from one of those guys, it's a long way to a very hard floor.
Now I'm curious. Does Daignault have to take back his little snarky reply about everything being a foul too, or whatever he said?
No, he doesn't.
He
take
also
that back.
doesn't apologize.
No, he
also goes Connor.
No, his job is to get whistles for his team.
Conor McGregor.
Exactly.
Oh, the amount of posturing that already started for the Monday night game is unbelievable.
Dort added, every time we play against each other, that being the Thunder and the Nuggets, it's always a battle. It was a physical game throughout the whole game. That part's true. He's not wrong. Dort continued, noting that his job of guarding the opposing team's best player every night can be taxing. Quote, it's not easy. Obviously, I play hard. I'm a physical player. It's what I do for my team, and sometimes people think it's too much, but it's always within the rules of the game.
Except then.
Well, that's wrong.
Yeah, except when you got ejected for not playing within the rules of the game.
Yes, that's why you were asked to leave.
Yeah, that's why you were given an early shower, my guy. You got all the hot water you wanted.
He says, I don't think I'm dirty. I can't control media. Media always wants to have some type of attention or anything. I always love this. I always love, I did a dirty, crappy thing.
But it's the media's fault looking for attention.
This is the media's fault.
I will say this. We are looking for attention. It's kind of our job. We don't get any attention. We don't last very long. So you got us there.
Also, if we don't pay attention to you, we're not doing our job.
Exactly.
So, yes, like we always want to have some type of thing to talk about, but you gave it to us.
Sure. You decided to be the topic.
Okay, he goes on. They want that buzz. I can't control that.
We do want the buzz. I will confirm.
But also, if you didn't trip Nikola Jokic, we wouldn't have been talking about it.
be the thing we're trying to get buzz on.
He said, I've been doing well with this organization for years now. I am happy with how I play and what I do with my teammates. I go out there, compete every night, so I'm going to keep doing what I do on the court.
Hip checking knees.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I'd avoid that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, because then you're going to get yourself suspended. And especially if you do that in a playoff series, that can be the kind of thing that can tip a game, which can then tip a series, because once you've tripped the best player in the world, you are now on the suspension radar of Adam Silver.
I really hate to ask you this because none of us want to give Nick Wright any credit. Nick Wrong is what he's known as around here. But Nick Wright said after that flagrant that he does believe drawing that much attention may get the Oklahoma City Thunder reffed differently moving forward.
It's what that does. Do
you think that's why we're getting the I'm so sorry mea culpa?
That's why Daignault was making his case for it of just like, well, I just want it called that way. But yeah, this is the kind of thing that brings you unnecessary heat. And, as much as we like to play the Denver sports inferiority complex, that we're the flyover city that nobody cares about, Nikola Jokic is one of the biggest needle-moving basketball players on the planet.
Yeah, people like watching him.
Yeah.
The NBA doesn't want him out and hurt.
No, you can't hurt that guy.
To the point where they actually sent doctors to make sure he wasn't faking it. Remember that story?
Yes. That's you cannot mess around with that. That's where you start to get yourself into trouble, when you start cheap shotting stars.
Yeah. They don't want to see that.
Nope.
Especially wasn't that a national TV game?
Sure
that was
was.
the second half of a national TV
Sure
bill,
was.
wasn't it?
And so far this year, he has got cheap shots on Victor Wembanyama and Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, those are probably the two guys you don't want to do that to.
Not really. No, those are two of the biggest stars in the game. Don't mess around with those guys.
They're on a few posters promoting some games.
The NFL wants to protect their quarterbacks. The NBA wants to protect their superstars. That's the way that it works. So yes, that does get you on the radar in a negative form and fashion. And yeah, is it possible the Thunder have heard from the league? It's very likely. Very likely.
We're going to need you to not, take out our guys we like to put in the promo.
Yeah.
We're going to need you to not take out the guys that we're finding teams for.
Well, that's just it. Like you're making us lose the upper hand of complaining about load management.
Yeah.
If you are the reason, if you are responsible for us not having our stars on the floor that people pay money for and the television networks pay tremendous dollars to be able to have. Nobody wants that. Protect the superstars. That's the way that it works in that league. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, I want to talk running back a little bit here on the other side, because I read a paragraph today from a Connected Broncos reporter that I think might make your head explode.
Oh, good. Can't wait.
I'm always interested to see how this goes. Tune in for a social experiment on the other side of the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Hey, guys, it's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guess what? It's Wednesday. You know that means we're a couple days away from the weekend, date nights, all that kind of stuff. Are you up for it? If you're not finding yourself seeking out a date night because of ED, then it's time to talk to the good folks over the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I stopped by there today, as a matter of fact, talking about the GLP-1 stuff I'm doing. Well, you can go in there and have a conversation about erectile dysfunction and what they can do to help you. Over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've got options for you. Matter of fact, they've got treatments that work when the pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. So get on in there and talk to them today. He even told me how maybe I can fix his voice thing I got going on. Anyway, if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to feeling your old self, and you can do that when you schedule the consult at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. $99 is the cost. Includes a consultation with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're advised, if you're in good health, you get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, then your visit's free, so nothing to lose, nothing to risk right there. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, they could have you feeling your old self the day after the appointment. They have 5 locations to serve you, including Fort Collins and Springs, great revamped location in Castle Rock. Go check them out. I went to the one in central Denver today, just off Colorado Boulevard. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, the running back dialogue will not go away when it comes to the Broncos. They've got roughly anywhere between $26 and $28 million under the cap right now to be able to spend. They could create more money through trade or other roster machinations. Guys could be sent packing, etc. So there could be money to spend for the Broncos. So on whom are they going to spend these dollars if it is somebody at the running back position? Andy, you keep bringing up Travis Etienne, which, like, the more I look at the market, I'm just like, man, he kind of fits, like, right. I think budget-wise, he fits well. But I also don't know if there's some other team that just loves the guy and is willing to overpay for him. Rico Dowdle, Tyler Algier, Kenneth Gainwell. Like, again, we've talked about all of these names, and I think they are all very doable for Denver. I'm not interested in overpaying for the inflation of Kenneth Walker being the Super Bowl MVP. I think he's a good player, but I don't think the Broncos need to get drunk and overspend on him. And I also don't believe that George Paton, and this is why we asked Nick Kosmider this earlier in the show, I just don't think George Paton, if we follow his track record, philosophically wants to do that.
No, I don't disagree with you. I wanted to say that I would like them to go get Travis Etienne. I do not expect them to do that because I agree with you. I don't think they're in the market to pay a running back $10 million.
No,
I just don't.
No.
Not with a Bo contract extension likely coming up in a couple of years.
Yeah, I think they're shopping in the Dowdle, Gainwell, Algier aisle.
And look, Leggy keeps saying it. If they're going to split carries among backs, and that seems to be like Sean Payton feels to me like he's very comfortable because even when Dobbins was healthy, they were still using 2 to 3 backs a game.
Yeah.
So I don't see them being the guy, the team that hands a guy $10 million in order to still only get part-time work.
Which now brings me to a paragraph that I read today in the Denver Post.
Okay.
Written by our dude, Luca Evans. Evan. My name is Luca. Okay, so I want to read this paragraph to you. If the Broncos see R.J. Harvey taking another leap in 2026, they could elect to punt on free agency altogether, re-sign Dobbins at a value rate, and pluck a running back on day 2 or day 3 of April's draft. Either way, they'll need another running back in the room that quarterback Bo Nix trusts in pass protection. They will almost certainly bring back reserve Tyler Bidet on an exclusive rights free agent deal and have been poking around draft options there as well.
You know, I was having a nice Wednesday.
You're having a nice sandwich?
I'm having a sandwich. I'm eating late.
Uh-huh.
Why? Why you bring this to me? Huh?
Again, I repeat, they'll almost certainly bring back reserve Tyler Bidet on an exclusive rights free agent deal.
Who do you think ultimately, who do you think ultimately trusts Bidet?
Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a pass pro guy.
Don't tell me Bo Nix is pining for more reps out of Tyler Bidet.
Tyler Bidet. Honestly, I might be telling you he is. Because Tyler Bidet is viewed as this team's pass protection third down option. And the guys that are going to value that are the 2 biggest proponents of not taking any negative plays on the entire team, which is the head coach, Sean Payton, and Bo Nix, because he knows that's his great football superpower. So I would think, if anybody, those 2. And here's the question, though, Andy.
Why do we have them on the roster? Why don't you have any better options that can both block and then maybe slip out? Because again, who did Nick Kosmider tell us deserves blame on the stupid backwards pass play from Jared Stidham?
Yeah.
Who was the guy?
Say
his name.
I still believe
Say his name, Beyonce.
It's Jared Stidham.
I agree. But who else was in part of that play?
Tyler Bidet.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Tyler Bidet this past year, Andy, 8 carries, 23 yards, 2.9 yards per carry.
Give me the yardage total again.
8 for 23. His long carry on the year, 7.
Okay. Yeah, let's make sure we get an exclusive right tender out to him and bring him back. I'm sure there's a lot of people that want, come on, dude. Whatever. All right, well, you were successful. You found your little note. You brought it to the show. Got me annoyed.
My little note.
Got your little nugget out of what you were reading today.
I got my joy out of as soon as I read it. I was like, I can't wait to read this to Andy today. This will be fun.
I am glad you're moving on from Jaleel McLaughlin so that Tyler Bidet can hang around a bit. That's awesome.
Talk about not being an impact player.
Yeah, I told you I don't get it. I mean, I know the guy can block a little bit. That's great. Whatever.
That's what it takes, Andy. You
Whatever.
Gotta have a skill. Have a football skill.
Okay, great. Can it also include how you get out and maybe catch a screen and do something with it?
No, don't ask for too much.
I mean, my gosh.
He knows how to get in the way of guys. That's his gift. It's his gift to the world. That and his name sounds like something you use for cleaning your hiney.
Yeah, that he chose. We were all going Batty.
Batty and was he Beatty or Batty?
We didn't know. That was the debate. And then we find out from your guy, Kevin Harlan, that it's Bidet.
That it's Bidet. It's only 26. It's in the middle of his past pro prime.
Sure.
That's not easy to say. Past pro prime.
What does an exclusive right tender look like? $600K?
Good question.
Why do you exclusive right tender somebody that nobody else is probably interested in? Do you think the NFL is getting an eye full of his 8 carries for whatever yards, and they're like, we got to get me some of that? We need to be in the bidet business. Clean my backside and dial the phone. Let's go get a bidet.
But they, again, like, I don't want to cut off your momentum. I'm very much enjoying this. But
like, what?
These guys do make a living. That is again, that if you can get in the way of an oncoming pass rusher and keep your quarterback on his feet for a beat or two longer, it's not a pleasant way to make a living. It will probably shorten your lifespan considerably, but you will get a paycheck.
Yeah, great.
In that league.
You know what? I'm going to start calling Travis Etienne Dude Wipes because he's a better option than Bidet. A more effective option than Bidet. So get me Dude Wipes. I don't want any more of the Bidet. I can take the Dude Wipes everywhere. It's versatile. Does a lot for you. The Bidet is only in your house.
Oh, it's so nice.
It's a one-trick pony.
That is true. It has literally one job.
Yeah, at your house. It's stationary.
It's a valuable job.
Whereas the Dude Wipes, you can throw them in your backpack. It can even serve as a little hobo shower if you need to. You ain't got time. Dude Wipes does like multiple things.
Are you getting paid for this? You're really promoting that product.
I don't want to hear the word bidet anymore. Neither the player or the utensil.
All right. So
what would it be, by the way?
I would, let's see. I'd call it an attachment.
Okay.
Well, at least that's what I have.
Is it an appliance?
What is it? I'd call it like a plumbing attachment. But that's the one that we have because I don't have one of those I don't have one of those Japanese toilets. I want one, but I don't have one.
I'm not familiar with what the Japanese toilet. What do you mean?
Oh, it's you can buy like these top of the line Japanese toilets
that come with a bidet.
Oh, they have the built-in bidets.
Yeah.
They've got some of them have seat warmers.
Okay.
Some of them you can connect via Bluetooth and have a smart toilet.
What does a smart toilet do for you? Does it know when to flush? Is that
drives your car?
Sure.
Raises your kids.
So it's kit.
It's like ChatGPT.
Yeah,
but
like
it's
the
a
Knight
toilet.
Rider of toilets.
Exactly.
Is the thing asking you, "Whoa, what did you have for lunch, big fella?"
No, it's a smart toilet. It already knows.
Does it monitor your fiber as things funnel through?
Oh, you went Italian from Subway today. It's a classy day, I see.
No, we're not worried about our cholesterol all of a sudden, I see.
You need more fiber in your diet, sir. It's very smart. Yeah, a nice Toto, perhaps.
Do you have pretty good horsepower on yours?
On the bidet?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like the low-flow shower from Seinfeld, I imagine, right?
Oh, no, it does the job.
Did you clean a horse if you had to?
If a horse were ever to come over to my house and drop one,
You'd make sure that horse left clean
He'd
and
be
ready
cleaned
to
off.
go.
He would
All
be.
right.
Yeah. He might break my shower door.
Yeah.
He would probably wreak havoc on all of my other plumbing.
I've seen at least the initial path.
Sure. It would be a problem. This has been an illuminating conversation today here on this
Well,
show.
you're the one that had to bring up a day.
I did. You know what? You're right. That is now on me. Mm-hmm. They're gonna toilets. Thank you, Steve Ballmer.
Nah, that doesn't get it done. We're talking bidets.
Does Intuit Dome have the Totos?
The bidet.
Do they have those inside the Japanese toilet with the automatic liners and all of that?
Well, when you're farming as many trees as they are.
Good point.
Wow. Yeah, you got to go TP.
Wow, Mark
You gotta go
Springer
TP.
connecting all the stories right there. That's why he's the best in the biz, folks. This is why we employ this guy.
How much is too much power? A few people are really saying what they could do with theirs, and it seems to me like maybe too much.
Don't knock it till you've tried it, Andy. Yeah, you want it to let you know it's there. Mm-hmm. You don't want to trickle.
I get that.
You want it.
But you don't want to, like Josh is saying he could sandblast something. That seems like that's aggressive.
Oh, it'll shoot across the room.
Well, I assume.
Without a doubt. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's what you're going for, man.
Have the little sprinkler wand. Maybe it's just me that you can do the gentle shower, you can do the mist.
Sure.
But there's always the one setting that is
like the massage?
Yeah, the get the bird poop off the side of the house kind of thing.
Right.
You going that speed? Is
Is
that a little too much?
I'd say that mine kind of splits the difference between
Yeah, okay.
like the on the hose bib, on the little what do you call that? Hose
the head.
Squeezer doohickey.
Sure. Yeah. the trigger.
Yeah, because you got this. Yeah, exactly. You got the stream. That's when you want to do the intense cleaning, as opposed to the shower or the mist. Also, who the hell needs the mist? Why do they give you the mist?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know what that's. It's like a gentle rain on your flowers, I guess. But in your bidet, you're driving side streets. You're not going C470.
As two people that spend too much of their life on C470, I can say that's not the direction I'm looking to go. Hey, tomorrow's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. That means you have a chance to win Nuggets tickets. Tune in all day for keywords on the 20. Why are the Broncos talking about trading Jarrett Stidham? We will explore that new little issue coming up next. Yes, Nate, Andy, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nothing but toilet research in the break.
Yeah, you found a new Christmas wish list item.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yeah. I'm springing for the Toto. This sounds awesome. Eric.
Does it play Africa while you're in there?
It does.
Rosanna.
Dude. Every single time I go in. Speaking of toilets, Jarrett Stidham.
Wow. That felt harsh.
Did Stiddy not deserve
what
that?
What did he do to you?
What did he do?
Were you
to
dying
me?
to go to San Fran? Is that it?
Yes.
You're upset you missed out on that chance?
Yes, that could have been a really fun
Don't
week.
lie to the people.
Stick 'em. Stick 'em.
Stink 'em? Anyway, Stiddy, remember that? By the way, remember that week everybody changed their Twitter picture?
Yeah. That was a fun few days.
Stiddy City. That was cool for everybody. So, Andy.
Only for Stiddy to play. Need a bidet for that.
Diana. You're going to get us in another meeting. Diana Rossini tweeting today, as the quarterback market plays out, trade targets remain in play for several teams. I'm told teams have reached out to the Broncos about backup Jarrett Stidham, whose lone start of the season came in the AFC Championship game against the Patriots. Let's connect a couple of dots here, Andy. Diana Rossini. What do we know about Diana Rossini?
She's pals with Chase Daniel, who's pals with Sean Payton.
Yes.
And remember, although she's pals with Sean Payton too, didn't she have some line last year at camp talking about him waking up and texting her in the middle of the night about how much he loves his quarterback and how great the rookie year was and all that? Wasn't that her?
She's always one of the Behind the Velvet Rope podcast interviews that Sean Payton and Bo Nix do every year. Yes,
she and
Chase
my
Daniel.
girl Kay Adams.
Yeah, Kay Adams does one of those as well. So this is coming from a member of the Sean Payton,
member of the club,
media mafia.
Yes,
which suggests teams have reached out to the Broncos about backup Jarrett Stidham, which suggests Denver's trying to drum up a market for Jarrett Stidham.
Yes, I would agree.
This sure sounds like the Broncos want to trade Jarrett Stidham. Okay? I don't think a bunch of teams are falling all over themselves to call the Broncos about Jarrett Stidham. The Broncos would like to move Jarrett Stidham.
Especially when you label it as they're calling him off his start in the AFC Championship. What about that had teams going, hey, I got to give me some of that.
Exactly.
Hey, they couldn't score 10 points. Let me go ahead and dial it up.
Yes. This is the guy that dialed up one of the single most
signature mistake of the game. Let's just
infamous
call it what it
plays
is.
in Broncos history. It's an infamous play in Broncos history.
It is.
The backwards chest pass that resulted in a recovery by New England. And
is it up there with the butt fumble?
It's a Bronco version of it, yeah.
Is it the Bronco version of it?
I mean, like I would compare it it's more like the Raheem Moore play. But yeah, it's one of those plays of just like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, both of them cost you.
Why are you backpedaling and then not just taking a sack? Why are you throwing a chest pass that then upon review went backwards? Also, don't forget, like, New England should have had a touchdown on that play. The refs screwed it up by blowing it dead, which almost bailed Denver out. But then Drake May scored on a 6-yard run 2 plays later. It was a 2-play, 12-yard drive, Andy. Okay. I have a theory on this. I don't think Sean Payton really wants Jarrett Stidham on his team anymore.
Yeah, I didn't really think of it that deeply, and then you threw that on at me on our little phone call on the way in, and yeah, I would agree. I listen. 3 coaches lost their jobs, now largely based on what was, a fairly middle-of-the-road offense, and some would call it less than that last year.
Yeah.
For most of the year. I mean, you found ways to get it done, but there are large chunks of games where you couldn't get anything going until the fourth quarter. Sean Payton is no longer the play caller, and that's in large part because of the decision on 4th down. But the guy that had the mistake that cost you the game that could have sent you to the Super Bowl is Jarrett Stidham.
Yep.
Backing up.
I mean, again, we're talking about a guy, and the other thing I think is interesting about it when you hear about people calling, what was the biggest thing that was touted to us, and we were talking about it too, all the way leading up to the Super Bowl, was this guy will not cost you a game. He won't make a bad mistake. He's a great veteran. He may not be Bo Nix, but he won't do something catastrophic, and then he went and did something catastrophic.
Catastrophic. Sean Payton is 62 years of age. He has 2 years remaining on his contract, and he was a win away from going to the Super Bowl. And Sean Payton, as a result of what happened in that game, there was massive coaching staff changes, there was play calling changes, and now I believe Jarrett Stidham is the next to find himself in the crosshairs of what happened in that game. Okay? And some of it, like, honestly, Andy, like, kind of makes sense. I think when there is a player that makes such a devastating mistake, as Stiddy did, and I don't think in the moment, like after the game, nobody blamed Jarrett Stidham. There wasn't any of that going on. But, like, give it time. Guys are going to talk.
Yeah.
You know, especially guys on that defense. They gave up 10 points in the AFC Championship game. Their view of it is we did enough we should have been going to the Super Bowl.
Did we, the media, miss a shot at asking Sean Payton how he felt about it last week at the Combine? Hey, man, you thought about that game, and I'm sure you would have said, I don't want to talk about the AFC Championship. We're here to move forward.
Sure.
But how much of that set in the last 3 weeks? Because you know he's thinking about it.
Of course.
And I promise you, he's thought about that bad decision more than his fourth down, would be my guess.
When you take a loss like that, you will stew over it, like these guys. And getting to an AFC Championship game is really hard. Getting to a Super Bowl is even tougher, and it was right there for you. And look, while I don't think Jarrett Stidham is 100% to blame for why the Broncos lost that game, nonetheless, his bonehead play was the single biggest momentum-swinging, game outcome, win probability swinging moment of the entire contest. And it was a dumb play when all he had to do was just take a sack and let Denver punt the football away. And you could have trusted that defense to hold New England to a field goal. And I think once some time goes off, I think frustration sets in, and you start to think to yourself, do I really want this guy in the building anymore? Is it uncomfortable to have this guy in the building now? Okay? Again, outright, would anybody say it? I don't know. But are the vibes going to be weird? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I don't think the quarterback room is going to feel any different about him, but yeah, there's going to be some veterans, you know.
I think there's going to be a lot of guys.
How does DJ Jones look at him? How does a Zach Allen look at him? I'm sure they feel bad for him.
Of course.
But nonetheless,
yeah,
bro, we were a game away.
Yeah, the offensive linemen, absolutely. A bunch of guys that would argue I played pretty well that day. I think I did enough to get my team to the Super Bowl, and we were a win away. There's gonna be bad feelings about it.
And I gotta imagine that Sean Payton, when he has a quiet moment, thinks to himself, "I went out of my way all year not to call a game, to cost us a chance with our defense, and in the last game, despite me still calling, because it technically was a safe play that they called.
Yeah,
it wasn't some big risky play, and it still went the bad way and gave the field position to the Patriots that they needed to go win a game."
Okay, so now tack on with the part where, like, is Stiddy that good? No, I mean, he's a backup quarterback, but, like, the job of a backup quarterback is to not lose the game.
Again, coming off that performance to say teams are calling, I don't buy it.
Okay.
Why would that motivate you to call about Jarrett Stidham?
So I honestly think that Sean Payton would rather just ship him out of here. And now you got to start to think about, okay, because the way that the tweet was penned by Diana Rossini suggests a world in which, again, if teams are reaching out to the Broncos about Jarrett Stidham, and do teams view Jarrett Stidham as somebody that could come in and compete for a starting job, that Jarrett Stidham is one good opportunity away from being a viable NFL quarterback. Okay, well then you got to think about the teams that would be in on a search like that. Is Sean Payton bitter enough after the backwards chest pass to send
backing up
to send Jarrett Stidham to, I don't know, the Jets.
Okay, to the Jets want him. Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah. He's exactly what the Jets are looking for,
What?
Andy. He fits the bill.
He does.
He'll tell you what, he'll get you a top 2 pick next year. Stiddy can go do that.
What do you think the return would be? What pick do you think's being offered for Jarrett Stidham?
A 6th. Yeah, you'd probably move Stiddy for a 6.
Is it chance if you can get a couple teams? Is it a 5?
Sure. If the Browns and the Jets
are both battling,
are in on the Jarrett Stidham bidding war because one of them couldn't get Malik Willis, then sure.
Well, what about a Kyler Murray?
I think he's going to Minnesota.
Would you rather trade for Jarrett Stidham than say Kyler Murray? Who else is out there?
Well, you got to remember about Kyler's cheaper than Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah.
And Andy's better. So
because he's getting paid, right?
Yeah. You only got to pay the league minimum for Kyler Murray. I think there's going to be a hell of a sweepstakes for Kyler.
Okay, are you going with Jarrett Stidham or are you going with Russell Wilson? Russell Wilson is available.
Again, what are you trying to do?
Well,
if you're the Jets,
they could both get it done for you.
What about
Let's be honest about it.
Hey, Russell Wilson.
Russ has not made it through the last
Stidham.
3 seasons as a starter for anybody.
Quarterback competition.
Yeah. Man, you go get them both.
What if you were a radio guy that had to cover that training camp? You thought Team Trevor versus Team Paxton was depressing.
Well, I mean, come on. Pittsburgh kind of did. They had Justin Fields and Russell Wilson together.
That's true. They sure did.
Does Stiddy win the job? Stiddy would win the job.
Over Russ?
Listen, is Stiddy kind of the new Teddy Bridgewater?
I don't think he would.
You don't think so?
No, I think Russ would look more impressive in a training camp setting than Stiddy would.
Really?
I do. I believe that.
Do you not remember Stiddy's camp last year? He had a pretty good camp.
He was fine, but again, I think Russell Wilson's better. I think Russ would look better in a training camp setting. Problem is then you start Russ for 5 games and you're 1-4, and then you get enough media grumbling and Brick Johnson complaining about it or whomever in Cleveland, whatever Haslam out there in Cleveland, and then you gotta start the next guy. So no, I think Russ is above Stiddy.
What Russ camp was so good that you remember here? The one with Hackett. That didn't look great.
Oh, none of them were super impressive, but he's better than Stiddy.
Just by reputation?
No, just by the player. The football player is. Would you start Jarrett Stidham over Russell Wilson?
I might, from what I watched here.
This is one of the more depressing
debates
we've ever had.
Yeah, it really is. I'm not saying this is This is
not. This is a sad radio debate. But you know what? I'm going to go Team Russ on this one. I'm going Mr. Unlimited in this debate. You got to pick a side, Andy. And my guy sells spicy sandwiches, and I think he would start over Steve.
Who's the coach? That's who I got to know. Are we talking about
John Fox over here? My God.
I know I don't have a voice. I don't know what happened. Shouldn't have eaten the sandwich. It was spicy. No, seriously, who's the coach? Aaron Glenn?
Of the Jets, it's Aaron Glenn, yes.
Who's the new coach of the Browns? Modkins? Modkins ain't taking either one of them.
Yeah. Todd Monken.
Monken wants Kyler Murray. He don't want either one of these guys.
I think Kyler's going to Minnesota.
No, Monken had Fields, didn't he?
No, Todd Monken, he was in Baltimore.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So he had Lamar Jackson
and
Snoop Huntley.
I think Stidham can run a play more consistently the way it's supposed to look in practice than Russ can.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's why Stidham wins the job. I think both guys are playing, and then ultimately a rookie's coming in for November.
But here's where I would dispute you, is I would say Russ won a training camp competition with Justin Fields. Russ won a...
No, but was it fair?
Well, he didn't play, but he still won it. And then Russ won a training camp competition with Jackson Dart. So
now,
I think Russ would beat Stiddy.
Yeah, because that's veteran coaches worried about their jobs.
Right. And that's...
And I think Tomlin promised Russ something, and he didn't want to go back on his promise. Now, I don't know what the hell happened with the Giants other than they didn't want to throw Jackson Dart in there too soon.
Right.
So that's it.
Because they saved him like 2 concussions by not
Seriously,
playing him right away.
Did you not? You don't remember the Russ camps here. I feel like you're too far removed.
No, I do.
No, I don't think you do.
He was fun. He wasn't bad.
He wasn't good.
I've seen bad, like Paxton Lynch was bad in training camp. Drew Lock was bad in training camp. Russell Wilson wasn't bad. He just wasn't impressive because he wasn't good. But have you ever been wowed by Jared Stidham?
Yeah, well,
you fell in love with Zach Wilson because you were so not wowed by Jared
Zach
Stidham.
Wilson.
You do.
I do like Zach Wilson.
You do.
For now.
And that goes to tell you how unspecial Jared Stidham was
Fair
in camp
enough.
that you like Zach Wilson.
Did Russ ever have a preseason game like we saw Stiddy have against the Cardinals last year?
I'm sure he has at some
he
point.
hasn't. Not as a Bronco. Come on now.
I've never tracked.
Not since he left Seattle. No.
I have not. I admittedly am not watching as much preseason football as you are.
I'm just telling you that I believe Jared Stidham would win the battle.
Yes.
Because I don't think Russ does what you want him to do.
He does. No, he does. The problem is it's in a red jersey situation, Russ is fine.
Yeah, but not in a game.
Exactly.
I think come a preseason game,
But they don't care about preseason games.
Oh, I'm telling you, Nate. I think
preseason games decide nothing.
Listen,
you care more about preseason football than coaches do.
Your bidet has washed your memory clean of what Russ did here in his 2 years in the preseason and training camp. You don't remember him practicing against the Rams, and we were like, what are they going to do?
Oh, well, that was bad.
How about that?
Yeah, that was quite bad.
Oh, my God. Russ and Stiddy were in a battle that year, though, weren't they? We've done this. We have done this, and we forgot.
The first year of Sean?
Yeah.
It
was Russ and Stiddy. It was Russ and Stiddy.
Oh, you're right, it was. Yeah, absolutely, it was Russ and Stiddy.
How did we forget that
And
we've
Russ
done
won
this
the
talk
job.
show?
Yeah.
Well, because he was making a lot of money.
Yeah, but also you never advocated for Jared Stidham back then.
And that's why it feels gross, and I'm doing it now. But I'm just telling you, I think as of today, Jared Stidham wins the battle over Russ Wilson.
Is this the single most pointless debate we've ever had?
No.
I think it might be.
It's top 5, but no.
I think it might
No.
be.
We just battled Tyler Bidet, for God's sake. You had to give me a nugget on how Tyler Bidet is getting a what'd you call it, a non-compete tender?
Exclusive rights free agent.
I'm going to throw up.
Right. You should use your bidet to clean out your mouth. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Now McKinnon on the hop, 2-on-2. McKinnon holds up. Landeskog, he scores on the one-timer. McKinnon set him up, and it's the century mark again for the Mac attack, Jack. Landeskog gets his 9th goal of the season. He scored on back-to-back nights, and Nathan Raymond McKinnon will get to 100 points and is the 6th active player to have at least done it 4 times.
Yeah, Gabe ripped the biscuit on that one. That was beautiful. Made it 4-1 in the third period. It was pretty much all academic from there. Avs beat up on the Ducks last night. 5-1. The Parker Kelly, Kreckman and Lindahl bump only continues.
We ought to get him on again.
He's
on a heater.
Pretty good.
Let's keep
last
the heater
night.
going.
Yeah. Olofsson, by the way, had a hell of a screen on his first goal. That was good to see. He's up to 15 goals, by the way, on the year is Parker Kelly. Cale Makar, he scored first last night for the Avalanche. Classic NHL 94 goal. Marty Necas. Marty! That was a bomb on the PP. They were 1 for 3 last night. That's well above the season percentage for you, Andy. That was good.
Yeah, good to get the PP going.
How many teams have ever won the Stanley Cup while having the NHL's worst-ranked power play?
I don't know. Probably not a lot. You want me to look it up?
It's probably legitimately never happened before. I think the Avalanche are going up against a little bit of history on that one. All right, Andy, you can chill on the hunting and pecking. We don't really need to know.
I'm going to find out because now you got me curious.
Okay. Give me these trade updates. What do I need to know?
Listen, I don't know if there's any updates, but the interesting one that's catching my eye, the voice of good God. I don't know what happens. It was good all day, and now it isn't. Val Nichushkin for Nazem Kadri. You doing it? Comes from Adrian Dater. He claims he's hearing rumblings. He keeps tweeting about it.
Okay.
Would you be willing to trade Val Nichushkin for Nazem Kadri to make it work?
Yes, absolutely.
Tell me why.
Because they desperately need a third-line center, and Val Nichushkin is not the player that he once was. He has not had the impact on this season, and he has not impacted winning in the way that the Avalanche need him to. I mean, this is a guy, Andy, 2 years ago had 16 power play goals. He has 1 this year. And I feel like there's times he's not even out there on the power play anymore. That's how ineffective he has been.
How many points?
36
on the whole
on the
year?
year. 36 points in 51 games played. I mean, this guy was getting paid off of 50-point seasons and dropping 25 goals. Like it doesn't feel like he's going to get there so far this year. He has a not ideal history with the team. Now, look, if Val Nichushkin is going to be on your team and he can be the value you need him to be with the touch and physicality in front of the net, I'm more than thrilled to be able to have him if you can't swing this deal. But if you're asking me right now, player for player, do I want to trade Val Nichushkin for Nazem Kadri? I'd say yes. Absolutely, I would.
Are you more into Kadri than you are to Ryan O'Reilly? We talked about Ryan O'Reilly could be in play yesterday. See, I almost would rather they focus on Ryan O'Reilly myself.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I just think he's such a damn good two-way player, although Naz is pretty good at that job as well. So if you acquired either O'Reilly or Kadri, they become your third-line center. That pushes Jack Drury out to a wing, where I think they want to play him more anyway. And then you can kind of play around from there what you're going to do, where Victor Olofsson is going to play and all that kind of stuff. But generally, that gives you if you're looking to have 3 very viable lines, then yes, this is a good option. Which I tell you what, it goes to show you how far the Avalanche have come, Andy. Because we used to just sit here and wring our hands over the lack of a second center. Now at least we're wringing our hands over the lack of a third center.
Yeah, and look, I thought they played a great game last night. I was very surprised that they played as well as they did. What's wild about it is if you just look at it on paper, you would have thought last night was the tougher game, and yet that's when they dominated. Had a little bit more of a problem with the Kings, who had just fired their coach. By the way, if you compare salaries, if I'm looking at this just quickly, it looks like it's almost an even trade.
Yeah.
$7 million for Nas, 7.3 this year, and that's all prorated for Val.
Yeah. So the math works out in your favor, and again,
And that's probably why they'd be discussing it.
let's talk about the other element of all of this, Andy. Is there a world where Val Nichushkin could use
change of scenery? Yeah.
Change of scenery, and the Avalanche could use a change of
Yes.
scenery.
Yes to all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now look,
It's been a rocky tenure together with the Avalanche.
he at times has been one of the most dominant two-way forwards in the game.
Yep.
He's the size that you like.
Yep.
But I don't know where his scoring touch has gone. When he's gotten a chance to be in the shootout this year, which he used to be deadly, that hasn't worked out. I don't really know what to explain is going on. Maybe he's regressing back to the mean. He was not this player when he signed with the Avs after his stint in Dallas.
Yep.
I don't know. But again, my only hesitation is I would rather you focus on Ryan O'Reilly than Nazem Kadri.
Yep.
But that's just me. Like, either way, if we're just going to have the honest conversation, isn't there a party that wonders when the next story pops
Sure,
up,
of
or when the
course.
next,
I don't
a repeat of what's happened a couple of playoffs?
I don't know if those scars ever go away from what happened in Seattle. I don't know if that ever ends for this team, and the always kind of just the constant thought in the back of your head, you don't want to have to deal with that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think there's something to that. Nice win though last night for the Avalanche. Again, 5-1, they get the victory. Parker Kelly continues his hot streak since he appeared on this team. Landeskog has scored in back-to-back games, and Cale Makar just absolutely rules. So good win last night for Colorado. Andy, coming up at 5:45 today, we're going to talk to Rapids defender Reggie Cannon.
What a great name.
Reggie Cannon is going to stop by. Unbelievable name.
The last name is an elite sports name.
See, I was actually what kind of caught me a little bit on this was the first name. Reggie is an all-time great sports name.
Reggie Miller, Reggie Jackson,
Reggie White.
Reggie White. Okay.
Reggie Bush.
Okay.
Won a Heisman Trophy.
You're right.
All-time great. Reggie Theus. Reggie Williams. Former Nugget Reggie Evans. The late Reggie Lewis. It's a lot of great sports Reggies low over the years. One of the great punters in the history of the game, Reggie Roby. Andy.
Oh, yeah, single bar.
Oh, his knee hit his face mask on every single punt. Unbelievable player. Reggie Wayne. Is Reggie Wayne in the Pro Football Hall of Fame yet, by the way, from the Colts?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well, pretty damn good.
They got a backlog at receiver. I don't believe so.
He's sure got an argument, does he not?
Did Marvin get in? Marvin Harrison got in, right?
I think so, yeah. Reggie Wayne, 6 Pro Bowls.
Do you remember, I think it's Reggie Williams of the 94-95 Nuggets? The ones that upset Seattle?
Sure. Mm-hmm. It's a great sports name. They've done a lot with it.
Who's the most famous Denver Reggie? Sports Reggie.
Denver Sports Reggie. Reggie
Evans.
Got to put Reggie Evans in the conversation.
Williams.
He once, he once Chris Kaman. Everybody remembers the moment. Mm-hmm. Are there any great hockey Reggies?
I can't think of one. Although there has to be one or two.
Oh, Andy. Reggie Leach, the Riverton Rifle.
Really?
Reggie Leach scored 61 goals for the Flyers in 75-76.
Did he live by Lake Superior?
It's a great question. I don't know. Who's the number one Reggie, by the way? Is it Reggie White or is it Reggie Jackson?
Or
is it Reggie Miller? It's got to be Reggie White, right?
How many championships did Reggie Jackson win?
That'd
be my question.
Andy,
do you go off
the guy was so good they named a month after him.
Yeah, Mr. October.
Yeah. I mean, he was so good. he was so good that they were like, we should name the month with the World Series after this guy.
Yeah, I would say between Reggie Jackson and Reggie White, you got pretty two good all-timers to debate between.
Yep.
I don't think Reggie Miller gets into it because he never
won a title.
Did they play in a championship? Did he get to one NBA final?
Or
did he not?
In 90, was it 99 when the Pacers got there? 99 or 2000.
They didn't win it, though, obviously, right?
No, they did not.
Who won it?
If it was 99, it would have been the Spurs. Did they play the Knicks, though?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's between Reggie White and Reggie Jackson. I don't know who else would even have a say. If your name's Reggie, by the way.
Reggie Jackson, 563 career home runs. Plus, he once tried to kill the Queen of England.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How?
He did.
What did he do?
Well, he
was he in the Naked Gun?
He got tricked by Pat Smear, and he had to try and go kill the Queen of England. You don't remember this scene?
No.
Okay.
What? It
was from The Naked Gun. Yes.
See, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I did, you know what? I actually did see The Naked Gun, but I haven't seen it in forever.
Okay. Yeah.
Which one had Elvis's, was it his wife that was in there? Lisa Marie?
I believe she was in, wasn't she in all three of them?
Yeah.
I believe she was the Frank Drebin's love interest in all three of those, if I'm not mistaken.
I remember Drebin going to the restroom and not turning a mic off. That's what I remember.
That did happen as well.
That scene happened.
We have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We're going to do that next. We begin hour number 3 with football news. Mark Springer, let's dive right into it.
Wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com.
The Broncos
are expected, they are poised. They're poised, guys, to make a splash at running back during free agency, according to Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports.
All right. Old Johnny Jones says Denver is going to make a splash, Andy. Jones said the Broncos would be an obvious potential landing spot for Kenneth Walker, and he noted that Travis Etienne could be a cheaper alternative. The Athletics' Nick Kosmider, never heard of him, also reported this week that Denver is expected to closely examine the running back market, and he name-dropped Walker, Etienne, and Rico Dowdle. Yeah, Andy, they're gonna get a running back. We know that for sure. The question is, which aisle do they want to shop in?
Dowdell feels like the more likely bin they're gonna put their hand in, isn't it?
It feels like right now when it comes to pricing that Walker is the premium because he's the Super Bowl MVP. ETN is next on that list, and then you get down into the kind of Rico Dowdle, Tyler Algier kind of market.
Well, let me ask you this too: if you're a running back, do you want carries?
Yeah,
not minimum work. I mean, do you really believe Denver's not going to not get? They're not going to. Who's going to get 30 carries a game, 25 carries a game out of this team?
Nobody.
I don't think any of them.
But there's not many teams in the NFL that are giving you 25, 30 carries a game.
20? Do you think they're going to do 20?
Yeah.
For who?
If they're ever winning by multiple scores.
I think
part of it is this team is always playing extremely close games, or they're behind, and then they still have to throw.
I feel like 20 would go as a whole. The whole group gets 20, not one guy.
Yeah,
it's just not the team that they are.
Sure.
Now I don't know. Maybe everyone knows some about Davis's Webb's offense that we don't, but I just don't think Denver's going to turn into a feature running back kind of team, and therefore I don't think you spend that kind of money.
So
I know it's not fun.
So J.K. Dobbins it?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And Gainwell. Leggy keeps touting your guy Gainwell.
Yeah, which I
and then go draft somebody.
To me is a team that makes those are the kind of pieces that make a lot of sense for me. I just don't see George Payton as the kind of guy that's going to go spend like a drunken sailor on a running back. And you know what? I think they might have for Breece Hall. I think they might have.
Well, Spring sent us the report that said the whole reason why the Jets sprung for the franchise tag on Hall was because they were worried about Denver.
Right.
That would have been it.
Right.
Other than that, no. I don't think. I just don't think. I don't know. Hopefully I'm wrong. It'd be fun to have big splashy signing to have fun with. Yeah. I just don't think this team's looking to drop $15 million on a running back.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN says that multiple NFL teams believe the Eagles will entertain the idea of trading wide receiver A.J. Brown, and Jeremy Fowler listing a couple possibilities. Mentions a A.J. Brown for Cortland Sutton swap. Denver would also have to throw in at least their first-round pick.
No, not both. No. I'm down for exploring that trade, but no.
Yeah,
not a first rounder and Cortland. You don't get that.
If I'm paying the freight of a Pro Bowl wide receiver,
you can maybe have a third rounder.
Exactly.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And you're giving me your seventh or something.
Maybe a second. I mean,
well,
your second rounder's
basically a third.
Yeah, number 62.
I'm not giving you any future picks, by the way.
But we said the same thing when they drafted Nick Bonito. It's basically a third.
Yeah.
If you just draft another Nick Bonito, that's easy to do, right? You just do that with a late second round pick, and then you're fine.
I don't know.
I'd think about moving the second. I'd have a real, if I was the Broncos, I'd have a real conversation about moving the second, but ideally I'd like to move a third. And if it requires like another day 3 pick or something like that, sure. You can have a 3 and a 5 or a 6 to give me A.J. Brown plus Cortland Sutton. I would do that.
But can you shed light? You had told me earlier that the salaries aren't too different between Brown and Sutton.
Oh, they're almost.
I mean, what kind of money are we talking?
It's almost. It's so little that you wouldn't even notice it, Andy. It really would make no impact whatsoever. The money has almost nothing to do with this. Their salaries are so similar. You're gonna
that's why this would be a good deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Because then you're not taking some big cap hit to do it.
And you get A.J. Brown in a change of scenery. I think he'd be a lot of fun in this offense. Yeah, I think Sean Payton could scheme A.J. Brown open a little bit, and hopefully Bo would do a better job throwing accurate passes to him than Jalen Hurts did. Next up, Spring.
High five. Diana Rossini of The Athletic tweeting out today that she's been told that NFL teams have reached out to the Broncos about a potential trade for backup quarterback Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, so yes, absolutely. Like we talked the other day about options for the Jets. By the way, Darren Muji, he's with the Jets. New York is not looking to spend money on a quarterback this year. Don't they still owe Justin Fields like $20 million? Yeah. So they're not looking to spend on a quarterback this year. Trading a late pick for Jarrett Stidham could make sense for a team such as that, and then they could also bring in like a
rookie.
Yeah.
Some late round rookie, give it a flyer, see if you could catch lightning in a bottle.
Tyson,
and if not, you go get your guy next year.
Or something, one of those dudes. What's that guy's name? Tanner McKee from the Eagles?
Sure.
You go get him.
Tyson Bagent, as you said.
There you go. There's a quarterback competition. I would do it. I think it's an awkward fit for Jarrett Stidham on this team. I really do. The more thought that I've given this, and everybody I think said the right thing, and I think generally it's a strong enough locker room that the Broncos would be okay. But the moment you start talking about moving the guy that made the most boneheaded play in the AFC Championship game to cost you a trip to the Super Bowl,
backing up,
and then just giving the ball to the other team, it makes sense. It really does. I think it is a slightly awkward fit here. Not saying it would ruin the locker room next year or anything else like that, but it might just be more comfortable for everybody to not have to see his face every day.
Yeah, well, mainly Sean Payton.
Right, exactly.
Which may make his life more comfortable.
Exactly. Spring.
High five. The Patriots are going to release wide receiver Stefon Diggs. It'll save them just under $17 million against the cap.
32 years of age. Stefon Diggs, still good, still a good player. Andy, this is one I can't really get on board with. Again, between legal troubles that this guy continues to deal with and the part where let's be honest, we're talking about football players. He's 32.
Yeah.
He's 32.
And a receiver.
Yeah. He's 32, and this is when generally these guys start to see a decline in performance. So
offensive linemen can go into their 30s.
Yep.
Typically, receivers don't.
Yeah.
And like you said, the legal cases are interesting to say the least.
Sure.
So I think you probably pass on this one.
Yeah, I'm good on Stefon Diggs. But again, he was a perfectly fine New England Patriot this past season. Spring.
High five. And finally, the Chiefs continue to clear some cap space, but this is the best name that they're moving on from. Cornerback Trent McDuffie, who they just picked, or they had picked up his fifth-year option. Will play on that this season, but he'll play on it for the LA Rams because the Chiefs have traded McDuffie to the Rams for the Chiefs' first overall pick, which is the 29th pick, their fifth-round pick, sixth-round pick, and a third-round pick next year.
So the Rams still have the 13th pick because that's the one that they got for Atlanta when the Falcons got drunk and were trading back up into the first round last year. So the Rams, knowing that they had 13, could then take 29 and swing that for a Pro Bowl corner.
Which is basically a second-round pick.
Best ownership group.
As we just talked about.
Best front office, best ownership group, and all of pro football strikes again, Andy.
And it keeps them in that area where they could take Kenyon Sadiq at tight end.
They could take him at 13.
Be in the Rams if they want to.
If they wanted to.
And now the Chiefs, which is a little scary for Denver, have all the ammunition with 2 first-round picks to jump from 9 to the top 5 if there's a guy they really love.
If there's an edge rusher that they are dying to go and get.
Or an offensive weapon.
Yes. If they wanted Carnell Tate bad enough, they could go and get that if they needed to. Hell, he might be there at number 9. Who knows? But That's the Chiefs' life. They're also a spot ahead of Denver. So in a world where maybe the Chiefs wanted to take that pick and trade back and continue to compile, because we know that team needs pieces, 29 is a really good place to be, especially one spot ahead of the Broncos.
Well,
because that's where teams are looking to get back into the first round for the 5th-year option.
And on top of it, you're talking about them saving $13 million. They still have salary cap problems they've been trying to figure out. Just probably one of the things that motivated this. I had read.
Yeah, it's a reboot.
I was like, why would they do this? Apparently, they don't want to give him an extension.
Yeah,
he being McDuffie.
It's reboot time right now for that organization. By the way, Andy, I did see a nice new mock draft from The Athletic. Dane Brugler's latest mock from theathletic.com today. He has Kenyon Sadiq off the board to Tampa at 15. And then at number 30, get ready for it, Andy. We have already got mock draft group thing going on. Denver taking safety Emmanuel McNeil Warren out of Toledo.
I'm all right with it. I've heard nothing but great things about the kid. Go get an absolute stud safety. And look, from what Leggy's told us, if they go best player available, it's going to be a defensive guy
most
in
likely.
all likelihood.
Yeah, most likely.
Which is why I do wonder they trade out as well.
Yeah, keep the secondary as strong as you possibly can. I absolutely don't hate that part of it, but the group think element to this, like it became last year with Omari and Hampton, leads me to believe
how'd that go?
That's totally not what Denver is going to do.
Is that where they finally get the tight end and shut me up?
Exactly.
Since not one single tight end, now that Sadiq is up in the top 15, has been mocked to them.
Eli Stowers then suddenly, becomes an overdraft candidate for you at number 30. Although I think he's much more likely to go in the second round of this draft. By the way, in Brugler's mock, hey, I was right about that. He went to the second round. He does have Eli Stowers, the tight end out of Vanderbilt, at number 62. Shout out to these guys, by the way, that are now doing 2-round mock drafts. It's all the rage, and I appreciate the mockers going ahead and putting in the extra effort to tell us what could happen in the second round of the draft.
Do you like it when they go trades too? Go deeper and do the trades?
Totally.
How many trades are we going to have?
Yes, just get as wild as you can on this stuff. I'm not here for just some lame rote group think. Here's what's going to happen in the first round, and everybody's got the exact same top 5 picks in the world. No, put some work into it. I appreciate that we're getting more of this right now.
Should there be just a total chaos first round mock draft? Should someone have the guts to do that?
Someone will do it.
Just
absolutely
the most unlikely mock draft of all time.
Oh, you get the all trades mock drafts. Yeah, it's absolutely.
What would be more fun?
There's always those as well. As somebody that clicks on damn near any mock draft that you put in front of me, I've seen them in all shapes and sizes. And again, I'm appreciating everybody's effort right now. By the way, Brugler does have, and I think this one's kind of interesting. He has got Jeremiah Love going to Tennessee at number 4. ESPN's mocks most recently have focused on the edge rushers at the very top of the draft. And Brugler's got Arvell Reese of Ohio State going to the Jets at number 2. But, for example, he didn't have David Bailey going off the board until 7 to Washington. He doesn't have Reuben Bain going until 9 to Kansas City. That'd be a good pick, by the way, by the Chiefs. That would be
I don't want to hear that.
Savvy pick.
I hope they pick a punter.
At number 9.
By the way, I can't believe Spring didn't get this. Riley Dixon, I can't remember what team he's playing for now. I think it's Tennessee. Riley Dixon had his option picked up. He will not hit the market.
Oh, congratulations
Riley
to
Dixon.
Riley Dixon. He's a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
So he
actually,
stays
Andy.
a Buccaneer.
Hey, well done. Good for you, Riley Dixon. Andy, I'm excited. Coming up next, a debut of a new K&L bit. This is going to be fun. This one could easily, I think, crack the top 53.
Okay.
Yes.
Do we even know how many we have?
This one could make the active roster.
Okay,
It's good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Not a practice squad like game day.
Yeah.
We're deciding every week if this gets a uniform or not.
New K&L bit with an important question about the Denver Nuggets right on the other side. You want to hear it when we return. Hey, right now, what are you doing right now? You may be sitting in traffic. You could still be sitting at a desk. Whatever you're doing, you're not doing anything great with your life. Let me fix that for you. Go to roller.bid right now. That is Roller Auctions website, roller.bid. Click on it this moment and change the way that you view the world. Go ahead and start perusing these auctions at Roller Auction. They are so much fun. The wide variety of interesting merchandise that can be found, as well as, are you just one of those people that likes to scroll through cars online? Well, they have got some great auctions coming up, including one that's open right now. Town of Estes Park, vehicles and equipment selling within the construction and contracting equipment auction. That's right. They got a Ford Explorer Police Interceptor and a UTV from the town of Estes Park. That's where Rocky Mountain National Park is. You think of a town that would know their UTVs, it's Estes Park. Go to Roller Auction right now and check this out. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude, because that enters you to win Avalanche tickets, catered suite ticks for Colorado and Pittsburgh on March 16th. You want to be there? Sign up now. Roller.bid/altitude. Tomorrow, Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Chance to win tickets to see your Denver Nuggets out there at Ball Arena. You could be there. Don't know what game it's for, but it's sure to be a good one. They're all good ones from here on out, Andy. They're all good.
There's another Utah matchup. You excited about that?
Yes.
Is that the one you want?
I tell you what, if you got a game like we got the other night in Salt Lake, that's high entertainment value. That game
Fair enough.
was thrilling to the very finish.
Yeah, more thrilling than most wanted.
Yes.
Except for the Utah people.
March 27th, they take on the Utah Jazz. Maybe it's that game. We have no idea. Lakers-Knicks coming up in a back-to-back starting on Thursday. All right, Andy, I got a very important Nuggets question to ask you. A little Nuggets debate on a day off today for Denver, on a day in which they signed David Roddy, the former CSU Ram. We've had him on the show before. David Roddy signed to a two-way deal by the Nuggets, and we're hoping that Aaron Gordon / Peyton Watson, I don't know, there's conflicting timelines all over the place. Perhaps one of them's on Friday. Perhaps they are next week. I think Adelman is preaching patience and caution when it comes to their return. I think some of the reports and probably the players themselves would like to be back a little bit sooner if they possibly can. But I get a very important Nuggets question to ask you. And as I started framing this topic in my head earlier today, Andy, I used a two-word turn of phrase that has really become a big part of our life here in Denver, Colorado. None of us asked for it, but we noticed somebody couldn't stop saying it. And it's somebody that we just happen to have to listen to a lot of the time. Therefore, this is the new debut of a hugely, what I'm expecting to be a massively popular new segment here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. This is called Relative To with Kreckman and Lindahl.
Relative to
Yes. Everything is relative.
One more real quick.
Everything is so relative to with that guy.
Relative to.
The reason why I came up with this, Andy, is because as I framed the topic, as I wrote the question on my sheet today, I literally wrote relative to.
Well, there you go.
Therefore, here is today's relative to question. What Denver Nugget is having the best season relative to our expectations for them coming into this year? What Denver Nugget is having the best season relative to our expectation coming into the year?
Relative to his.
Yes. Thank you, Sean. This is relative to with Kreckman and Lindahl.
Well, the guy that is probably blowing it out of the water is Spencer Jones.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
That's a very good answer.
Nobody thought he would even be on the roster.
Spencer
and if he
Jones
was, you didn't think he was going to factor in. Instead, he's now a full-time NBA player to where when he can't play, clearly they're worried about him being able to play the next couple nights.
You notice
they go and sign David Roddy.
He's been an impact piece, has Spencer Jones so far on this team. And, we talked to Spence at Summer League. We talked to him over the summer. He had put together a couple of good performances. He's a great interview. Very smart, very thoughtful dude.
Stanford guy.
Exactly. And I think a guy that has, kind of aspirations to do things beyond just what he's going to do on the basketball court. And, we talked to him about his game and the work that he had been putting into it. Yeah, Spencer Jones is a 23-minute-a-game player with 34 starts on the year. Like, when he was on his two-way designation and the Nuggets wanted to hold him to, 50 games or fewer, I think they thought that they were going to be able to do that. And the way that they got just slammed with bad luck injuries, Spencer 100% outplayed, I think, the team's own expectations for him. Great call.
So, I mean,
he's a 42% three-point shooter this year.
Yeah, and that honors the exercise of who is doing more than we thought, and it's Spencer Jones, top of the list.
So you say Spencer Jones,
number one,
best nugget relative to
what was expected,
our expectation,
which was nothing.
Okay,
nothing.
Okay, good answer. Well done.
Threw you off.
That was not where I thought you would take that.
Well,
I had him on my list, but he was down a little lower.
I'm just saying, if we're going to compare what I thought I'd get from you to what I'm getting,
relative to,
it's like all of a sudden I've got 50% interest and I didn't expect
it. Relative to.
Do you want to do one?
I have
see that. Yeah. You
I have Jamal Murray.
Name. Yeah, that's where I was going to go.
I have Jamal Murray at the top of the list. He is at career highs in scoring, in assists, in rebounds, in field goal percentage, in three-point shooting. He's at 43%, which is a career high right now. He's making on average over 3 triples per contest, which is his career high. He's having his best season in the NBA. I will be honest with you, Andy, and the reason why I have Jamal on here is not just career highs across the board. I really had kind of like settled into, Jamal's a 21-6 guy. And that's, you don't kick that out of bed. It's hard to score 21 a night in the NBA. You're a special player if you can do that. Getting 6 assists on top of that, shooting roughly 40% from the field. He was at 39% a season ago. Like, that's, again, there's only a few people on the planet that can do that. But then he comes out this year, 26 a game, 7.3 assists right now. Again, rebounds at career high. The shooting has improved. He basically won that Utah game for you the other night. He was unbelievable. And there's been a number of those nights this year where Jamal put the team on his back. You survived the Jokic injury because of the way that he has played. Has there been some tired legs and slumping? Sure. But if you look at what the track record of what Jamal Murray always was, he was a 21-6 guy that didn't do much in November and December. This year, he was a 26-7 guy that made himself an all-star in November and December. Jamal Murray, best nugget relative to our expectations.
All right, how about at number 3, we slot in Mr. Peyton Watson, 14.9 points per game.
Yeah.
Pretty much 5 rebounds, 2 assists. He's 49% from the field for his field goal percentage.
One of the
Pretty
best
good.
corner shooting three-point bombers in the entire league, and a guy that has been so good that it is, brought up the really good sports radio-y kind of debate of, should they have paid Peyton Watson instead of Christian Brown? That's how good he's been. And that's a whole other step that, the guy that we saw last year in the postseason, the guy that we saw most of last year, he wasn't that player. He took another step.
Well, and look, the guy I think they traded for with long-term aspirations, and they still may have that with Cam Johnson, but now all of a sudden you're starting to wonder, do you keep Peyton Watson and trade Cam Johnson?
I know that's not the exercise, but worst season relative to expectations.
Yeah, there's a few.
Yeah, you're on that list,
Johnson's
Cam.
Probably top. Yeah, he's at the bottom of this list. That's the top of the other.
Exactly. Yeah, Cam. What kind of year is Jokic having relative to expectation?
Well, it's a tough question to answer because his bar is so high.
Yeah.
But you know what? Look, you make $55 million. You're about to make a lot more in your next contract. I think he's having for him a very average Jokic season. Just average, just fine.
An average
I know,
Jokic season.
And it's insane because once upon a time, it was an MVP season. But look, you're thought to be the best player in the league. You're the best player in franchise history. And this team goes, for the most part, as you go.
Andy, I don't disagree with you.
But it's laughable.
He has the highest player efficiency rating in the history of the game this year.
I know.
And it is, to your point, an average Jokic season.
But again, we talked about it the other night.
He would be the MVP if he had not had the injury.
But he's getting too wrapped up lately in the wrong things.
But he has also, been an MVP in 3 of the past 5 seasons. So, honestly, over the last 5 years, an average year is Nikola Jokic is the MVP.
Well, and let's be honest. How about I put it this way? He's having a good season, but you expect greatness. You expect it all the time. It's not fair.
Yeah.
But you do.
Mm-hmm.
And And again, when you're talked about the way that he is, heavy as a crown. Ask Michael Jordan. Ask Kobe Bryant. Ask LeBron James.
Did you realize, by the way, even as much of a three-point shooting slump as he's largely been in lately, he's still shooting over 40% from deep?
Pretty good.
Yeah. Last year was his career high, but yeah, he's still over 40% from deep on the season. Incredible. Yeah, isn't that funny? This is an average Nikola Jokic season.
But when you put him somewhere square in the middle relative to
what
you expect.
This is the relative to scale.
But how much of this is also a little unfair, because part of my high expectations for Nikola, aside from what he just is every year, come from the fact that I really did believe they would have a good bench. I really believed he would get more rest.
Yeah.
And he hasn't, especially the last, post All-Star break, they can't hold a lead when he goes and sits down. They cannot afford to take him out of the game anymore. So, I don't know.
By the way, his season minute total
higher or more
is actually down relative to what it was last year.
All this has been padded, if you will.
By the injury?
He's doing, yeah. Well, there's some of that too. All this, though, when you talk about his three-point shooting and maybe not playing as many minutes, it's helped out by the bank, the savings account of what you got from the start of the season.
Sure.
But since coming back from the injury, none of that has been the same. And that's why I think, prior to the injury, he might be up there with Jamal as number 1 and number 2 on the list.
Prior to the injury, he was the MVP.
He was the list.
Yeah.
But now, post-injury, for a number of reasons, it just hasn't been the same.
Relative to expectation, Jokic at expectation, Jamal above.
Okay.
Aaron Gordon incomplete.
Let me ask you this, though. No injury, what was the expectation for Nikola start of the year? MVP?
Yeah, because that's what it is every year.
See, again, how unfair is that? Every year you're going to be the MVP. How many years has he been in? This 5, 6 we're going on now?
He's been top 2 the last 5 years.
Okay.
I had no reason.
Won 3.
I had no reason to believe that it would change this season.
I know, but
no reason to believe. Which, honestly, Andy, if he doesn't miss any games the rest of the way,
yeah, he's winning the award.
He'll either win it or he'll be top 2. He or she are going to win it. One of the two of them has to be the MVP. Anybody else winning the award this year is lame. And both of them could miss the games played threshold.
Cade Cunningham thinks you're lame.
Yeah, I think I think Cade Cunningham is first team All NBA. I think Wemby is first team All NBA. I don't think either of them are the MVP.
All right, do you want to throw another one on the list, or should we throw some names out?
Do I have another one to put on the list?
I don't know. I don't think anyone else has really met expectations, to be honest with you.
I think a lot of guys like Peyton Watson above, Tim Hardaway at expectation.
Okay,
Cam Johnson
he was the one I was going to go to.
Cam Johnson below expectation. Christian Brown below expectation. Injuries have been his issue. Valanciunas at expectation.
What about Aaron Gordon? I know you said incomplete, but again, if we're gonna mark down Christian Brown, unfortunately, I got to mark down Aaron Gordon, because guess what? My expectation was you're going to be healthier than you've been.
But he's also, he also was averaging 18 and 6 when he was on the floor.
Yeah, I get it, but
phenomenal.
But again, my big worry about you is your durability now, and I didn't think I'd be questioning that.
He was also shooting 40% from 3 for a power forward.
The best ability is availability.
Yeah.
Nate Kreckman.
Yeah, is that true? Because Bruce Brown has played every single game. And if you're asking me who would you rather have, Aaron Gordon or Bruce Brown, my answer is Aaron Gordon.
Okay, but Bruce Brown has been able to play the games for you.
He has.
Okay, where's he at? At, below, above?
I'll put Bruce.
I'm going to put him at.
I'll put Bruce at expectation.
He's been better.
Yeah.
At times and worse at other times.
Julian Strawther at expectation, and I say that because
maybe even a little above.
I believe Julian Strawther had good offensive game, and defensively he still is unplayable at times.
Where are we at with Valanciunas? There's another tough
I think,
one for
again,
me.
I said he's at expectation.
See, I think he's a little below.
Okay.
But maybe I had too high expectation. That might be on me.
You do like giant people.
No, I just thought.
It's a big thing with you.
I didn't
You're a size
realize,
queen.
I am. I didn't realize, though, that he was going to move at times as slow as he does.
Yeah. He's 33.
I know. I get it.
33 and he weighs damn near 300 pounds.
I know.
Yeah. It happens to guys. Not everybody can be hot and skinny like you these days, Andy.
Sure, with no voice.
He's doing his best.
From acid reflux, where you're taking 15 deals to kill that. He's making $10 million though. How much does this salary?
Well,
should that factor into the expectation?
No, that's the going rate for a 7-footer. Yeah,
Okay.
that's By being 7 feet tall, you get to make $10 million. That's hell of a world we live in.
It's a damn foot short.
I know, right? I know. You were so close.
I was right there.
So
Sniffing
close.
it. How do you think upset Tyler is?
So close. Anyway, that is relative to with Kreckman and Lindahl.
There's nobody else. Zeke Najee below.
I don't.
Jalen Pickett below.
I don't want to. Relative to this bit, I don't want to discuss.
What do you think about
Zeke
Tamar
Najee.
Bates?
Relative to
Curtis Jones just had he had a night in the G League the other night.
Good for him.
Hunter Tyson's not on the team anymore.
Deron Holmes.
I guess at expectation, he's coming off a massive injury.
No, well, but again, everybody we talked to in
needs time.
preseason was like, yeah, don't count. You remember,
he needs time.
Katie was the first one to come out when we asked her about it in preseason.
Yeah.
She's like, maybe don't worry about that right now.
Yeah, exactly. He's a project.
Yeah. That's kind of what Dem said when we asked him.
He's a project. Kreckman and Lindahl will take a break. When we come back, Rapids fullback Reggie Cannon. That's coming up next. Don't forget, tomorrow, Nuggets Ticket Thursday. That means you have a chance to win Nuggets tickets as we give you keywords all day long on the 20s. The Rapids, Andy, they're going to be back out at Dick's coming up on, I believe that is Saturday. They'll be taking on the LA Galaxy at 7:30. Don't forget, we got the huge 30th anniversary match against Inter Miami coming up on April 18th. Out at Mile High. Joining us right now, it is Rapids defender Reggie Cannon. Reggie, welcome to the show. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm very good. Thank you guys for having me on.
Hey,
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much for being with us here on this show. First off, you guys are off to a 1-up, 1-down start. You got the loss against Seattle and the win over Portland. But what was different last time out? What did you guys kind of get on track after the first game?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. The manager after the Seattle game, we had about a 3-hour-long video session where he bashed us. He was very harsh on us. He said we didn't show up. And, to be fair, it's fair criticism. He has very high expectations for us. And, it's just because he knows what we're capable of. And obviously we went out there this weekend and did what we're capable of against Portland. We had a game plan and we executed it. We showed up like men. We ran our butts off. It was ultimately a great game. We're hoping to replicate that same thing this weekend.
Yeah, Reggie, you guys got a new head man in Matt Wells, and the team is all kind of learning the way together. But him kind of going nuclear on you guys a little bit after the Seattle match. Did that kind of meet what your expectations were going to be like playing for Matt this season?
100%. I think we all knew after our first meeting with him what type of season was going to be. He's a very intense guy. He's also a very direct guy. He shows what he wears his heart on his sleeve. He has the expectations of us that we hope to meet. And after that game, everyone had the same feeling that we just didn't perform up to our standards, and especially what we've worked all of preseason on of being elite and dominating the ball, dominating without the ball, pressing like animals. And I think we saw that against Portland. Obviously, we still have some things to correct, but definitely the feeling after that Seattle game, it didn't meet expectations. And knowing this guy, he's going to hound us until we get it right. So that's what we want.
How long until you feel like you're really into a season? Is it a month? Is it a few games? Is it right away? How long for you to get into a rhythm of a new season?
To be honest, it feels like right away. That flight to Seattle, we were all like, okay, it's time to go again. It's start of the season. You start to feel those preseason nerves, kind of melt away. You start to feel like all this work is coming together. So, honestly, we felt it from the first flight to Seattle, and that's what ultimately we were disappointed about. But bouncing back against Portland is exactly what we needed.
I am curious when you play. So my biggest background is in lacrosse, and I always laugh because we start when it's freezing cold and then you end when it's hot, whatever. You guys literally it's cold and it's hot and it's cold again. What is it like preparing for all the different weather you may encounter during a season?
Yeah, it takes a lot of prep. You just go into environments like you go to Dallas, you go there and play. And it's really hot, sticky, humid. But then we're playing Galaxy on this weekend. It's supposed to snow the day before, so it's honestly just kind of getting each environment down. And one thing that's big about this manager is that he's very no nonsense. We're going to go there and implement our game no matter what the situation is, no matter what the environment is, no matter what the weather is. And, that's something that we obviously have to implement and we look forward to. But that's why we kind of ran our butts off in preseason to kind of be able to do stuff like that. So, yeah, it takes a lot of prep, but honestly, it's what it is.
Rapids going to take on LA Galaxy Saturday night out at Dick's. We're talking to defender Reggie Cannon. Reggie, this is now your third season with the Rapids, back here stateside in MLS. You had a good run of years over in Europe. Probably better memories on the pitch than off for you. And I know there's only so many things that you can talk about, legal fees and whatnot, that you had to deal with when you were over there. But for you, do you feel like you have sort of settled back in and MLS is where you want to be for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, 100%. I'm really happy with where I am. Going to Europe and experiencing that, experiencing the culture, experiencing the football that's over there. It was such a dream come true. Making all those caps with the national team. When I was young, I never would have expected. I had almost 30 caps. With the national team, and it's a big honor. To come back here and to play my game and enjoy myself and ultimately bring what I can to the field is something I'm really happy with. I always have the strive to keep improving, to keep perfecting my game, and that's something this coach is very big on. So that's why I think we're all very invested in him, because he knows what we're capable of. But I'm very happy to be back stateside and ultimately make my mark.
You guys got the LA Galaxy this Saturday. You're playing at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. What do you want to get done against this team coming up this weekend?
We want to dominate, a good team. LA Galaxy is a good team, very good individual players, very good on the ball. But I think there's a lot of ways we can expose them, and I think we'll see that this weekend. I think teams really dread coming to Dick's Sporting Goods Park. I think the altitude definitely affects them. Even then, we're more fit than them, regardless of that. I'm really looking forward to the effort that we're going to put in to ultimately dominate possession, dominate pressing, dominate duels. These are things that we all look forward to, and hopefully we can get that win and keep the streak going.
Yeah, guys, Saturday night, 7:30 out of Dick's. Go watch the Rapids and the Galaxy. Reggie Cannon. Reggie, last thing we want to ask you about, most important thing we're going to ask you about. We were debating this earlier in honor of you appearing on our show today. Reggie, it's an all-time great sports name. You've got Reggie Jackson, Mr. October. You got Reggie White. You've got Reggie Bush. You got Reggie Miller. So many great sports Reggies. Do you have a favorite all-time sports Reggie? Because it's an elite sports name.
Yeah. My favorite is Reggie Miller. Dude, I mean, like growing up watching him, he's just a legend. I have the iconic, he's doing that. Dude, I grew up watching him, and he's just such a legend. So, when I played basketball, it'd be called Reggie Miller. When I would be played football, it's called Reggie Bush. There's always Reggies in different sports, so you can always kind of mix and match. But for me, Reggie Miller was always, the GOAT of Reggies when it comes to sports. So for me, that's where I kind of land on that.
Are you the greatest soccer Reggie? Do we have a great soccer Reggie?
Man, I mean, can you think of another Reggie in the soccer world? Like, it's hard for me. I would say I'm the GOAT because I'm the only one I can think of. So.
Plus, Reggie, you have the best first and last name combo.
Yeah.
You're Reggie Cannon, man.
Yeah,
that name is amazing.
Yeah, that's a perfect combination, to be honest. I love it.
Yeah, I feel like Reggie Cannon, like it puts a certain expectation on what kind of athlete you're going to be, and you've certainly lived up to it. So, Reggie, thank you so much for joining us on the show. We really appreciate it. That was fun, man. Thanks.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
All right. Reggie Cannon of the Rapids. Saturday night, they take on the Galaxy. Again, that's out of Dick's Sporting Goods Park. 7:30 is the start time. And, folks, don't forget, okay, go to ColoradoRapids.com. Get your tickets. April 18th, the Rapids will take on Inter Miami at Mile High. Messi and Miami will be in town. Going to be a great, great match. 2:30 in the afternoon. Cannot wait. Reggie Cannon with us.
Dude, it is nuts the amount of weather these guys have to play in. Like you always tell your famous story, the U.S. men's national team.
The Costa Rica game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's snowing. Was that fall or spring when that happened?
It was in the spring. It was in April. Clint Dempsey scored the only goal for Team USA in that game. It was in the first half. The Costa Rica, it was a World Cup qualifier. And so like the game, like it counted. And it had to be played. The Costa Ricans had never seen snow. They didn't know what the hell to do with it. It was coming down all night long. It was spectacular on television. I was at Dick's that night to watch the game just as a fan. One of the most memorable sporting events I've ever attended in my life. But it was wild. I remember after the game too, like Costa Rica, I think they tried to lobby CONCACAF to have the result of the game thrown out.
They wanted it thrown out. They didn't think it should have counted.
They were like, soccer isn't played in snow. Which, like, to be fair to him, some of the absurdity that happened in that game, like anytime like the ball, like a pass would go along the ground, it would scoop the snow up.
Oh, I remember it. You couldn't take your eyes off the TV because it was so wild to watch.
It was hysterical. Yeah, and like. They kind of had a point.
Yeah, should not have counted. I'll go with them.
But you know what, Ed?
You agreed to play.
Outdoor sport.
Everybody had to play in it.
Yeah.
By the way, do you realize our last major snowfall, Chris Bianchi's pointed this out a number of times?
Was what, December? Not even. November? Oh, the Bronco game?
We've had.
And it snowed for like an hour.
Yeah.
That was it. It snowed for like an hour.
Yeah, well, the wrong hour.
Yeah, seriously.
The wrong hour.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Second half of the Bronco game was the last time that we had a major snowfall.
Does Sean Payton hate snow or Jared Stidham more?
Both. Push. Yes, all of it. I think he probably went into Greg Penner the next day and said, "Hey, let me see the drawings for that roof that we're gonna have."
Yeah, well, you don't even need to retract it. Just put the damn thing on the building.
Yeah.
Yes. That'll do it for Kreckman and Lindahl. Thanks to Reggie Cannon. He was fun. That was a good interview. He was great to have on the show. Rapids and LA Galaxy on Saturday night. Out there at Dick's, though, that will be good. Debut of Relative 2 today on the show. That was exciting for everybody. You all got to witness radio history, so congratulations to all of you for tuning into that. We don't have a game tonight here on Altitude
I know.
Sports
What are you going to do?
I'm going to watch College Buckets.
Really?
Yes.
What a shock.
Yes.
Well, now, wait. For enjoyment or for prep?
For
you,
Andy, you know me,
or for you?
Yeah, you know me. It satisfies all of those cravings. I'm the sicko that can't get enough. It's the last week before conference tournaments, man. It's getting good right now. So hell yeah, College Buckets for me this evening. We are back tomorrow at 3:00. We look forward to seeing you then. Spring and Birdo, the Blitz is next. Good night.